1,000 years ago, demonic beasts revered the dragon clan. They were called the demon gods. The demon god, with his boundless ambition, destroyed everything at will. The demonic beasts he led out were bent on the extermination of humanity. Notably, the demon god took a human form, the only difference being his horns, and a colossal power source capable of wiping out everything. He led a great army of demonic beasts to ravage the human world. His bottomless greed desired for immense darkness to cover every corner of the world. At that moment pushed to the brink, humanity's potential was thoroughly awakened. We humans, one by one, gained supernatural powers. In this wave of spiritual power awakening, a few outstanding individuals showed the ability to control demonic beasts. They were known as Beastmasters. Under Nu Yen's command, the headmaster's beast fired a ball of magical energy at the rampaging dragon below, making it roar in agony. Just then, an urgent voice came over the radio reporting the demonic beast over the northern residential area of Tanpong City has been hit. Reporting the demonic beast has been hit and is falling into the residential area rescue team. Please respond urgently. Report on Tu Tin Vu Tuong Nam High School Class 12A1. Before Tin Vu's horrified eyes, the dragon swiftly demolished the wall surrounding the apartment, splattering fresh blood everywhere, its eyes glowing with a cold yellow light as if it wanted to devour him whole. Tin Vu seemed paralyzed by fear. He could only stand still and watch it slaughter everyone as fresh blood splattered across his horrified face. As the young man he was, Tin Vu could do nothing but watch helplessly. The dragon, seemingly not satisfied with the slaughter, viciously bit its victim, sending blood flying 10 feet high. While he was drowning in absolute terror, a warm voice rang out in the beginning of chaos. Before heaven and earth were judged, I take this heart's blood to form an alliance and summon a soul from the great void. With blood as my oath and words as my seal, I command thee, blazing sky lion. The spotter from above saw the dragon engulfed in flames and immediately announced, confirmed, the demonic beast has been slain. All residents in the area are confirmed to be alive. No casualties have been reported. Nu Yen dismounted from the lion, her warm voice like a soothing stream to Tin Vu's panicked spirit. I'm sorry for causing you this unnecessary trouble. I'm Nu Yen, the headmaster of Tanlong Academy. As for the damage to your house, we at Tanlong Academy will handle the repairs and compensate you from Tanlong Academy. He took the letter of introduction and watched doubtfully as Nu Yen walked away. Before she left, the headmaster added, we will meet again someday, young man. Watching her, he thought to himself, she's a beastmaster. Looking at the letter in his hand, his eyes filled with admiration and longing. In our time, everyone wants to be a beastmaster. If only I could be one too, but I don't even have money to buy a beast. So I can't take the National Beastmaster exam. I can't become a beastmaster, and I can't protect anyone. While he was lost in thought, a dog suddenly pounced on him, startling him. It was a Hak Fong, but this one was a bit strange. It had a tattoo on its forehead unlike any other, and it was looking at him expectantly with its big round eyes. Seeing that he wasn't paying it any mind, it stuck out its tongue and gave his face a big slobbery lick. He held it and yelled in annoyance. Don't tell me you followed that giant dragon in here. What kind of opening is this? A husky falling from the sky. Could this dog be a tamed beast? That's right. The books say that beasts that look like dogs are probably swift-wind hounds. Their bloodline isn't high grade and they don't require spiritual power. Maybe I can actually raise it. This is great. If I have a beast, I can become a beastmaster too. But the National Beastmaster exam is in just 3 days. I probably won't make it in time, right? All right, good dog, listen closely, spirit ignition. The next day, the streets had returned to their usual peace, as if the demonic beast's rampage had never occurred. Tanfong City at the beast shop. Tin Vu held Hak Fong and stared at the storefront, standing silently in the wind. As much as he wanted it to be his beast, he knew he couldn't afford it. Tin Vu thought painfully, it's better to give it to someone who can actually raise it. Following me, it has no future. This little guy eats way too much. He finished a week's worth of my food in a single evening. The owner, seeing him just standing there, thought he was looking for trouble and stormed out, yelling, it's early in the morning. What is a brat like you doing in front of my shop? Seeing the owner, he stated his intention, sir. Are you looking to take in this beast? Seeing it was just a swift-wind hound, the owner waved him away in disgust. A swift-wind hound, a beast with such a low-grade bloodline, it doesn't even have an evolution path. What fool would buy it? Now get lost. Don't ruin my business. Looking at Hak Fong trembling in his arms, Tin Vu said heartbrokenly, fine, if you don't want it, why so hostile? But at that moment, a ray of light shone in his eyes, leaving Tin Vu stunned. A panel appeared above Hak Fong's head detailing its stats. Title Swiftwind Hound Rank, Initial Stage Level 1, Loyalty 54 Bloodline, Low Grade Hidden Bloodline, Hell Bloodline, Epic Quality Talent, None Hidden Talent, Hellfire deals true damage ignoring defense, Evolution Path, None hidden evolution path. Swift wind, hound. Hell swift wind, wolf netherworld. Hell wolf divine prison, Yama wolf. This sight made Tin Vu question reality. Am I seeing things a system window? He rubbed his eyes to see if he was just imagining things. But when he opened his eyes, the stats panel was still there. Why is it still here? Evolution path. None hidden evolution path. Swift wind, hound. Hell swift wind, wolf. Netherworld. Hell wolf divine prison, Yama wolf. Am I seeing things a system window, a hidden evolution path? While he was staring blankly at the panel, Tin Vu muttered it aloud without realizing the shop owner heard him and got annoyed, shooing him away with a broom. What hidden evolution path? Swift wind hounds have no evolution path. Now go. At that moment, a young man in a finely tailored outfit approached. Tin Vu was shocked that the owner couldn't see it. The owner can't see it. Am I the only one who can see this panel? Just as he finished his thought, Triet's mocking voice cut in. His eyes filled with undisguised contempt for Tin Vu. Well, if it isn't Tin Vu, I recall you weren't taking the national exam because you don't have a beast to Triet Class 12A1 from Tuongnam High School, son of a Ton Pong billionaire. What's this managed to scrape together enough money for a beast? He turned away in disgust as the other man approached. Mind your own business, seeing it was just a swift wind hound. He clicked his tongue disdainfully, a swift wind hound. A mocking and contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Looks like what Lena said was true. You have no intention of getting into a Beastmaster Academy. Of course not that you could pass even if you wanted to. At the mention of his girlfriend, he frowned at him. Lena, seeing this reaction, he laughed with glee. You still don't know, do you? Your girlfriend? Oh, wait. His eyes filled with malice. I should say your ex-girlfriend, Kwang Lena, has been with me for a long time. Just then, Lena appeared, clinging to his arm and whining. Triet, where did you go? I was looking all over for you. He then provocatively told her, Isn't that an old friend of yours? Come and say hello. Looking at him, her face froze. Tin Vu, Triet, don't joke around. I've had nothing to do with him for ages now to think you'd see me like this, especially with him carrying that useless swift wind hound so pathetic. Tin Vu couldn't believe she would betray him. He was furious, pointing at her. Tin Vu uttered the most heartless words to vent his rage. Kwang Lena, don't you forget how I helped you. When you were down and out, go spend the rest of your life with that rich bastard. And remember, I'm the one dumping you, sensing its master's anger. Hak Fong also bared its fangs and growled at her. Triet, hearing this, roared, Tin Vu, watch your mouth. You want me to crush you in the national exam. Lena, meanwhile, held his arm back, putting on an innocent act. Triet, don't bother with him. He's just got that useless swift wind hound. I should have dumped him ages ago. The more Tin Vu thought, the angrier he became. He resolved to make these clowns pay. Who says a swift wind hound is useless? We'll just see whether we have a future. Title, Swift Wind Hound rank, initial stage level 1, loyalty 59, bloodline, low-grade hidden bloodline, hell, bloodline, epic quality talent. None hidden talent, hellfire deals true damage, ignoring defense, evolution path. None hidden evolution path. Swiftwind Hound, Hell Swiftwind Wolf Netherworld, Hell Wolf Divine Prison Yama Wolf. 3 days later at Tulam Square. All candidates wishing to enroll in the academy were gathered here, seeing that everyone was present. The proctor announced loudly the National Unified Advanced Beastmaster Examination is about to begin for the Tan Phong City Examination Zone. Will the candidates please enter the field? The official assessment now begins. Everyone present recognized Tin Vu the moment they saw him. They all knew he was just a good-for-nothing who couldn't even get a decent tamed beast. But from now on, these chickens would have to look up to him. He paid no mind to the whispers behind his back and strode confidently towards the academy registration desk. That's Tin Vu. Why is he also here for the National Beast Tamer competition? Doesn't he not even have a tamed beast? That's right, no money, no tamed beast. He only registered for the exam 3 days ago. And what's more, he applied to Azure Dragon Academy. Azure Dragon Academy. Are you kidding me? That's the top academy among the 4 great academies. That's right. How dare a talentless guy like him? Looking at the assessment sphere in front of him, his face no longer held its earlier calmness, replaced instead by anxiety and nervousness. Looking at the man sitting with his legs crossed on the desk, he spoke up to get his attention. Hello, examiner, I'm here for the exam. Kai Nien, who was resting with his eyes closed, heard him and took off his hat. His words were a question, but stated as a fact. Your Tin Vu Tran Kai Nien admissions teacher for the Azure Wind Region Azure Dragon Academy. He answered obediently, that's right, sir. I am contestant Tin Vu. Kai Nien had already read through his resume. He narrowed his eyes and sized him up. This was the only student from the Azure Wind region to apply to the academy. At that moment, Triet appeared behind him like a lingering ghost. He didn't miss any opportunity to mock him. Tin Vu. You really don't know your own limits in the last 5 years. Only 8 students from Azure Wind City's 5 Realms examination even tried to apply to Azure Dragon Academy. As a result, not a single one was accepted. You dare to apply to Azure Dragon Academy. If you pass the exam, then I'll kneel down and call you Dad. His contempt ignited a fire within him. He glared fiercely at him and growled, "Then you better clear your throat and get ready to start calling me Dad." Seeing him threaten back to try it got angry and wanted to argue. Tiu Tinvu, you not wanting to waste words on this chicken, he turned back and said, "Sir, I'm all set. We can begin the exam." Kai Nian knew how rigorous the Academy's assessment was to prevent him from having regrets later. He reminded him to think carefully. "Student Tiu Tinvu, let me be clear with you. First, the assessment for Azure Dragon Academy is quite harsh, but you didn't choose the adjustment major, so if you don't pass, you won't be able to apply to other Tamed Beast Academies." Everyone was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The passing score for the Spiritual Power Value Test at Azure Dragon Academy is 800. How could he possibly pass? That's right. We only dared to apply to some ordinary Tamed Beast Academies under this pressure. Tinvu's resolve didn't waver. He looked at Kai Nian with determination and made his decision. "Sir, I understand we can begin now." Seeing that he had made up his mind, Kai Nian didn't try to persuade him further. He activated the sphere on the table, then gestured for him to place his hand on it first. Test. Spiritual Power Value Assessment. "Student Tiu Tinvu, your spiritual power value is..." Looking at the number that appeared, he was silent for a second, then said, 316. Seeing his pathetically low spiritual power value to try it, clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. "I thought you were so capable you can't even touch the doorstep of Azure Dragon Academy." Kai Nian also felt a surge of disappointment at this result, and here I thought a good seed had appeared next. But at that moment, the value on the sphere suddenly shot up. The people present saw it and cried out. Everyone looked. The spiritual power value is changing. The light from the sphere shone on Kai Nian's stunned eyes. The values continued to rise at a dizzying pace. My God, it's 621 already. The spiritual power value is still increasing. It didn't stop at over 600. The value jumped to 711, but still showed no signs of stopping. The onlookers were even more terrified. 700, no, it broke through 800. This is heaven-defying. This spiritual power tester isn't broken, is it? Finally, after rising non-stop, the number came to a halt at 1028. Kai Nian stared in a daze at the number displayed in the sphere 1028. What kind of monster is this? Spiritual power value is directly related to the potential of the tamed beasts a beast tamer can form a contract with in the future. Every 100 points of spiritual power value means the potential to form a contract with one tamed beast in the future. 1028 points of spiritual power value means. In the future, Tiu Tinvu has at least the potential of a 10-star beast tamer. In Kai Nian's eyes, now a mysterious aura appeared around Tinvu, a 10-star beast tamer. In the last several decades, only a few have appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. You could say there were only a scattered few. But the strongest of all is still Quan Lan, the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom. Holding his resume, he thought to himself, it seems the Dragon Kingdom is about to have another genius. Then he announced his spiritual power value in a loud voice for everyone to hear. Contestant Tiu Tinvu, spiritual power value 1028. The onlookers were all astonished upon hearing this result. The crowd began to buzz with discussion. I remember that the spiritual power value of the genius girl from a year ago, Diep Ngung Swang, was only 1030, right? I can't believe Tiu Tinvu is so strong. His spiritual power value is only 2 points lower than Diep Ngung Swang's The Two Chickens. Tu Triet and Lana stared at him in disbelief. As for this result, Tinvu was extremely satisfied and broke into a smile. To try it refused to believe it, he said stubbornly. It's no big deal. The Azure Dragon Academy assessment has 2 parts. Lena felt the same way. The next part is testing the tame beast's bloodline quality. He definitely won't pass. Kai Nian was speaking when he was interrupted by a technician's call. Contestant Tiu Tinvu, the second test teacher, Tran. He whispered in his ear earlier the spiritual power tester had a problem. This student's score is 1032. Kai Nian didn't expect his score to be even higher than Ngung Swang's, 2 points higher than Dep Ngung Swang. He frowned and instructed the technician about the issue with the spiritual power meter. Don't make it public for the time being. He pulled his hat down low and replied, yes, yes, Teacher Tran. Putting that aside, he signaled for the second test to begin. The second test is an assessment of the tamed beast's bloodline quality. Contestant Tiu Tinvu, please summon your tamed beast. At this moment, Tinvu confidently shouted, Hak Fong, it's your turn to enter the fray. He urged his spiritual power into the formation to summon his tamed beast, Hak Fong. It's your turn to fight. A gentle breeze blew across the stunned faces of those present. Hak Fong's body was revealed to everyone. Its fluffy pink ears were utterly adorable. It looked like it was sleeping so soundly it was blowing bubbles. A black crow flew by. Everyone stared in disbelief at Hak Fong lying on the ground. A swift-wind hound, isn't that the tamed beast with the worst bloodline quality in this day and age who still forms a contract with a swift-wind hound as their tamed beast? Kai Nian looked at this seemingly unintelligent Hak Fong and helplessly held his forehead. Besides spiritual power value, the tamed beast's bloodline quality is also a major factor, limiting a beast tamer's future development. Tu Tin Vu's tamed beast bloodline quality is clearly too poor. Contestant Tu Tin Vu, I'm sorry, your tamed beast. But before he could finish his sentence, a contestant frowned deeply while looking at Hak Fong. Everyone looked quickly. That's not a swift-wind hound. At this moment, Hak Fong no longer had its foolish appearance from before. Its appearance gradually changed. Its ears perked up and the symbol on its forehead transformed into a cross. Looking at Hak Fong's current majestic appearance, one person couldn't help but exclaim in shock, the swift-wind hound has no evolutionary path. Kai Nian couldn't wait and used a scanner on it to check its stats. The stat panel immediately popped up: name Hellfire Swiftwind, Wolf rank. Initial stage level 1, Bloodline, Epic, Hellfire talent, Hellfire attributes, Fire and Wind system skills, Hellish Entanglement, a lockdown skill, Hellish Roar, a piercing attack, evolution path, unknown. Looking at the evolution path, Kai Nian was shocked. A second stage evolution. He smiled with satisfaction as he looked towards Tin Vu. Seeing his confident and cunning smile, Kai Nian silently cursed in his mind, Tu Tin Vu, what a talented little rascal. His strength was as clear as day. He had passed all the tests. Kai Nian didn't hesitate and announced in a loud voice that he was accepted contestant Tu Tin Vu. Congratulations on joining Azure Dragon Academy. Triet and Lana's faces were flushed red from the slap the two of them tried to sneak away while no one was paying attention. I can't believe he actually passed. Let's get out of here. But how could Tin Vu let the chicken who insulted him escape? Where are you going? Not even going to say hi to your dad? Triet frowned deeply and looked at him with hatred. Telling him to call him dad was worse than killing him. Triet's face turned pale with anger as he said defiantly, "You brat, don't get arrogant. I won't call you that. What can you do to me?" Seeing his defiance, Tin Vu's face darkened. He called out to his tamed beast in a low voice, "Hak Fong." The sense of danger made Triet jump and look behind him. Tin Vu repeated the words he had said before the exam. Watching him get pinned to the ground by Hak Fong's paw, he looked at him coldly. "Can you call me it now? If you pass the exam, I will call you Dad." Under Hak Fong's pressure, he gritted his teeth and forced out 2 words, "Dad, Dad." Seeing that he had finally complied, Tin Vu recalled Hak Fong, his voice laced with contempt, "I don't have a son like you, get lost." Lena, seeing he had become a precious gem, began to aggressively approach him, wanting to rekindle their old flame. "Xing Yu, actually during these 2.5 years, I have had deep feelings for you, so can we get back together?" But our protagonist is no fool. He coldly rejected her. "Sorry, I don't go back down the same old path." Lena was now filled with immense regret. She dropped to her knees and begged desperately, "Xing Yu, I'm begging you, I know I was wrong." After walking out to the main street with joy in his heart, Xing Yu took out his phone, wanting to immediately call Ruo Shui to share the good news. "I have to tell Sis the good news that I got into Azure Dragon Academy." As soon as the caller connected, he cheerfully called out to her, "Sis, but before he could finish, her terrified voice stopped him short. Her panicked cries came through the phone, "Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu." Suddenly, her voice was drowned out by a loud noise, followed only by the cold, dead tone of a disconnected call. He was frantic with worry, only able to scream her name, "Sis." The agricultural market on the outskirts of Qingfeng City. Demonic beasts had arrived, wreaking havoc and slaughtering people. The citizens were all fleeing in a panic. "Run, the demonic beasts are invading." In the chaos, a woman lost her child. She cried out in a panic, "Has anyone seen my child?" At that moment, the child was being held by a woman. It was Ruo Shui. She held the trembling child in her arms and comforted them. "Don't be afraid." But unfortunately, the place where the two of them were hiding was discovered by a demonic beast. Sensing the danger, Ruo Shui looked up. It was a gigantic scorpion, its tail currently dripping with venom. Ruo Shui didn't expect it to find them so quickly. Following the information he received, he immediately rushed towards Ruo Shui's location. Xing Yu pushed through the frantic crowd, wondering to himself, what on earth happened? Looking at the chaotic scene, he strained his eyes to search for her. Where is my sister? But before him was only a scene of utter chaos. The demonic beast swung its highly venomous tail, stabbing down at where Ruo Shui was. Seeing this, Xing Yu's eyes felt like they were about to split. Sis Black Wind, sensing its master's state of mind, also ran with increasing urgency. A trail of blood streamed from Xing Yu's eye. A new notification appeared. A system panel appeared before him. Hellwind Wolf Black Wind can use skills Hell's Roar and Hell's Entanglement. Use Xing Yu hastily pressed yes, of course, yes. Black Wind Hell's Entanglement, Hell's Roar. But Black Wind didn't react at all, causing him to pause. Why is there no reaction? It looked at him in confusion while he looked back annoyed by its indifferent attitude. The demonic beast began to attack again, raising its tail. Seeing it swing its tail again, Ruo Shui shouted in a loud voice, "Stop!" Xing Yu was now so panicked he didn't know what to do. Suddenly he remembered Ru Yan. He tried to recall the incantation he had heard when the people from the academy arrived. Back then, when they broke the window, it seemed the person from Azure Dragon Academy had recited a series of chants. Lion's blazing flame. No. All right, I'll give it a try too. In the beginning of chaos, when heaven and earth were not yet formed, I form an alliance with blood summoning the spirit beast from the great void. Fortunately, as he began to recite the incantation, Black Wind gradually grew larger, transforming into its second evolutionary state. Seeing that the incantation was effective, Xing Yu dared not stop. With blood as my oath, with words as my charm. Heed my command. Go! A flame shot out of Black Wind's mouth like an arrow blasting the demonic beast's tail. Hell's Roar. The fleeing citizens were stunned by this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. It killed it. It's dead. Is this the power of a beast tamer? The voices of the people snapped Xing Yu back to his senses. He remembered Ruo Shui's safety. That's right, Sis is over there by the monster too. Sis, are you hurt? Seeing she was unharmed, his voice carried a sense of relief. Sis, I was late. I'm glad you're okay. Ruo Shui came forward and grabbed his shoulders, her face showing worry and confusion. Xing Yu, how did you... Sensing her doubt, he happily shared the news that he had become a beast tamer. Sis, I got into Azure Dragon Academy. I'm going to be a beast tamer from now on. During this tender sibling moment, Black Wind pounced forward. While petting it, he introduced it to her. Oh, right, this is the tame beast I contracted with. The Hellwind Wolf Black Wind. A boy with a shaved head seemed to just snap out of it. Everyone looked the demonic beast. It's dead. Xing Yu smiled and replied, yes, that's right. Ruo Shui helped the little girl up and forced a smile. I guess so. The little girl's mother came forward to get her child. She thanked the two of them. Sweetheart, come here. Thank you both. Are you two beast tamers? Seeing her mother? The little girl choked up Mommy. The little girl ran and burst into tears. Mommy, where did you go? Still worried, Xing Yu led Ruo Shui to confirm if the demonic beast was truly dead. Sis, let's go over there and check. As soon as he got close to the demonic beast, a purple stone caught his attention. Its attributes also appeared before his eyes. Demonic Beast Core Elementary Level. Condition for obtaining can be obtained after killing a demonic beast. Attribute Poison. Effect can increase the poison attribute attack of a tamed beast. Attack power +5, experience points +10. He gasped in his heart in amazement. A demonic beast core, although it was only an elementary level poison attribute core. Black Wind, but even if it's small, it's still meat which can aid in its evolution. The demonic beast is dead, everyone can rest assured. Seeing that the demonic beast was truly dead, the people gathered around Xing Yu. This is great. We all survived, Xiao Yu. You're our hero. The little girl Ruo Shui had protected also came forward. She said with an admiring tone, Big brother, when I grow up, I want to be a beast tamer just like you. Hearing this, Xing Yu smiled gently. He patted the little girl's head encouragingly. I believe in you. You'll definitely become a great beast tamer one day. A few hours after the incident, as night fell, moonlight shone gently into Xing Yu's still damaged apartment. He was now fast asleep under his warm blankets. Ruo Shui appeared silently by his bed. Standing in the shadows, her face was not clearly visible. She slightly parted her lips, staring intently at him. If our protagonist opened his eyes right now, he'd probably be scared to death. In the dark night, Ruo Shui's eyes seemed to hold 1,000 stars within them, glowing strangely. The moment her eyes lit up, the symbol on Xing Yu's back also appeared. It was as if the faint roar of a dragon echoed in one's ears, a feeling like being stared at by a dragon. After confirming his dragon rune was still there, Ruo Shui went to the living room to call someone. The Dragon Rune Forbidden Curse is still intact. The seal on the Dragon King's spirit essence has not loosened at all. But why can Zhao Xing Yu still form a contract with a tamed beast? This isn't logical. A deep, husky voice calmly replied from the phone. It seems this is the arrangement of fate. Just keep an eye on him for now. Although Ruo Shui still found it strange, she didn't say anything more. I understand. I will watch over him. The train station, Qingfeng City. A couple from his apartment complex, knowing he was going to study at Azure Dragon Academy, were overjoyed. One of them gave him home-raised eggs. "Xiao Yu, take this basket of duck eggs. You've loved these since you were a child." The other held a stack of money. "This is a few hundred yuan," the neighbors pitched in. "Think of it as a small token of our goodwill. Xiao Yu, please take it." These gifts were so precious that he was overcome with a feeling of reluctance to leave. Standing on the train platform, he fell silent for a moment. After composing himself, he put on a bright face and said goodbye to the people who had watched him grow up. "Everyone, you don't have to see me off any further. I'll come back to visit during the school break." On the train, he let Ruo Shui take the inner seat. "Sit here, sis." A few hours later, the train attendant made an announcement over the speaker. "Dear passengers, your attention, please. The section of track ahead is frequented by demonic beasts. There may be some turbulence in the carriages. Dear passengers, the train has now passed the dangerous section and is running normally." Seeing they had passed the dangerous section, Xing Yu looked at her with relief. "Glad we made it through safely. We're almost at Longyin City." She smiled, her eyes curving, and reminded him not to slack off on his studies. "You're about to start school. You have to study hard, you hear." But just then, the train suddenly began to shake violently. A young man cried out in fear. "What's happening?" The train attendant quickly issued a warning. "Dear passengers, your attention, please. There is a gathering of demonic beasts ahead. Three-eyed giant apes are crossing. Please protect your lives, property, and personal safety." The young man with the buzz cut panicked after hearing the attendant. "Why are there still demonic beasts?" The person next to him also cried out in alarm. "Didn't they say we already passed the dangerous section?" After the warning ended, the roof of the train began to be violently smashed by the three-eyed apes. They wanted to break through to get into the carriage. Seeing this, everyone could only scream. "What do we do now? Isn't anyone going to do something?" Just a few seconds later, a three-eyed ape managed to smash through the roof of the carriage. It roared and charged in. Seeing it had broken in, the young man screamed in terror. "Run, a demonic beast is here!" Tin Vu saw the situation was spiraling out of control, and fearing Nuoc Tuyet would get hurt, he urged her to "Hide, sis, hide here and don't come out?" She asked worriedly. "Xiao Vu, what are you planning to do?" Seeing him turn and walk towards the demonic beast, she tried to stop him. "Xiao Vu, don't go." The ape saw him and immediately charged forward. Its body was so massive it could have flattened our main character. Just then, a fox beast rushed forward and slapped the ape's face with its tail, forcing it to retreat, followed by a young woman's shout, "You idiot! Are you just standing there waiting to be served as dinner?" Yen Nihien stepped in front of Tin Vu. "If you don't want to die, then move back, Tan Yen Nihien, the precious daughter of the Skyframe Guild's president." "Tiu Tiu." Thunderflash. The moment she shouted the skill's name, Tin Vu's perspective shifted, his face clearly showing his shock. Zhao Xiao's stats appeared. Title 3, Tailed Thunderfox rank, Transcendent Body Level 3, Loyalty Bloodline Thunderfox Quality Epic Attributes, Lightning Element Defense Element Evolution Path, 3-Tailed Thunderfox, 4-Tailed Thunderfox, 5-Tailed Thunderfox, 9-Tailed Thunderfox, Hidden Evolution Path, 3-Tailed Thunderfox, Extreme Shadow, Crimson Lightning Fox, Red Lotus Point, Lightning Fox Skill 3-Tailed Thunder Burst. All three tails simultaneously sweep through enemies, dealing electric shock damage with a 1-second dizzying and paralyzing effect. Skill Thunder Flash, a movement skill to flash attack and suppress enemies, avoiding enemy attacks while dealing lightning damage to them. After reading the stats, he thought in astonishment, a 3-Tailed Thunder Fox, judging by this spear, and the 3-Tailed Thunder Fox, don't tell me she is Tan Yen Nien, the daughter of the Skyframe Guild's president. Seeing her summon a beast, everyone in the carriage felt relieved. A beastmaster has arrived, it seems we're saved. Tin Vu also looked at her expectantly. Are we really saved? Seeing more apes enter the carriage, he yelled with all his might for everyone to run. "Everyone get out of this carriage now." But at that moment, he remembered a critical piece of information about this ape. The three-eyed giant ape is a demonic beast that lives in packs. How could there be only one? Seeing the whole pack swarm in, he summoned his own beast, Hak Fong Charge. "We have to help that beastmaster." Yen Nihien cursed while killing demonic beasts with her spear. "Damn it, why are there so many demonic beasts?" Seeing two demonic beasts seize the chance to launch a sneak attack on her, he quickly yelled a warning, "Be careful." Hak Fong Hell's Entanglement. "Let's see where you can run now." Watching him wipe out a group of apes in an instant, Yen Nien looked at him in astonishment. "I didn't realize you were also a beastmaster." She held Zhao Xiao, extremely grateful that he had just saved her. "Thank you so much for a moment ago," Tin Vu humbly replied. "It was nothing. I believe any beastmaster would have stepped in given the situation." But then his expression turned serious as he looked at her beast but miss your beast. A system panel describing Xiao Xiao's symptoms appeared before him. Beast status, distressed and confused. Dispirited diagnosis, post-battle trauma syndrome. Treatment crush a soul-soothing flower and steep in boiling water, add a lightning attribute catalyst, and finally mix in a dissolved water attribute demonic beast core. After reading the symptoms it was experiencing, he asked, Yen Nian recently, has it been getting overly excited during fights only to become gloomy and depressed after the battle ends, frequently showing self-harming tendencies? Hearing him list the symptoms, she asked in astonishment, how do you know? Tinvu couldn't reveal he knew because of his system, so he lightly scratched his face and answered evasively, it has post-battle trauma syndrome. I've seen this condition before in the Guide to Beast Ailments. Three-tailed thunder foxes are the most prone to this disease. I can't tell her that I can see information about beasts. Yen Nian didn't overthink it. Learning that her beast was sick, she became overly excited and slapped Tinvu hard on the back. No wonder Xiao Xiao hasn't wanted to smile lately. It turns out she was sick. Thanks so much, my brother. I'll take Xiao Xiao for treatment as soon as we get back. Our main character was slapped so hard his back arched and could only cry out, sis, be gentle. Yen Nian wrapped an arm tightly around his shoulder and said affectionately, from now on, you're my little brother. While the two were acting chummy with arms around each other, they forgot that Nuoc Tuyer was right behind them. Watching this scene, she clenched her fists tightly. A fierce light appeared in her eyes. Nuoc Tuyer did not like Yen Nian one bit. Nuoc Tuyer couldn't bear to watch this any longer. She stepped between the two of them. Her face was smiling, but her voice was already marking her territory. I'm sorry, he's not just anyone's little brother. He is my little brother. Her words were like daggers, displeasing Yen Nian, who narrowed her eyes and looked at her dangerously. She pulled him to her side and said provocatively, is that so? Then from this moment on, he is the little brother of me, Tan Yen Nian. After that, the two of them acted just like two children fighting over a toy. My brother Tinvu was being pulled between the two like a rag doll about to be torn. Hey, wait, ladies, you're about to pull me apart. Central Plaza, Azure Dragon Academy. Lam Thuong's voice boomed across the plaza. New students. Welcome to Azure Dragon Academy. Head of the Education Department of Azure Dragon Academy, Lam Thuong. Vice Principal of Azure Dragon Academy, Vuong Dong Thang. Please wait patiently for the principal. Standing below Tinvu recalled the awkward situation after getting off the train after saying goodbye to Miss Tan. I've finally enrolled in the academy. Just then, Nu Yen's purple flame lion let out a roar. Hearing its roar, everyone began to get excited. A purple flame lion, that's my principal. A purple flame lion, it's to Nu Yen, our principal. Under the watchful eyes of the students, Nu Yen gently landed on the ground, riding her purple flame lion. Her long, slender legs, clad in 7-centimeter high heels, landed forcefully with a click. Seeing that the principal had arrived, Lam Thuong offered her the microphone to address the new students below. Principal, please say a few words to the new students. Looking at this all-too-familiar face, Tin Vu's jaw dropped in surprise. Isn't this the woman who fought the Shadow Demon Dragon earlier? I never expected her to be the principal of Azure Dragon Academy. While he was still reeling from the discovery of the principal's identity, Nu Yen took the microphone and said in a stern voice, congratulations on passing the entrance exam to Azure Dragon Academy, but I want to remind you all of one thing. It doesn't matter if you come from a prestigious lineage or a poor background. Here at Azure Dragon Academy, you must all follow my rules, especially the 8th rule. The students below looked bewildered upon hearing about the 8th rule. Have you ever heard of the 8th rule, especially that one? What's up? Which one is that? Realizing that none of the students knew, Nu Yen explained the rule in detail. The 8th rule is that if there is a conflict between students regardless of who is right or wrong, it must be settled through a duel in the arena. The loser must apologize to the winner. After hearing this rule, Tinvu's expression also grew serious. Just by listening, he understood the intention behind its creation. The 8th rule may seem unreasonable, but in reality it prevents the children of the rich from abusing their power and bullying the weak, allowing commoner students to seek justice through their own strength. 2 hours later, a shocked curse rang out in the classroom. Holy shit. Xin Hu pointed at Tin Vu with an incredulous expression. You're Tin Vu, I can't believe I ended up in the same class as you. The monster whose spiritual energy value is almost as high as Senior Deep Ngung Swang. Just then, Kai Nian entered the classroom and cut him off. Sit down, class is beginning. In his presence, the students gradually settled into their seats. Xin Hu also walked over to a desk in the row to the right of him and sat down. He looked at him dependently. Brother Tu, from now on, this little brother will follow you. Hearing the whispering below, he coughed. Once shut your mouths for me, I am Tran Kai Nian. Class, from now on, I Tran Kai Nien will be your homeroom teacher. I hope you can all succeed in your studies at Azure Dragon Academy. Everyone turn to the first chapter of the Illustrated Guide to Tamed Beasts. The strength of a tamed beast is determined by two main aspects. One is the rank and stage of the beast. The currently known ranks from lowest to highest include initial body, mature body, complete body, and transcendent body. Beast King body. Two is the quality of the beast's bloodline. The currently recorded bloodlines from worst to best include a beast with a higher quality bloodline will have a suppressive effect on beasts of lower standing. Furthermore, beast attributes also give rise to countering and suppression phenomena. For example, the common counter relationship for the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes is wood counters. Earth, earth counters, water, water counters, fire, fire counters, metal, and metal counters wood. Above these 5 basic attribute types, there are also other variant attributes, such as the sand attribute and the lightning attribute. The others are also listed out one by one. The class proceeded smoothly, just like that, as time passed. The light of the setting sun outside shone upon the classroom's blackboard. In the quietness of the classroom, Tin Vu was sleeping so soundly he was drooling. Kai Nien, standing on the podium, could no longer stand it and threw a piece of chalk at his head. "Tu Tin Vu, get on your feet for me now." "Quite the guts you have daring to sleep in my class. Tell me, where does the weakness of the heavenly demon skink lie? If you can't answer, then pack your things and get out of my sight." His angry voice echoed through the classroom. "Where is the weakness of the heavenly demon skink? If you can't answer, don't bother coming tomorrow." Everyone thought Tin Vu, who was sleeping like a log, wouldn't be able to answer, but after less than a second of thought, he gave the answer. "The poison sac is under its belly." Seeing he could answer, Kai Nien posed a second question. "Then tell me, where do giant water alligator beasts usually live?" Tin Vu answered instantly without a thought. "The Falling Mist Lake region in the southern Dragon Nation and the Cold Pond waterfall beneath the Kunlun Ice River." Impressive. He thought in disbelief. Let's test him again. This time he asked an even harder question. "If you encounter a blazing, sky-devouring demon fox in the wild, how should you react?" Tin Vu answered with utmost confidence. "I'd put my ID card in my mouth, then find a shady spot and lie down." This confused Kai Nien. Why? The entire class was also stunned by his answer. Seeing their bewildered faces, he calmly explained the reason. "Because the blazing, sky-devouring demon fox is a king-level magic beast of the mutated species rank. Only a 6-star or higher beast tamer has any chance of fighting one. If novice beast tamers like us encounter it in the wild, death is the only outcome. That's why I'd hold my ID card in my mouth so my family can easily identify my body. Finding a shady spot to lie down in would prevent the corpse from starting to stink." After hearing his explanation, Kai Nien lowered his head and said in a gruff voice, "That answer gets full marks. Tu Tin Vu, the questions I asked are all from later chapters. How did you know?" Tin Vu immediately held up 3 books and answered nonchalantly, "Because I've already finished studying everything else." Upon hearing that, all the students stared at him as if he were a 3-headed monster. How are we supposed to compete with this? What kind of monstrous genius is he? He was silent for a moment, then told the students to remain in class. "Everyone study on your own for now. Tu Tin Vu, come outside with me." Tin Vu followed Kai Nien outside, and fearing punishment, he quickly apologized. "Teacher Tran, I'm sorry, I promise I won't doze off in class again." Kai Nien cut him off. "It's not about that." The teacher gently stroked his chin, his eyes assessing Tin Vu. "You've learned the entire semester's theory in less than half a class." Tin Vu scratched his head humbly. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Teacher Tran." Hearing this, he recalled the image of him sleeping in class and felt the urge to smack him. "You little brat, stop with the flattery. If you've already finished all the theory, then go and study more advanced material. This is a library card for the Azure Dragon Academy. With this card, you can enter and leave the Azure Dragon Library anytime you want, and you also get the privilege of borrowing books for free. Go on now. There's nothing left for me to teach you." The Azure Dragon Academy Library. Tin Vu held a book he had found in the library. He sat down by a wooden bookshelf and began to read intently, one book after another. Not only that, but he also sought out advanced books to further his studies. The normally quiet library was disrupted by the noisy entrance of Vuong Diem and his cronies. "Today I'm taking over this entire place. Vuong Diem, son of Vice Principal Vuong Dong Thang." His lackey, emboldened by his master's influence, began aggressively shooing away all the male students. "All you male students, get the hell out of here." Vuong Diem, on the other hand, turned into a total lech, telling the female students to stay. "Ladies, you can stay. Come read with us." 3 female students who couldn't escape in time cowered in fear upon seeing him. "Young Master Vuong, please let us go." Tin Vu, annoyed at having his reading disturbed, spoke up. It's so damn loud. He threw the book he was reading straight at Vuong Diem's head. Clutching his throbbing head, he growled, "Who did that?" The lackey quickly pointed at Tin Vu and snitched. Young Master Vuong it was, that insolent kid over there. Seeing him, Tin Vu cursed without holding back, bullying female students. Have you no shame? His arrogant attitude was an eyesore to Vuong Diem. Hey, who the hell are you trying to play hero? One of the female students he was protecting kindly warned him. You should get out of here. He's the son of Vice Principal Vuong Dongthang. We can't afford to mess with him. Hearing this, Tin Vu just gave him a calm look. So your father is the vice principal. No wonder you're so arrogant. Thinking Tin Vu was now afraid, he said smugly. It's good that you know. He gave him a thumbs down, demanding that he kneel and apologize. If you know what's good for you, get on your knees and apologize to me. As if our protagonist would ever kneel. He lifted his leg and kicked him right in the family jewels. In your dreams. That kick sent his jewels right up to his throat. Kicked in such a vital spot, Vuong Diem's face turned ashen. His cronies watched him writhing on the ground, unsure of what to do, and could only offer weak encouragement. Young Master Vuong, are you all right? He tremblingly pointed a finger, trying to talk tough through the pain. How ridiculous! Don't you know who I am? You dare to provoke me? This young master will make sure you never walk out of this library. Clutching his groin, he threatened through gritted teeth. Today I'll show you who really runs this Azure Dragon Academy. Just then, Nu Yen appeared. His arrogant rant had reached the principal's ears. The principal's voice dripped with mockery. Such arrogant words. I had no idea that you were the one in charge of the Azure Dragon Academy. Vuong Diem frowned as he saw Nu Yen approach, his eyes filled with caution. How did Principal To find out so quickly? The principal's face darkened, her gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on him. Vuong Diem, I am aware of the entire incident. Since you two have a conflict, it will be handled according to rule number 8. When conflicts arise between students, regardless of right or wrong, they are to be settled by a duel in the arena. The loser must apologize to the winner. The Arena Plaza. Hearing that Tiu Tin Vu was going to duel Vuong Diem in the arena, Hu Xin started rallying everyone. Let's go, let's go. Tiu Tin Vu and Vuong Diem are fighting in the arena, let's go watch. A student overheard and was shocked. But doesn't Vuong Diem's beast, the leopard, have a legendary grade bloodline? He looked down at Tin Vu's imposing figure and asked doubtfully, Can Tiu Tin Vu even win? Hu Xin, hearing someone doubt his big bro's strength, shot back. Nonsense, my brother Tiu is invincible. From the stands, Kai Nian watched Tin Vu with a tense expression. Tiu Tin Vu, don't let me down. The referee came down, instructed both sides to shake hands, and then announced loudly, Prepare for the match. Will both contestants please enter the arena? Vuong Diem glared at Tin Vu with hatred, killing intent, flashing in his eyes. Tiu Tin Vu, I'll make you regret ever crossing me. Seeing right through him, Tin Vu said mockingly. Is that so? In that case, I'll be waiting for your apology. He gritted his teeth in anger, staring at him. You! With all the students watching, the referee's voice echoed across the arena. The match officially begins. Vuong Diem crouched down and placed a hand on the ground. Instantly, a beast-summoning formation appeared. Ice Flame come forth. The moment he finished speaking, Ice Flame appeared. At that moment, the corner of Tin Vu's eye began to bleed again. His pupils became bloodshot as he stared intently at Vuong Diem's Ice Flame. Instantly, a panel with the full details of Vuong Diem's beast appeared. Name 6-clawed sky-rending leopard. Rank initial stage level 1. Bloodline legendary. Attributes Ice Wind dual type. Talent Mystic Ice Freeze. All attacks deal a certain amount of freezing damage, reducing the enemy's movement and attack speed by 30%. Skill Frigid Sky Break. After locking onto a target, it explodes instantly with the resulting ice shards, creating a large area of effect attack. Loyalty 72. After a quick scan, Tin Vu's face filled with shock and disbelief. It's a dual attribute beast. Without another thought, he clenched his fist and summoned his own beast. It's time to take the stage. Blackwind. Sitting in the stands, Hu Xin couldn't help but curse when he saw Blackwind. Damn, Brother Tiu's beast is so cool. The friend next to him also remarked, In terms of looks alone, the 6-clawed sky-rending leopard is completely outmatched. The VIP viewing room. Nu Yen stared intently at Blackwind through a crystal orb. Tiu Tin Vu's beast. Why have I never seen one like it before? It's like an evolved form of a Gale Dog. But the Gale Dog has always been known as a useless beast with no evolutionary path. How did Tiu Tin Vu manage it? Seeing that Blackwind looked cooler than his Ice Flame, Vuong Diem's eyes turned green with envy. All for show. Watch me crush you. Ice Flame, Icy Rendclaw. Tin Vu didn't just stand there, he commanded his beast. Black Wind used zigzag movements. Following his master's command, Black Wind moved in a zigzag pattern, perfectly dodging every one of Ice Flame's attacks. Its speed was incredibly fast. But Ice Flame was no slouch either. As Black Wind dashed past, it was already on high alert. Then it seized the opportunity to raise its claw and slash it across the back. After Ice Flame slashed, 3 sharp shards of ice could be seen embedded in Black Wind's back. Its body began to tremble from the pain. As the battle intensified, Kainian began to analyze the situation. Tiu Tinvu's Hellgale Wolf is a Windfire dual-type beast, while the 6-clawed Sky-Rending Leopard is an Ice-Wind dual-type. So an elemental disadvantage is truly unavoidable after all. Seeing Black Wind dodge Ice Flame's attack once again, Wang Yan lost his patience. Xiao Jingyu, this young master will cripple your beast Ice Flame attack. Heavenly Frost Shatter. Under Ice Flame's Heavenly Frost Shatter, Black Wind was frozen solid. White mist emanated from the ice that was freezing Black Wind. Black Wind was completely encased in the cold, hard ice. Seeing this, Wang Yan laughed loudly with delight and satisfaction. Xiao Jingyu, soon enough your beast will freeze to death inside. The battle seemingly reaching this conclusion made Ru Yan frown deeply. Kainian's group, who were watching the match, all had the same question: what will you do, Xiao Jingyu? But facing this, he wasn't worried or panicked at all, merely replying nonchalantly, is that so? Black Wind Dark Night Stealth. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice encasing Black Wind began to melt away. When everyone saw it was no longer in the block of ice, they exclaimed in shock it disappeared. Both Kainian and Ru Yan, upon seeing this, spoke at the same time. A shadow attribute. Does the Hellwind Wolf have a third attribute? Not seeing it, Wang Yan looked around. He didn't notice a strange formation appearing beneath his feet. Weird, where did it go? So it turned into a shadow. No wonder the ice couldn't freeze Black Wind. And just as he let his guard down, Black Wind appeared behind him. Sensing danger, he glanced behind him. In that hair-raising moment, the agile Ice Flame protected him. After scaring him half to death, Jingyu called Black Wind back and snorted coldly. Let me show you how formidable we are. Black Wind Claw of Silence. The moment he spoke, Black Wind instantly turned into a shadow moving beneath the ground, then erupted violently. Seeing Ice Flame being beaten without being able to fight back, Wang Yan was both angry and panicked. Ice Flame, counterattack, you idiot. I told you to fight back. Claw of Silence is a shadow attribute skill. After hitting an opponent, it creates a silence effect that lasts for 3 seconds. Seeing it had no strength left to fight, Jingyu didn't drag it out and signaled to Black Wind, let's end this battle. Black Wind Hell's Roar. A powerful blast of energy immediately shot out from Black Wind's mouth, striking Ice Flame directly in the stomach. It was knocked far away by Black Wind's power, its body slamming hard onto the ground. The referee, seeing that Ice Flame was defeated, walked over, took Jingyu's hand, raised it high, and declared the winner. Seeing him win, the students all stood up and cheered his name, Xiao Jingyu. Wang Yan still couldn't believe he had lost. No, this can't be. Jingyu walked over, you lost? Ru Yan also appeared to remind him of the rules according to the school's rules. It's time to apologize. Let's end this farce. His face clearly showed his unwillingness. But under Ru Yan's pressure, he knelt down and apologized to Jingyu. Xiao Jingyu, I'm sorry. Ru Yan gave his astonishing combat power the highest praise. Xiao Jingyu, you performed very well in this competition. You are the second student to make me see you in a new light. Meanwhile, Wang Yan's hatred for him grew even deeper. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. Xiao Jingyu, just you wait. I will make you pay. Ru Yan's eyes were filled with praise and anticipation. I'm greatly looking forward to your performance in the freshman ranking competition in 3 days. The headmaster's praise made Jingyu blush with embarrassment. He scratched his head, not daring to look her in the eye, yet he couldn't help but ask, thank you for the praise, headmaster, but who was the first person you had to see in a new light? Ru Yan answered seriously, the genius girl whose spiritual power value broke through 10,000 Yening Shuang. Recalling having heard this name before, he frowned slightly. It's her again. I heard about her during the entrance exam. The academy has countless talented people, but someone as outstanding as Jingyu is still rare to show her appreciation and support. The headmaster offered a reward. You are also very talented. Take this spatial ring. This is the prize for winning this competition. Looking at the reward in the headmaster's hand, Jingyu's jaw dropped in amazement. A spatial ring that can store anything. Detailed information about the ring appeared before his eyes. Spatial ring, a type of storage equipment created with high-tech engineering. It can store food and supplements related to beasts that a beast tamer needs to carry regularly, and the magic beast cores obtained on the battlefield extremely convenient to carry. After reading about its function, Jingyu immediately accepted it. A second's delay would be an insult to the ring. In that case, it would be rude to refuse. Thank you, Headmaster. Azure Dragon Academy grounds thinking of Ruo Shui. He grew anxious. She must be waiting impatiently at home. I have to go home quickly. Jingyu strode towards the school gate. But just as he was about to leave the school, an inattentive Shimeng bumped right into him. Seeing the little girl dazed from the collision, he asked worriedly, "Little girl, are you okay?" No, Shimeng held her head and said softly, "I'm okay." He knelt on one knee, gently patting the little girl's head, and reminded her little girl, "Be careful next time, hurry home now." But suddenly Shimeng hugged him tightly and begged him to take her in. "Big brother, I have nowhere to go, please take me in." Jingyu looked at the little girl in shock, 3 huge question marks appearing above his head. Family apartment, Ruo Shui's angry voice echoed from inside the apartment building. "It's only your first day since moving to Longyan City. Jingyu, how dare you trick a child to sell her?" With a lump on his head from being knocked, Jingyu cried out in grievance. "That's not it, sis. Let me explain, please, let me explain." But Ruo Shui, in her anger, wouldn't listen to his absurd explanation. "Explain what's there to explain. Isn't the girl right here?" A while later. Finally, Jingyu got to explain everything, sis. That's what happened because Shimeng has a phobia of magic beasts. She can't become a beast tamer, and she was bullied by her family, so she ran away from home. I brought her back to help her overcome her phobia of magic beasts. Shimeng, afraid that Ruo Shui would kick her out, burst into tears and pleaded, "That's right, big sister Ruo Shui, can you please take me in? I don't want to go home," moved by the little girl's cuteness. She softened and agreed, "All right, then you can stay." Hugging the little girl, she seemed to remember something, but Jingyu, you must remember this. When looking for a woman, you must never choose someone from the Yi family. Azure Dragon Academy. Jingyu recalled her words, completely puzzled. Don't look for the Ye family. Why would she suddenly say that? Just then, Sheng Yu appeared, interrupting his thoughts. "What are you thinking about, Brother Xiao? What's this about not looking for the Yi family teacher?" Chen said, "We have to determine our battlefield positions. This class, tell me what are battlefield positions." His voice snapped him out of it. He looked at him apologetically and replied, "Sorry, I was distracted just now. You were talking about battlefield positions on the battlefield, beast tamers. Focus on teamwork with different roles and different positions." The marksman position beast tamer possesses long-range attack skills capable of constantly wearing down enemies from a distance. The mage position beast tamer is skilled in large area control and can inflict significant damage in team fights. The tank position beast tamer possesses defensive and healing abilities, serving as a shield in team fights to protect teammates. The assassin position beast tamer possesses strong reaping and mobility capabilities, responsible for finishing fights and securing bloody kills. The support position beast tamer has amplification skills, providing buff effects for the team. After his detailed explanation, Sheng Yu finally understood. "So that's how it is, Brother Xiao. Which position do you think my storm butterfly is suited for?" Kai Nian, annoyed by his chatter, reminded him, "Wu Sheng, you know private conversations during class." He scratched his head lightly and obediently replied, "Yes, Teacher Chen." In his class, Kai Nian was a very strict teacher. He looked at each student present and began to assign positions now according to your student ID numbers. Summon your beasts one by one and participate in the tests, which will determine your battlefield positions. Song Hu, battlefield position tank. Song Hu, your beast defense is very strong. Your position is tank. Wu Sheng Yu, battlefield position. Mage Wu Sheng Yu, storm butterfly, excels at area of effect water-type attacks. Your position is mage. Next up, Xiao Jingyu. First assessment attack power test. Xiao Jingyu, are you ready? He looked at him confidently. Let's begin. At his call, Blackwind was also summoned. He stood beside it and ordered it to attack Blackwind Hell's Roar. Critical hit effect. A 3-fold critical strike has been activated. Then on the screen, the number jumped continuously before gradually stopping at 6,371. Seeing such a heaven-defying number, the students cried out in shock. "Holy crap, a triple critical hit. I can't even land a 1.5 times critical hit." This astonishingly high number also made Kai Nian pause. He frowned deeply and thought to himself, normally the finishing move's attack value for an initial form spirit beast is between 500 and 1,500. I never expected the Hellwind Wolf could land a critical hit of more than 3 times 2,000. Seeing that the attack power test was over, he asked Teacher Chen, "The attack power test is done. I should be suitable for the assassin position, right? I won't do the rest." But his next words immediately cut him off. Continue. Kai Nian wanted to see the extent of his abilities. "Xiao Jingyu, let me see where the limit of your potential lies." Range test. Jingyu ordered it to attack Heifeng Hellfire, watching Heifeng shoot out long-range energy. Yu Sheng couldn't help but curse, "Damn, this range must be at least 800 meters right. Maybe Brother Xiao should be a marksman." Defense test. It could even withstand the attack of Teacher Chen's transcendent form. Spirit Beast. The Ice Armor Battle Turtle Brother Xiao is too awesome. Control test, Jingyu ordered He Feng to tightly bind the row of trees in front hellish entanglement. Seeing this, Yu Sheng was shocked, stiff. Brother Xiao, maybe you should switch to being a mage. Amplification test Kai Nian looked at He Feng's amplification level on the iPad and read the analysis aloud based on the simulated data test analysis. Any spirit beast within 10 meters of the Hellwind Wolf will have its will to fight increased by 30%, its attack power increased by 10%, and its movement speed increased by 10%. At this moment, Yu Sheng asked the question that everyone present wanted to ask Teacher Chen: what exactly is Yao Jingyu's battlefield position? He can be in any position, it's too hard to choose. He's so good, I'm speechless. Facing his question, a dangerous expression appeared on Kai Nian's face. Students, actually, besides these 5 positions, there is still one special position that is especially suitable for Xiao Jingyu, and that is... Sheng Yu asked with great surprise and curiosity Teacher Kai Nian what is an all-rounder. Kai Nian raised an eyebrow and explained with a serious expression, if a Beastmaster's tamed beasts excel in all positions, then that Beastmaster will receive the title of all-rounder. Clearly, Xiao Xingyu is the only all-rounder in our class. The main character was visibly pleased to hear that, while the other students were somewhat envious. Sheng Yu spoke up with great admiration. Brother Xiao, how are you so talented? The students behind him chimed in. That's right, that's right. Sheng Yu blushed deeply and replied with an awkward smile, no, not at all. Kai Nian didn't forget to encourage the students, but don't celebrate too early. Although all-rounders are rare, they are not non-existent. We don't have the data for this year's freshmen yet. For now, we only know that Xiao Xingyu from our class is an all-rounder, but the 2 omnipotent second-year students are named Diep Suangngung and Han Tianquan. The omnipotents of Year 3 include Mu Dongtan Duong and Li Hian Thua. So students, you must continue to work hard. After class, as Xingyu was strolling down the street, he eagerly looked forward to the upcoming competition. Class is over, I'll buy some supplements for my beast to prepare for the freshman ranking competition. He was blocked by a group of delinquents and their leader growled, "Kid, where do you think you're going?" He could tell they had bad intentions, so he frowned and asked immediately, "Who are you guys?" The guys blocking his way had scowling faces like they were here to collect a debt. The leader sneered and said, "You don't even know our Black Tiger Guild. You're really asking for a beating." Wang Yan pointed arrogantly and ordered President Lei, "Why waste your breath on him? Cripple one of his legs for me, and let's see if he can still be arrogant." Then President Lei obsequiously agreed, "Yes, yes, 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 young Master Wang." The man muttered menacingly, "You dared to mess with young Master Wang? Just consider yourself unlucky." Xing Yu mumbled President Lei, "You are all 3-star and 4-star Beastmasters. Isn't bullying a 1-star Beastmaster like me going a bit too far?" Wang Yan shouted, "This young master is indeed using his power to bully you, so what if it's too much? What can you do about it?" President Lei activated his spiritual power and said with a placating smile, "Young Master Wang, don't be hasty, I'll take care of him right now." With that, he shouted and summoned his beast, Thunder Tiger. Immediately, a huge tiger with long white eyebrows appeared. He ordered attack. It immediately lunged forward, its body crackling with high-voltage electricity. Xing Yu also summoned his pet, He Feng, which pounced on the Thunder Tiger. It opened its jaws and bit precisely onto the back of the tiger's neck. It then clamped down and threw the Thunder Tiger onto its back. President Lei did not expect this and thought nervously, "Young Master Wang never told me this kid's beast was so powerful. It's just an adult-stage beast. How can it be a match for my transcendent body, Thunder Tiger?" The 2 beasts clashed in a blur of motion, and it was clear the Thunder Tiger was at a disadvantage. President Lei put on a menacing look. "Let's see how tough a 1-star brat like you is. Or how tough my Black Tiger Guild with its 3- and 4-star members is," he shamelessly declared, preparing to gang up. The pack of tigers with long white eyebrows lined up, growling at He Feng. Fortunately, at that critical moment, help arrived unexpectedly. "Then let me see just how tough your Black Tiger Guild is. Or if my Azure Sky Guild is a cut above." Xing Yu, who was tense and on guard, saw that reinforcements had arrived. He immediately brightened up and called out joyfully, "Sister Qin." The tables turned instantly. The Black Tiger Guild members all cowered. "President, we're done for. We're surrounded by the Azure Sky Guild." President Lei trembled involuntarily at the name. The Azure Sky Guild is the 2nd-ranked Beastmaster Guild in Longyan City. Even the top-ranked Jufeng Guild wouldn't dare to rashly clash with them. Without hesitation, he immediately bowed subserviently and smiled placatingly. "Miss Qin, what wind blows you here today?" Yanran casually slung an arm around the main character's shoulders and said in a deep voice, "If I hadn't been passing by, who knows what President Lei was planning to do to my dear little brother." President Lei was extremely flustered. "Aren't you President Qin's only child? Since when did you have a brother?" Yanran's face darkened as she frowned and emphasized, "He, Xiao Xingyu, is the adopted brother that I, Qin Yanran, have acknowledged." If anyone bullies him, they are making an enemy of me, Qin Yanran. The more President Lei listened, the worse he felt, and she continued, and making an enemy of my Azure Sky Guild. How could he dare cause more trouble? He forced a fawning smile and said, Miss Qin, this is all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Then he immediately pointed to make his stance clear. It was him this kid hired us to cause trouble for your brother. Wang Yan was now trembling like a leaf and stammered, Miss Qin, I didn't mean to go against Xiao Xingyu, Yanran narrowed her eyes and said meaningfully, President Lei, you know what to do. President Lei hastily replied, yes, yes. He turned and ordered, you dare bully young Master Xiao brothers, teach him a lesson. Wang Yan covered his head and screamed, I hired you. Why are you doing this to me? I hired you. Why are you treating me like this? A while later, they arrived at the Azure Sky Guild, where Yanran immediately asked little Yu, how did you run into those guys? Xingyu felt very wronged. I just went out to buy nutritional supplements for my beast who knew I'd be so unlucky. Hearing this, she generously offered nutritional supplements for beasts. Come to me for that, my Azure Sky Guild produces those. From now on, if you need nutritional supplements, just let me know, I'll give them to you for free. He was stunned, his eyes widening in admiration. I never expected Sister Qin to be so generous, and she's the only daughter of the Azure Sky Guild's president. After saying that, Yanran gave him a tour. This is the Azure Sky Guild's training base, equipped with the most advanced machines and tools which can help beasts learn combat skills more efficiently. This area is the recreation zone. Beasts can rest here after missions. There are many activities like golf and saunas, and this is the conference room on the top floor of the building, where we hold meetings for important missions to plan specific strategies. And over here is our medical area. It has advanced medical equipment and is fully stocked with medicinal ingredients. But most importantly, our beast doctors here are all highly skilled and can provide the most advanced services for injured beasts. Hearing this, he suddenly had an idea, a beast doctor. Xingyu suddenly grabbed her shoulders and asked, Sister Qin, can I join the Azure Sky Guild and become one of your beast doctors? She looked troubled, that might be. Before Yanran could finish, someone interrupted, impossible. Never mind who you are or why you're here. With your age and experience, you want to be a beast doctor for our guild. That joke isn't funny at all, said Lu Yue, the vice president of the Azure Sky Guild. Yanran stepped forward and confidently introduced him. Auntie, he's the one who helped me subdue the giant three-eyed ape on the ship I told you about. He is also my adopted brother. Before Liu Yue could comment, a guild member rushed in shouting, Vice President Liu, several severely injured beasts have suddenly been brought to the medical room. We don't have enough people, what should we do? She reassured the member while replying to her niece. Don't panic, you. Mobilize people from other branches. Yanran hurried to the other guilds and asked for reinforcements. The guild member hastily explained, There's no time, Vice President. Those beasts are bleeding heavily. They're not going to make it. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingyu immediately volunteered. Let me do it. Vice President Liu, time is of the essence. In another part of the Azure Sky Guild, a doctor rushing a gurney shouted instructions. The azure-eyed fierce mastiff on operating table number 3 is hemorrhaging. Go get the reserve blood bags quickly. The beast's owner frantically shouted for people to clear a path. Move aside, move aside. The brown dog-like beast with ox horns lay weakly and motionless. The owner of the beast cried out desperately, Doctor, please save my beast. Doctors swarmed over trying to treat it. It's lost too much blood. Stop the bleeding. First, the hemostatic clamp isn't working. Prepare the medicine. It's still not working. We can't stop the bleeding. Conventional methods to stop the bleeding are not working. Jingyu narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the beast. The system screen displayed a precise assessment. Name Azure-eyed. Fierce Mastiff rank. Transcendent. Body level 3. Loyalty 92. Bloodline elite. Vital signs puncture wound caused by the Demon King, body demonic beast, poison needle wasp. King, large wound surface accompanied by green mucus preventing tissue regeneration. The wound cannot close. At that moment, the doctors were discussing the wound. It was caused by a poison needle wasp king. This shimmering green mucus is its special toxin, which prevents the wound from healing. Hearing this, Xingyu immediately spoke up. I have a way to stop your beast bleeding, but I don't know if you'll trust me. The beast's owner heard this and replied immediately, at a time like this, I have to trust you, even if I don't want to. Please stop my beast bleeding, I'm begging you. Upon receiving the answer, Tinvu immediately read out the potion recipe, 1 heavenly spirit grass and a purple zinnia flower crushed to make 20 grams of preparatory medicine, then add 1 extraordinary poison attribute magic beast crystal core and boil for 5 minutes. The doctors all hesitated after hearing this. The medicinal ingredients he mentioned were all highly toxic to varying degrees. Wouldn't that be like rubbing salt on the tamed beast's wound? Tin Vu didn't explain, he just said with a grim face, apply the medicine as I instructed immediately. Otherwise, if you miss the best window of opportunity, this azure-eyed mastiff will surely die. Hearing this, the mastiff's owner urged them, don't just stand there, hurry up and prepare the medicine. The doctors rushed off immediately. 5 minutes later, a doctor returned with the finished product. The medicine is here. Tin Vu put on medical gloves. With a tense expression, he carefully dabbed a small amount of the medicinal liquid. Then he slowly rubbed a thin layer of the medicine around the edge of the wound. As soon as the medicine was applied, green smoke rose and the mastiff roared in pain. The wound began to close at an incredible speed. The mastiff's owner exclaimed, "The bleeding has stopped! The bleeding has stopped!" He hugged the mastiff and cried with joy. "Mao Chu, we saved your life. This is great." Tin Vu turned to Liu Nguye and asked Vice President Liu, "I wonder if my performance was to your satisfaction." She was more than impressed. She smiled warmly and replied with praise, "Your performance truly exceeded my imagination. I was presumptuous before now. Please allow me to formally invite you to join the Azure Sky Guild and take on the position of our special pharmacist." Tin Vu didn't play hard to get. He shook her hand and said with a smile, "I'd be delighted." After he got home and explained everything, Nuoc Tuyet asked, half shocked and half serious, "You're saying you came home late because you signed a special pharmacist contract with the Azure Sky Guild?" He didn't understand why his sister was pouting and said in a weak voice, "Yes, sis." Nuoc Tuyet turned away and said sulkily, "I see you have an adoptive sister now and have forgotten about your real one." He quickly said, "How could that be, sis? That's not true at all." The man asked innocently, "Brother Vu, what's a special pharmacist? Is it something you can eat?" Tin Vu smiled gently and replied, of course, by becoming the special pharmacist for the Azure Sky Guild. "I'll earn a salary. This weekend, I can treat everyone to a feast." Hearing about food, the man cheered happily. Okay, okay. Meanwhile, in Vuong Diem's room, having been defeated several times, his hatred for him grew. He roared loudly, "Chu Tin Vu, this young master will not let you off." His father came to visit and scolded him, "You useless good-for-nothing." Hearing his voice, he started crying and whining, "Dad, you have to stand up for me." Dong Thang looked at his unimpressive son and said coldly, "You are the son of Vuong Dong Thang, yet you lost a duel to some clown from a small city. You've not only disgraced yourself, but also the entire Vuong family." The more Vuong Diem listened, the more he cried and whimpered, "Dad, please stop scolding me. I don't know where that Chu Tin Vu got a contract with a 3-attribute tamed beast. Besides, he has the Azure Sky Guild backing him. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to regain my honor." Dong Thang sat beside his son and said calmly, "The Azure Sky Guild, indeed, our Vuong family cannot afford to provoke them. But if Tu Tin Vu were to meet an unfortunate end during the Yinnan mountain trial, killed by a magic beast, then it would have nothing to do with us, would it?" On the morning of the trial at the Yinnan mountain range, Dong Thang, on behalf of the judges, announced the rules. Today is the day for the new students to participate in the Yinnan mountain trial. This trial will be live-streamed online and broadcast across all social media. The bracelets you are wearing can monitor the number of magic beasts you hunt, and the battle scenes hunting from 1 to 10 magic beasts will earn a C grade, hunting from 11 to 30. Magic beasts will earn a B grade, hunting from 31 to 50. Magic beast will earn an A grade, hunting from 51 to 80. Magic beast will earn an S grade, and hunting 80 or more magic beasts will earn an S+ grade. Nu Yen suddenly interrupted with a request. Vice Dean Vuong, before the trial begins, please announce the all-rounders among this batch of new students. A gossiping student whispered, "I heard the top student in last year's Yinnan mountain trial was Diep Ngung Suong." At the dean's request, Dong Thang announced through the placement assessment there are a total of 3 all-rounders among this batch of new students. Mok Dung Duong Sok from Class 1, Mok Dung Duong Sok, the son of the Mok Dung family. Mok Dung Ham Ham from Class 1, damn Class 1 has 2 all-rounders. Mok Dung Ham Ham, the daughter of the Mok Dung family. Tu Tin Vu from Class 3. The main character thoughtfully mumbled to himself, the Mok Dung family. The Dragon Kingdom has 4 great beast tamer families, the Diep Li Mok Dung and Thuong Quan families. Could it be that Mok Dung family, the Diep family, the Mok Dung family, the Li family, the Thuong Quan family? Than Duong Academy's broadcasting station. After everyone was seated, the MC took the mic and spoke hello to everyone watching the live stream. I am the MC for this trial, Duong Huck. Nu Yen seemed excited and asked Vice Dean Vuong, how many magic beasts do you think Tu Tin Vu will hunt? Dong Thang, filled with resentment, gave a careless assessment. I guess 50 would already be overestimating him. He was immediately refuted by a teacher named Kai Nien. No way with this kid's talent he'll hunt at least 80 magic beasts. Nu Yen, with a hint of excitement, refuted them both. What if you're both wrong? I think he will break Diep Ngung Suong's record. I'm waiting for him to create a miracle. At this moment, the students who had been waiting for a long time finally heard the MC's voice. Now the students have entered the field in order the trial officially begins. In less than half an hour, Van Lam from Class 3 successfully killed a short-tailed bear, bringing his total number of hunted magic beasts past the 10 mark. Congratulations to Ton Thien Hao from Class 5. The number of magic beasts he has hunted has surpassed 20. It's unbelievable. The trial has only been going on for a short hour, and Mok Dung Duong Sok from Class 1 has already hunted 43 magic beasts. The audience couldn't stop praising as expected of the chosen one from the Mok Dung family. Young Master Mok Dung is the best. I want to marry him. Holy crap, is the Mok Dung family really that amazing? Duong Huk grew more excited as he spoke. Mok Dung Duong Sok's white-rumped vulture lion is truly worthy of being the only supernatural-type tamed beast in this trial. Its spatial penetration ability not only closes the distance with magic beasts instantly, but any attack it launches can also cause a piercing effect. Although the silver liao snake is a tamed beast with very strong regenerative abilities, it was completely suppressed by the white-rumped vulture lion's power. Its tragic end was too gruesome to watch. Duong Sok ordered his vulture lion, "Little White, don't torture it. Just take out its magic beast crystal core." The scores of the three all-rounders were neck and neck, 50-49-48. The camera cut to a cliff. The MC continued with a powerful voice. After watching Mok Dung Duong Sok's performance, let's now turn to Mok Dung Ham Ham. Mok Dung Ham Ham's tamed beast is a bone-winged bat beast with a legendary quality bloodline. It is also the only undead-type tamed beast in this trial. The bloodthirsty berserker lion is a Stage 2 initial form tamed beast possessing an epic bloodline. Its physical attacks carry a level 5 critical hit effect. Its power is immense, but having encountered the bone-winged bat beast today will be the day it dies. If Mok Dung Ham Ham successfully kills the bloodthirsty berserker lion, her total number of hunted magic beasts will reach 51. Viewers chanted their support. Brave Miss Mok Dung, fly high. Ham Ham's fans will always be by your side. This talent is even stronger than her brother Mok Dung Duong Sok's. Duong Sok looked at the rankings again and said nonchalantly, "It seems my little sister might take first place in this trial, 50-49-48. Then his eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Someone just overtook my sister from behind." 1 minute ago, when the bone-winged bat beast and the bloodthirsty berserker lion were locked in a stalemate, the bone-winged bat beast fired a laser beam at the bloodthirsty berserker lion. Ham Ham smiled faintly with satisfaction, thinking it was a sure kill, another one down. But then she heard the male lead shout, "Hak Fong, kill it." Looking back, she saw it knock the lion's head off. Ham Ham exclaimed in shock, "He stole my kill." Yinnan Mountain. Tin Vu grinned at her classmate Mok Dung. "Thanks for gifting this one to me." Although Ham Ham was internally cursing him out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the outside, she just glared at him with a dark expression. The rankings changed again, causing the MC to comment with great excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, a dramatic scene has just unfolded. This young man is truly cunning. Mok Dung. Ham Ham was on guard day and night, but she couldn't guard against this rogue Tiu Tin Vu. Tiu Tin Vu stole Mok Dung Ham Ham's prey and shot up to first place. The situation changed. A three-eyed demon ant charged out from nowhere. Ladies and gentlemen, even through the broadcast screen, I can feel the desire to win between these two. At whose hands will the three-eyed demon ant finally fall?" Tin Vu shouted, "Hak Fong, hellish entanglement." It opened its maw and spewed fire. Duong Huk continued his high-pitched commentary. Tiu Tin Vu takes the initiative. The three-eyed demon ant's shell is notoriously thick and hard. But the hellfire of the hellish gale wolf ignores armor, dealing direct damage to the enemy. Seeing that it wasn't dead yet, he gave another command, "Hak Fong, reap." Hell's roar, Hak Fong roared and unleashed another blast. But the situation changed again. The MC continued. Mok Dung Ham Ham has made her move. The bone-winged sea bat beast unleashed a sound wave, interrupting the Hellgale Wolf's final attack. Immediately after, the Windbone Spirit Icefire successfully killed the three-eyed demonic ant. The three-eyed ant perished, leaving behind a beautiful blood-colored crystal. Han Han bent down and picked up that crystal, and looked at Tin Vu with a gaze that was half provocative and half cold. Tin Vu remarked, "Miss Morong, I didn't expect you to hold such a grudge." The top two positions are now tied. The situation is extremely dramatic. The MC was as happy as could be, his voice growing more excited. "Ladies and gentlemen, things have just gotten much more interesting. As of now, the scores of Xiao Tin Vu and Murong Han Han are tied with no clear first place, 51-51-49. With less than an hour until the end of the trial, who can hold on to the number 1 spot? Let's wait and see." A moment later, he and his little husky were ambushing a porcupine. "Black Wind, let's get ready." Before he could even act, it was struck down by someone else. Yang Shu exclaimed, "Murong Han and Zhao Tinvu are clashing again." She snatched another one. Even someone as good-natured as Tinvu would be annoyed. The MC continued. It's true, wherever Zhao Tinvu goes, Murong Han follows to steal his kill. Half an hour had passed. Murong Han, by relying on stealing Zhao Tinvu's prey, had firmly secured the first-place position, 89, 81, 62. Tinvu, out of options, tried to reason with her. Miss Murong, although it was my fault for stealing the prey, you don't have to keep chasing me relentlessly, do you? The MC ignored the situation and enthusiastically fanned the flames. Can Murong Han extend her lead, or can Zhao Tinvu rise up and advance? The audience also commented enthusiastically, "Why does Murong Han have such a terrifying look, bro? I'm rooting for you. She's even more talented than her own brother Murong Yang Shuo." The MC passionately shouted, "Let's all look forward to it." Tinvu's competitive spirit was ignited as he said enthusiastically, "Miss Murong, I won't be holding back anymore. You'd better be careful." The MC commentated with all his might, "Folks, what Zhao Tinvu means is that he wasn't even going all out before. But with less than half an hour remaining, could Zhao Tinvu really succeed in reclaiming first place?" As every second passed, the number of demonic beasts they had killed had already broken the record. The two of them accelerated their reaping pace, competing for every minute and every second. Han moved the battlefield into the air, thinking to herself, "I don't believe you can snatch kills from me even when I'm in the sky." Who would have thought that in less than a second she would see her prey open its beak and drop dead? She was so furious she could burst yelling, "Down from above, you scoundrel!" Tinvu paid it no mind and even provoked her, "Miss Murong, there's less than half a minute left, you can't beat me." Han stared and cursed, "You scoundrel." The MC added fuel to the fire. If nothing unexpected happens, it seems first place will belong to Zhao Tinvu. After being cursed at for a while, he felt bewildered and couldn't help but ask, "Is that the only word in your vocabulary?" He was completely unaware that he was being watched. Han landed that lion had been hiding in the bushes waiting for a long time. It seized the opportunity to burst out from the rocks with a majestic aura. The MC cried out in confusion, "What's happening? Why is there a level 3 complete form demonic beast here?" Without a second word, Tinvu skillfully leaped onto the dog's back. That lion charged straight forward as if it had seen its mortal enemy. The target is clearly Xingyu and Haifeng. It charged so fast that he couldn't dodge in time, so both man and beast were knocked off the cliff. This is bad. Han watched him free-falling and also shouted in panic, "Xiao." Luckily, there was a dead tree below. He managed to grab onto it and hadn't fallen completely. The bone beast above blocked the lion. Han reached her hand down and shouted, "Give me your hand!" Tinvu glanced around and accidentally saw Wang Yan, disgust filling his heart. "Wang Yan, it's you again." Just then, the tree branch cracked and then snapped completely. Han watched helplessly as he fell completely, crying out in despair, "Zhao Tinvu." After the tragic fall from the cliff occurred at the broadcasting station, Kainian slammed the table and stood up, saying, "Dean, I want to personally go and save my student." Ruyan calmly reassured him, "Teacher Chen, don't be anxious. Zhao Tinvu and Murong Han are both my students as the dean. I will not let anything happen to them. I will have the security department activate the emergency rescue protocol." The two of them quickly left the room. Dongsheng alone smiled triumphantly, thinking, "So what if he's a genius with just a little trick? Didn't that brat go to report to the Grim Reaper?" At the bottom of the southern cliff, Tinvu weakly regained consciousness, his lips moving. "Am I still alive?" The triumphant face of Wang Yan before he fell flashed in his mind. Tinvu clutched his head and sat up, his face full of determination as he uttered, "It was Wang Yan's trick again this time. I definitely won't let him off." Then he looked at his beloved husky beneath him and cried out in alarm, "Black Wind. Black Wind, did you use your body as a cushion for me to save me?" He immediately summoned a vial of solution. Pouring it into its mouth, he said gently, "Black Wind, drink this nutritional potion. The pain will go away soon." After giving the dog the medicine, a thunderstorm suddenly broke out. Truly the luck of a protagonist, he looked at the sky and mumbled, "It's raining. I'll take you to find shelter from the rain." Then he recalled Black Wind into the mark. Not long after, he entered a nearby mountain cave to take temporary shelter. He stared at the dense curtain of rain with worry, not realizing someone else was in the cave. "I wonder when this rain will stop." He thought sorrowfully to himself, "My sister must be very worried," and also, along with the image of his classmate who didn't hesitate to risk herself to save him, "Give me your hand." He couldn't help but ponder, "I wonder how she is doing." Suddenly, he heard the sound of a branch breaking. Tinvu finally became aware of the other presence, turning his head with a vigilant expression. "There's someone in the cave." Before he could say a single word, he was grabbed by the neck by the other party. The female beastkin glared at him angrily and shouted, "Human, you have seen this queen's face. This queen has no choice but to kill you." In this critical situation, he dared to look directly at the person opposite him. As expected, the system provided incredibly detailed information. Title: Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Rank Beast. Emperor Form Level 1, Bloodline. Mythical Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. Bloodline Talent. One Eye of Calamity after activating the ocular technique can petrify any enemy of a lower rank. Talent 2, Nine-Tailed Fox. Transformation burns the enemy's soul accompanied by a terrifying mental attack. Attributes: Beastkin type, Psychic type, Fire type, Loyalty 0, Hidden Evolution Path. Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. 10-Tailed Celestial Fox. 10-Tailed Dragon Fox. He read through it and thought to himself, so it's a beastkin-type demonic beast, a nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox lifted him up and said in a low voice, "Human, I didn't expect you to recognize this queen's true form." Tin Vu cried out in his heart, "Even if I recognize you, I can't beat you. A beastkin-type demonic beast, I have no chance of defeating her." The nine-tailed demon fox tightened her grip, gritting her teeth and muttering, "It seems this queen cannot let you live." He shouted in defiance, "Wait. You were injured by a pure-blooded dragon. You will surely die in less than half an hour." Hearing his words, she was startled and paused for a moment. "How did you—" The wound flared up right on cue. Could it be seeing her grip loosen? Tin Vu thought to himself, "Here's my chance." The black wind mark on the back of his hand lit up. The sudden flash of light completely blinded the nine-tailed demon fox. Thanks to that, Tin Vu was able to escape her grasp and retreat to a safe distance. He rubbed his neck, putting on a calm facade to bluff. "If I already know you are the nine-tailed demon fox, how could I not know such a trivial matter?" System update: demonic beast status, critically injured near death, death in half an hour, pathological analysis, injured by a pure-blooded dragon's power has invaded the body. Heart meridians are damaged, Qi, and blood are flowing in reverse. Tin Vu was also extremely shocked, although I don't know why a pure-blooded dragon, which went extinct 300 years ago, would appear. I should calm her down first. On the outside, he remained vigilant, stating with a serious face, "I can save you." The nine-tailed demon fox, after a coughing fit, heard this and asked with a mix of belief and doubt, "You are just a one-star beast tamer. Can you really heal me?" The wound on my body was caused by a pure-blooded dragon. Even the most skilled beast tamer doctor among humans would likely find it difficult. Relying on the system, of course, it's not difficult. He stated his condition. "It's not difficult, I can save you, but I don't want to heal you just for you to kill me afterward. You must form a blood contract with me." The cave. Upon hearing the condition, the nine-tailed demon fox flew into a rage. "You wretched brat. You want this queen to submit to you to become your tamed beast." Facing the aura of a beast emperor, he remained steadfast and replied, "That's right." The nine-tailed demon fox became even more enraged and roared, "You're courting death." With that, she reached out, intending to crush him. Tin Vu, with a profound and steady expression, threatened, "Killing me is simple, but if I die, you won't live either." It was very clear that those words made the nine-tailed demon fox hesitate. Could it be that I really have to submit to this human? In the midst of her indecision, her wound flared up again. Her hand loosened powerlessly, and Tin Vu took the opportunity to press his advantage. Has the dragon's power already invaded the depths of her heart meridian? If we don't sign the blood contract, it will be too late. The nine-tailed fox spirit unwillingly changed her mind at the last moment. "No, I can't die now. I still have the mission my sister gave me." With that thought, she relaxed her hand. With a bitter expression, she said through gritted teeth, "I agree to sign the blood contract with you." Tin Vu rubbed his neck and replied, "Well then, from this moment on." He bit lightly into his fingertip. Letting the blood trickle down, he calmly said, "You are now my Zhao Tin Vu's tamed beast." A star appeared on her forehead, and the fox spirit thought to herself, "So your name is Zhao Tin Vu." She grimaced and urged, "Can you treat this sovereign now?" Tin Vu said nonchalantly, "Of course you are my tamed beast. Now I will definitely protect you." Completely seeing him take off his shirt, she blushed and stuttered, You, what are you taking your clothes off for?" Tin Vu took out a small knife and said with sincere earnestness, "To treat you. If I don't take off my clothes, how can I get the blood saying that he stabbed himself once?" Then he casually said, "Hurry up and drink it." The nine-tailed fox spirit blushed beet red, waving her hands frantically and exclaiming, "What are you saying? How could that be? How could this sovereign do such a thing?" Tin Vu saw no problem, stating frankly, "My heart's blood can protect your heart meridian." The nine-tailed fox spirit was a flustered mess and finally gave in. This sovereign doesn't care anymore. This sovereign's heart meridian. It feels like it's being enveloped by a stream of power. It feels like it's being enveloped by a stream of power. After the treatment, he put his clothes back on and asked seriously, "Your wound is not a major concern for now. Can you tell me your name? After all, I am your beastmaster now." Her life temporarily safe, she obliged and answered this sovereign's name as Dai Lu. Then she immediately asked, "Also, since you claim to be this sovereign's beastmaster, can you tell this sovereign exactly how did you know this sovereign's wound was caused by a dragon's power?" Hearing this, Tin Vu's expression turned serious as he pondered. Dai Lu is connected to the extinct dragon clan. She's clearly not simple. Perhaps she can actually understand my current situation. Thinking this, he decided to be completely honest. "I won't hide it from you starting 2 months ago after my eyes were soaked in dragon's blood. With a shift of my consciousness, I can see a panel that records information related to tamed beasts, just like a system. Your injury was also displayed on the status panel that I see with my eyes." As soon as Dai Lu heard this, she made a connection from your description. "Why do your eyes sound like the legendary demon god's eye?" According to legend, the demon god's eye can see through all information about demonic beasts. Xiao Tinvu must have mistaken it for a system, but this is something only successive generations of the demon god dragon clan can inherit, and Xiao Tinvu is clearly human. "Xiao Tinvu, who exactly are you seeing?" Dai Lu looking at him with suspicion. He wondered, why aren't you saying anything? After racking her brain to no avail, Dai Lu decided to just drop it. Whatever, he is this sovereign's beastmaster. Now, if it really is the demon god's eye, then that's a good thing for this sovereign. She also honestly told him what she knew. "You're in luck. Perhaps your eyes mutated into the legendary demon god's eye because of the dragon's blood." Tin Vu was surprised and extremely curious. The demon god's eye, not a system. Hearing his cringy words, Dai Lu immediately corrected him. "A system, stop with the wild fantasies. You're not some transmigrator. Read fewer novels. The data panel you see is just an external manifestation of the demon god's eye's power." He still wasn't quite convinced and wondered, is it just a visualization of the demon god's eye's power? He added silently in his heart, "But why did I hear it speak?" He recalled the first time he got loot and heard a voice urge him pick it up quickly. It can awaken a tamed beast's bloodline, helping it to transform completely. And other times as well, like the first time after the Shadow Demon Dragon attack, it guided me to find a crystal saying it was a bloodline awakening crystal that could help Hei Feng evolve. Then later, during the Azure Dragon Academy's assessment, I fed Hei Feng the bloodline awakening crystal. Unexpectedly, he really evolved into a Hellstorm Wind Wolf, allowing me to pass the Azure Dragon Academy's exam. The next time I heard it, I don't know when that will be. While he was lost in thought, that level 3 lion came looking for trouble again. It didn't even bother to stalk them anymore, simply advancing toward the two of them. The lion started with a sonic wave attack. Dai Lu pulled him back and scolded, "You foolish boy. Stop daydreaming." He looked completely dazed. The cave. Seeing that lion, he exclaimed excitedly, "The lava lion tiger beast, that's the one that knocked me off the cliff. I can't believe it's still chasing me relentlessly." It clearly ignored the main road and charged straight towards Xing Yu. While dodging, he lost his balance and slammed into the cave wall. Seeing it approach, he thought grimly, "I'm done for," but unexpectedly bright spots suddenly appeared on its body like a rash. The sudden turn of events made him gape in astonishment. On the other side, Dai Lu had already assumed a predatory stance, exclaiming with excitement, "Even if this sovereign is injured, I'm not someone you can provoke tailed beast bomb." Reeling from the pain, the lava lion tiger turned to attack Dai Lu. She nimbly retreated, and the lion's missed pounce raised a thick cloud of dust. It didn't give up and pounced relentlessly. Dai Lu blocked it and gritted her teeth. "You dare disrespect this sovereign in that case." Her brow furrowed and dense spiritual power radiated out like a sonic wave. Eye of heavenly destruction. A giant malevolent pupil appeared. Its eyelid narrowed slightly, turning the lava lion tiger into an exquisite stone statue. Seeing the battle end, he let out a sigh of relief. "I'm safe, but I don't think I'm doing so well." Then he lost consciousness, and Dai Lu cried out worriedly, "Xiao Tinvu." Upon waking, he saw a black dragon and heard a deep voice, "You have finally awakened the sea of consciousness, the demon god's eye." Looking around, he asked in utter confusion, Who's talking? Who are you? Where is this?" The dragon reminded him, "Have you forgotten me? Your tamed beast evolved thanks to my guidance." He was amazed and grew more curious about its origins. "So you were the voice that guided me to find the bloodline awakening crystal. Who exactly are you?" "We are." The dragon replied, "I was awakened by the power of the bloodline. I don't know who I am either." Hearing the answer, he suddenly remembered the blood-soaking incident and speculated the power of the bloodline. Could it be the dragon's blood from back then? The dragon continued, "But I know that I can help you achieve the ultimate glory." Tin Vu laughed in disbelief. "Ridiculous. How can someone who doesn't even know who they are help me?" It explained, "Haven't you already witnessed my abilities instantly?" The familiar window appeared. Name Swiftwind Hound, Silver Rank. Initial form Level 1 Loyalty, 59 Bloodline. Inferior Hell Epic Quality Talent. None Hidden Talent. Hellfire can inflict true damage that ignores Armor Defense Evolution Path. None Hidden Evolution Path. Swiftwind, Hound Hellstorm, Windhound Hellstorm, Wind Wolf, Netherworld, Hell Wolf, Divine Prison, Yama, Wolf, Tinvu, thought nervously, so the panel I mistook for a system was his doing after all. Figuring it out, he repeated his question, by the way. Where is this? Why am I here? The dragon replied. This is the Sea of Consciousness space, where our minds connect. After you fell unconscious, I took the opportunity to meet you. Tinvu was puzzled. I was unconscious before he could get more information. It announced, it's also time for you to wake up. Tinvu asked, okay, when will we meet again? It said, I am always by your side. When he woke up, he found himself in a hospital. He couldn't help but wonder, how did I get to a hospital? Wasn't I still in the cave? Yanran and Kai Nian asked in unison. Xiao Tinvu, you're awake, Tinvu replied politely. I've made the dean and teacher Chen worry. He tried to sit up and quickly asked Dean Su, I remember being in a cave under a cliff. How did I? Yanran replied, the rescue team found you near the cave. When they found you, you were already unconscious. The strange thing is, the rescue team found the corpse of a lava lion tiger beast near the cave less than 100 meters from where you were rescued. Do you know what happened? Tinvu tried to appear calm, raising an eyebrow and smiling as he said, Dean Su, you just said I was unconscious at the time. How could I know what happened? You don't suspect that a one-star beastmaster like me who almost died could kill a lava lion tiger beast, do you? What he said made too much sense, and Yanran couldn't help but wonder, am I really just overthinking things? She first set it aside to reassure the student. Student Xiao, rest assured the Academy will thoroughly investigate this incident to the very end and give you an explanation. Tinvu smiled and said, of course, I trust the dean. Seeing their exchange was over, Kai Nian spoke up to report the trial results. Additionally, in this Southern Yin Mountain trial, both your and Murong Xin Xin's evaluation scores are S+. You've even broken the Academy's record. You should focus on resting and preparing for the freshman ranking competition this weekend. After discussing the matters, the two teachers left. Once the two were out of sight, Dalu appeared and he sighed. I was wondering where you went. Turns out you were in the beast-taming emblem. Dalu spoke with arrogant concern. That little brat of yours tried to act tough and let this empress drink his heart's blood. He couldn't hold on after being injured and fell into a coma. Recalling the situation at the time she heard human voices, it seemed like there was a sound nearby, so she went to check on the person. Just then, the rescue team arrived. This empress didn't want to be discovered by humans, so I hid. She couldn't help but ask. Based on what those two said earlier, was your fall from the cliff an accident? At the mention of this, Wang Yan's face flashed in his mind, and he laughed coldly. An accident, I know perfectly well who was behind it. His face is as punchable as ever. Xingyu's face darkened as he muttered, this time I definitely won't let him off. The study room of the Wang Yan family. He rushed in a panic to his father, Dad. Something's happened. Seeing his son in such a flurry, his father scolded in displeasure. So flustered, what's become of you? He blurted out, Dad, something terrible has happened. Xiao Xingyu isn't dead. He's still alive. Dad, we failed to kill Yao Xingyu. Last time he's going to get revenge on us, and the Sky Guild is backing him. Hearing his son's frantic questions, Dongsheng adjusted his glasses and arrogantly retorted, revenge. What does an accident at Yinnan Mountain have to do with us? Wang Yan was still very worried, but Dongsheng calmly retorted, even if Xiao Xingyu suspects us, does he have any proof? Wang Yan asked nervously, Dad, what should we do next? Dongsheng rummaged through a drawer and said, since we've already come this far. We have to see it through, he said, taking out a jar with a skull printed on it. He tossed it to his son and said with a malicious grin, kill him, at the family apartment. Xingyu was finally back home when his phone rang. He wondered, it's old Wu. The moment he answered, a rap-like torrent of sobs came through Brother Xiao. You're alive. The heavens are watching over you. You came back safe and won first place in the Yinnan Mountain competition. You're incredible. My worship for you needs no reason. I'm a hopeless case. If I find out which punk hurt you, I'll walk him like a dog. Hearing this, his heart warmed as he thought of his family and friends. It seems everyone was really worried about me. Before he could feel moved for even 3 seconds, the voice on the other end boomed, the freshman ranking competition was postponed, just waiting for you to climb to the top. Brother Xiao, may our friendship last forever. He cleared his throat and called out Wu Sheng Yu. He was about to tell him to keep it down when he suddenly saw the news. Wait a minute. Sheng Yu boomed excitedly. Brother Xiao, you don't know yet, do you? Your disappearance was a top trending topic. The Academy launched an emergency protocol, putting all its efforts into finding and rescuing you, and some classes were postponed, including the freshman ranking competition. The freshman ranking competition is an annual event at the Azure Dragon Academy. New students are divided into groups, and the match order is decided by a random draw. After the 8 strongest are chosen, the top 3 will be selected from among them. Sheng Yu grew more and more energetic as he spoke. It's a life-or-death battle where the freshmen's futures are on the line, super intense and exciting. Brother Xiao, don't be late, okay? After getting the rundown, he hung up. Okay, I know you get some rest. Staring at his reflection on the phone's screen, he calculated silently the freshman ranking competition. If I can secure a good rank, the academy will surely value me, train me, and prioritize me for resources. For a tamed beast to release a skill, its beastmaster must provide sufficient spiritual energy. The higher the rank of the tamed beast, the more spiritual energy its skills require. With the Academy's resources, I can definitely increase my spiritual energy much faster, and I'll do my best to avoid what happened last time when Dalu's skill completely drained me. Or maybe I should try asking it. He closed his eyes and found himself free-falling through a bizarre space. His fall only stopped when a light appeared. This time he stood right before the dragon, which asked, "Do you want to take a shortcut?" Jing Yu suddenly felt a bit guilty and laughed to cover it up. "Well, I have you, don't I? Why wouldn't I take advantage of such a good thing?" The dragon couldn't be bothered to argue and conceded very well. "As long as you can help me recover my memories, I will support you with all my might." Xing Yu agreed instantly. "Simple enough, I Xiao Xing Yu am a man of my word, we'll help each other out." This dragon was not only agreeable, but also incredibly considerate, creating several support features. "You must enter deep meditation to enter the sea of consciousness and talk to me, which is very dangerous. Therefore, I have simulated your human world's game systems and created a data panel for you, complete with an information database, a diagnostic analysis section, and a shop. In the future, you can purchase necessary items from the shop, but to prevent you from slacking off and delaying my memory recovery, I will issue random quests through the system. Completing them will earn you points or other rewards." Xing Yu exclaimed in amazement. "Now you've got me all fired up." Then immediately click on the option Dragon Spirit Pill. The item appeared in his hand with instructions Dragon Spirit Pill. This pill can instantly boost the user's spiritual energy tenfold, but after 5 minutes a backlash will occur, plunging you into a weakened state. The dragon also warned carefully, "This Dragon Spirit Pill is likely what you need, but the side effects are severe, so you must use it with caution. Consider this one a gift from now on. You'll have to earn what you want." From now on, just think Void-Shattering Beast Taming. To summon the system, Void-Shattering Beast Taming the Sacred Tablet obeys my command. I need to recuperate, so unless it's a special situation, do not summon me. With the negotiation over, he said his goodbyes. "Then I won't disturb your recuperation any longer. I'm leaving now." The dragon replied, "You won't disappoint me, will you?" The next morning at the family apartment, Xing Yu called out, "Sis, I'm leaving for the academy." Rokshu watched her younger brother with concern. "You just recovered." Shimeng also added, "Take it easy, big brother. Make sure you protect yourself." Xing Yu quickly replied, "I know now. Go back inside." On his way to the academy, he had much to ponder. Today is the day of the freshman ranking competition. I wonder if old Wu is thinking about me. Suddenly spotting a notice, he turned back to look. "What is this?" Dalu's face was plastered on the poster with the words, "Wanted the 9-tailed demon fox and imperial beast," in a secluded alley. He summoned his tamed beast to demand an explanation. "Dalu, you lied to me. You're wanted by the imperial family. Why didn't you tell me?" Dalu replied nonchalantly, "I didn't hide it on purpose. You simply never asked." Xing Yu questioned furiously, "You're a criminal wanted personally by the Empress. Something this major, and you didn't think to tell me." Dalu replied with defiant arrogance, "And what if I had? If you regret signing the blood contract with me, then go ahead and turn me in for the reward." Seeing her unwillingness to speak reasonably, he said calmly, "Dalu, I am your beastmaster. Now I hope you can trust me and not hide anything from me." Recalling the incident with the blood, Dalu's expression turned sorrowful. After a moment's hesitation, she sighed and said honestly, "All right. That woman Shangguan Lan put such a huge bounty on me because of this item in my hands." Xing Yu looked on doubtfully and asked, "What is this?" Dalu replied. "This is one of the supreme treasures of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon's Tear. Legend says the pure-blooded Dragon Clan has 3 supreme treasures: the Reverse Scale Sword, the Dragon King's Whiskers, and the Dragon's Tear. The Reverse Scale Sword and the Dragon King's Whiskers are divine artifacts capable of unleashing heaven-shattering attacks in combat. The Dragon's Tear, on the other hand, has no offensive power, but it was created from the tears of 10,000 pure-blooded great dragons. If its full power is activated, it can reverse time and space, allowing one to return to the past." He was so shocked his jaw dropped. Return to the past. Connecting this to the dark entity in his mind, he asked with a serious face, I've been meaning to ask you, didn't the Dragon Clan go extinct 300 years ago? So why have dragons been appearing lately? What was the real truth behind the Great Dragon-Slaying War 300 years ago? Dalu started to say about that, when a voice suddenly interrupted Xiao Xingyu. Dalu immediately hid within the beast-taming mark. It turned out to be the Yang siblings, the brother exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence! What are you doing here? I thought my sister was mistaken. Lucky you survived a great disaster. Be more careful and don't die next time. Han Han looked at her brother's tough act and thought, he's obviously so concerned about him. Why does he have to speak so harshly? Yang Shuo put on a serious face and spouted nonsense. Because you fell off a cliff, my little sister felt so guilty she even lost her appetite. Quick flashback to when he was missing little sis time for dinner. Han Han, hiding under her blanket, replied, I don't want to eat. The doting brother continued his enthusiastic tale. Until she saw on the news that you were safe that night, my sister ate several extra bowls of rice. So be careful next time or else my sister won't be able to eat again. Han Han couldn't take it anymore and clamped a hand over his mouth. Tin Vu heard this and suggested with a friendly smile, all right, I won't make Morong worry anymore. The freshman ranking competition is about to start. Let's go in together. Who knew this guy was still holding a grudge from the trial? He said with a dark face, our relationship isn't good enough to be walking in together. Besides, you stole my little sister's prey during the Yinnan Mountain trial, and I haven't even come to settle the score with you yet. Xingyu was speechless, closing his eyes in utter resignation. After speaking, Duong Sok led his little sister away. Ham, let's go. Leaving our protagonist behind with a head full of question marks, then why did you even come talk to me? Azure Dragon Academy. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, the MC enthusiastically began the day. Teachers and students of the academy, good morning, everyone. The once-a-year freshman ranking competition is about to begin. All freshmen must determine their combat order through a lottery draw. Everyone please line up in an orderly manner. Vuong DM glanced at Tin Vu with a complicated expression. Tin Vu, you actually made it back safe and sound. This time I will make sure you never get a chance to stand up again. The MC announced, next student, please come draw your lot. He stepped forward with a grim face like a debt collector. The nearby contestants, who couldn't stand his attitude, huddled together to gossip. Isn't that the son of Vice Headmaster Vuong? Yes, that's him, the one who relies on his father's power to harass female students in the library. But in the arena battle, didn't Tin Vu beat him so badly he lost all face? The whispers around him only fueled his rage. Someone even boldly shouted, this guy is a total disgrace to our Azure Dragon Academy. Vuong DM smirked sinisterly. Tin Vu, for the humiliation you brought me. Round 1, the 7th match. Today I will pay you back 100-fold. Everyone was stunned looking at the announcement board. I can't be seeing things. Wang Yan versus Yao Jingyu, huh? Oh my god, what a coincidence. Enemies are truly destined to cross paths. Wang Yan clenched the slip in his hand. Dad, rest assured I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Then he spoke with confidence. Yao Jingyu later in the arena. I will personally cripple your beast. Jingyu heard this and said without a trace of fear, is that so? Then I'll be watching with great interest. The two of them stood opposite each other in the arena. Jingyu stood there exuding a powerful aura. Just then, Yang Shuo asked in confusion, little sister, why do you keep staring at Xiao Jingyu like that? While Xin said seriously, brother, can you feel it? He turned his head and asked, feel what? She pointed out the strange thing. Ever since Xiao Jingyu fell off the cliff and was rescued, his aura has become much stronger. Xiao Jingyu, in just a few short days, what on earth have you been through? At the same time, Yang Shu announced loudly the first match of round 1, Xiao Jingyu versus Wang Yan, the match. He immediately waved the flag and declared begins. Then he carefully backed away. Jingyu, on the opposite side, did not dare to be careless. He summoned his own beast, Black Wind. Wang Yan was not to be outdone and shouted Ice Flame, while the large screen displayed name Hellstorm Wolf Level Initial Stage 1 Bloodline, Epic Quality, Innate Ability. Hellfire ignores any armor to inflict damage on the enemy attributes. Wind type, fire type, name 6-clawed Rending Sky Leopard level. Initial Stage 1, Bloodline, Legendary, Innate Ability, Mystic Ice Freeze. All attacks carry a certain amount of freezing damage, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 30%. Attributes. Ice type, wind type, Yang Shu explained for everyone to understand on the electronic screen is the information about the beasts detected by the measuring device. I invite the audience to take a look. She quickly noticed something unusual, this aura. It's not quite right. Xin paid attention to the information. Hellstorm Wolf Level Initial Stage 1 Bloodline Epic Quality. She seriously analyzed the data with the Hellstorm Wolf's current aura. Its level can't be just Initial Stage 1. But the beast measuring device would not make a mistake. The Hellstorm Wolf's level is indeed initial stage 1. Shin's eyebrows furrowed tightly. How strange, unless... Zhao Jingyu is intentionally suppressing the Hellstorm Wolf's level, wanting to use this competition to achieve a breakthrough and level up. Black Wind and Ice Flame were fighting fiercely. Then they quickly retreated. Ice Flame swiftly launched an attack, Frigid Skybreak. The powerful ice ball shot forward Shadow Stalk. The surrounding air instantly grew cold. Everyone shivered as the cold wind blew past. The scene gradually became clear as the smoke dissipated. They were safe again after a round of combat. A burst of power suddenly erupted violently. Hell, Ice Flame couldn't dodge in time, taking the full force of the attack. Everyone present was utterly astonished. Yang Shu suddenly spoke up. This match is truly interesting, a battle of ice and fire. After that, Jingyu continued to launch a move, Silent Black Claw. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, Jingyu has used a dark attribute skill. As soon as the move was unleashed, a patch of darkness appeared. It mercilessly charged straight towards Ice Flame. It quickly threw a powerful punch, Silence. Then everyone there suddenly burst out laughing. Ice Flame was hit by the Silent Claw. Now it can't use skills. Look at it. It's as stupid as its tamer like beast. Wang Yan's face contorted. Xiao Jingyu, do you think I would fall in a place like this? As soon as he finished speaking, he signaled to Ice Flame. Seeing this, it complied, eating something in its mouth. Suddenly, small ice shards appeared on Ice Flame's face. Then power surged along its back as well. After that, its fangs quickly grew longer. Ice Flame then stomped heavily on the arena floor. Without any mercy, it unleashed its new power. Ice Flame suddenly lunged forward with terrifying energy. Its power was now almost limitless. Jingyu was confused. How did it suddenly get so strong? He frowned and began to use the Demon God's Eye to observe. Activate. Let me see. Don't tell me you used a forbidden drug that can boost strength for a short time. Wang Yan, you forced your beast to use a forbidden drug just to defeat me. Hearing this, he just snorted coldly. Stop minding other people's business. Ice Flame, Ice Blade Storm. It immediately charged forward recklessly to attack. Pushed into this situation, Black Wind was forced to brace itself and defend. Jingyu gently comforted Black Wind, hang in there. However, Wang Yan had no intention of letting up. It's not over yet. Ice Flame shattered Ice Hammer. A stream of power immediately rushed towards it. The mass of energy quickly turned to ice, crashing straight into Black Wind. Then it surrounded the entire area where it stood. The powerful mass of energy slammed down, creating a deafening noise. It was as if Black Wind was gradually being swallowed by the block of ice. Everyone who witnessed the scene was horrified. Holy cow, how did the six-clawed, rending sky leopard suddenly become so formidable? It's over. Xiao Jingyu is at a disadvantage. He's about to lose the match. Seeing this, Wang Yan became smug. Xiao Jingyu, I let you win our last fight on the stage this time. This is the true power of this young master. Dongsheng also looked very pleased. Headmaster Su, my son Yanner's talent is no less than Xiao Jingyu's right. Ru Yan just thought quietly to herself. The six-clawed, rending sky leopard grew stronger in an instant. I don't believe there wasn't some trick involved in this. What a pair of foolish father and son. The commentator's voice rang out. Xiao Jingyu's current situation is not optimistic. If this continues, the Hellstorm Wolf will not only lose, but also suffer lasting consequences, Winter's Great Strike. The surrounding atmosphere also became more tense. Could it be that the outcome is already decided? No one could hide their fear. Does Xiao Jingyu still have a chance to turn the tables? Only Jingyu remained calm and smirked. Do you think the 100+ demonic beasts my Black Wind hunted on Yinnan Mountain were weaklings? Jingyu called out Black Wind. Hellfire Lotus. Seeing this, Wang Yan hurriedly screamed, Ice Flame, run, run. It also obeyed its master, running away in a flash. But it was all too late. Black Wind had already blocked its path. Black Wind immediately unleashed a powerful technique. Kai Nian looked very expectant. A fire attribute combat skill, Hellfire Lotus for her part. Ru Yan couldn't believe it. I can't believe it can use a combat skill that only a complete form beast can execute. The future is truly bright. Pushed into this situation, Dongsheng had to grit his teeth and calculate. Growing at such a fast pace, it seems I can't let you live. The excited cheers of the host erupted. Dear audience members, you are not seeing things. Xiao Jingyu has used a combat skill of a complete form fire-type beast. The Hellstorm Wolf is currently only an initial stage beast, yet it has skipped levels to learn an advanced skill. The host shouted loudly, At this rate, I'm afraid Xiao Jingyu will surpass Ye Shuangning. Jingyu remained focused on his task, Hellfire Lotus. This final blow created a fierce aftershock. Black Wind's power had reached its peak. The MC's voice cut in, becoming the #1 genius of Qinglong Academy. The powerful flames engulfed its entire body. The smoke gradually dissipated, only to see the defeated Ice Flame lying collapsed on the ground. Everyone around was almost holding their breath as they watched. Finally, the host announced the winner is Xiao Jingyu. The cheers of the crowd in the stands rang out. This brother is a real monster. Hellfire Lotus, absolutely terrifying. Quick look at the electronic screen. The Hellstorm Wolf's data has changed. It went from initial stage level 1 to level 3. Everyone expressed their amazement. Xiao Jingyu has set an unprecedented record. Since Qinglong Academy started holding the freshman ranking competition, this is the first time a miracle has occurred. A beast leveling up 2 levels right in the arena. The one who created this miracle is none other than Xiao Jingyu. On the arena floor, after defeating its opponent, Black Wind let out a proud howl. Jingyu patted its head in praise. Black Wind, well done. After Black Wind hunted dozens of demonic beasts on Yinnan Mountain, it was then attacked by the Rongnan Fox. Having gone through a life-and-death trial, Black Wind had reached its upgrade limit. This time I used the 6-clawed Rending Sky Leopard's Ice Attribute combat skill to restrain Black Wind, forcing it into a corner to be reborn through transformation. In the stands, Dongthang roared with dissatisfaction. Everything requires evidence. Where is the evidence? Tinvu watched in confusion. What trick is Vuong Dongthang pulling now? Let's go take a look. He pointed towards the stands and argued the competition rules require holding back at the right moment. Now the 6-clawed sky-rending leopard is dead on the stage. Isn't this evidence enough? The others saw this and joined in. Dean, although Tiu Tinvu is talented, his methods are cruel. He cannot be kept, that's right. If Tiu Tinvu's character is problematic, he must be expelled, Dean. You must not cover for him. The Dean quickly reassured them. Everyone, the Academy will definitely investigate thoroughly and give you all an explanation, however. Before everything is clear, if anyone falsely accuses my student, I will absolutely not spare them. Nu Yen ordered loudly, someone bring the corpse of the 6-clawed sky-rending leopard here. Invite the spirit beast physician to perform an autopsy. Receiving the order, a group of people immediately rushed up to perform an inspection. The Dean walked over and asked physician, how is it? Have you found anything? A physician spoke up. Dean, there's massive internal bleeding. It was likely caused by the Hellfire Lotus. Dongthang sighed in relief. Internally, good thing I bribed the Academy's spirit beast physician. I knew the Dean was cautious and would use this move. Dean, did you hear that? Even the physician said so. Suddenly, Tinvu interjected. May I ask Vice Dean Vuong, what murderer would act so cruelly in front of everyone? Besides my Hack Fong's Hellfire Lotus is a soul-burning attack, while the 6-clawed sky-rending leopard's corpse clearly died from excessive internal blood loss. Hearing this, the agitated people from before were immediately swayed. That's true, he wouldn't need to strike in front of so many people. They nodded. That's true, he wouldn't need to strike in front of so many people. He pointed directly at him and asked, so physician, is there really no problem with your diagnosis? The physician, caught off guard, stammered, about this. The main character leaned close to the physician's ear and whispered, I advise you not to lose your entire career as a spirit beast physician. Over a small benefit, think carefully before you speak. Being threatened, the physician couldn't help but feel scared. Vice Dean Vuong, what should I do? Are we exposed? Tin Vu volunteered. Dean, this matter is extremely important. I request to perform a blood test on the 6-clawed sky-rending leopard before making a decision. Nguyen urged, what are you waiting for? 5 minutes later, they finished the thorough examination. That physician stepped forward, his voice trembling. Dean, the 6-clawed sky-rending leopard died. It died from... The Dean glanced at him impatiently. What are you stammering about? Speak the truth. He pointed at the report and said it died from the berserk pill. Vuong DM immediately flew into a rage and rushed out. You quack, don't you dare make false accusations. He dropped to his knees and begged, Dean, please believe me, I never gave my spirit beast the berserk pill. The physician hurriedly explained, Dean, this is the test result. It can be confirmed that the 6-clawed sky-rending leopard used a berserk pill. After using this drug, a spirit beast will enter a berserk state. Its power will soar, but it will also suffer a backlash. Holding the examination report, Nguyen questioned coldly, the evidence is conclusive. Do you still wish to deny it? Vuong DM choked, unable to speak. The surrounding people immediately rushed to criticize. How can Vice Dean Vuong's son be so vicious to think he'd give his spirit beast this kind of drug? He quickly turned to his lifeline. Dad. Dad, save me. Please save me. Everyone spared no words in their condemnation. To think it was done by this inhuman brat. Seeing his son in such a miserable state, Dongthang lowered his voice and asked about this Dean. Could you give my son another chance? Nguyen replied decisively. Vice Dean Vuong, do not forget your position. You are not just a father, but also the Vice Dean of our Azure Dragon Academy. If you want to bend the rules for personal reasons, then get out of Azure Dragon Academy with your son. He gritted his teeth. At this rate, even I will be implicated. A shocking announcement was made. Vuong DM violated school regulations by giving his spirit beast a berserk pill. Disciplinary action expulsion. Vuong Diem looked at his father in despair. Dad, even you want to expel me. Dong Thang's face darkened as he placated him. The use of the berserk pill is an indisputable fact. For now, we can only compromise. But son, I will definitely get revenge for you. Someone throw this degenerate out of the school. He screamed his cry full of pain, Dad. Now everyone could finally relax a bit. It's finally over. I heard the list of the top 8 strongest is out. The top 8 of the new student ranking competition are Mudung Ham Ham Tio, Tin Vu Mudung Duong Sok Trio Thien Min Pham Du Chao Tu Vu Ton Van Bang and Lam An Ta. The crowd buzzed with discussion upon receiving the news. Tio Tin Vu is truly the most formidable opponent among this batch of new students. That's right, this brother has no power or influence but still made it into the top 8. It's more like he walked straight into the top 8. After watching the match between Tio Tin Vu and Vuong Diem, everyone else forfeited. Hearing this, Duong Sok showed great determination. Little sister Tio Tin Vu made it to the top 8. During the trial at Mount Annam, he stole so many of your new beasts. Wait until I fight him tomorrow, I will definitely get revenge for you. Ham Ham stared intently at the announcement board. I hope I can defeat him myself tomorrow. At this moment, Sin Hu had already run off to report the news. Brother Tio, good news, you're in the top 8. Tin Vu laughed it off. Isn't it just making the top 8? Is there a need to be so excited? The boy quickly affirmed, brother, we have to celebrate this. At this moment, Dong Thang turned away, gritting his teeth in anger. Don't celebrate too soon, Tio Tin Vu. Let's see if you're still smiling when you get home. After a tiring day, Tin Vu returned home. It's so late at night, old Ngo insisted on dragging me out to celebrate. Now I'm finally home. As soon as he opened the door, he couldn't help but exclaim, why is the door shattered like this? Tin Vu's frightened voice rang out, Sister Man Man. The little girl replied, softly, brother. Then she rushed forward, sobbing. Sister Nuok Tuyed was kidnapped by a masked person. That person also left a letter. The main character was startled. What? Man Man, don't cry. Sister Nuok Tuyed will be fine. He also held the piece of paper in his hand on which a line was written, if you want to save your sister, come to Mount Annam. In another place at Mount Annam. Tin Vu thought seriously to dare to touch my sister. Don't tell me it's... Just then he caught sight of Nuok Tuyet. Sister. A familiar voice rang out, stop shouting. Your sister isn't dead yet. Tin Vu stated his condition, let my sister go. That voice rang out again. Aren't you curious about my identity? Seeing that he was still being stubborn, Tin Vu didn't hesitate to reply, the only person who holds a grudge against me recently is Vuong Diem. But he has neither the guts nor the ability to kidnap someone. Therefore, you must be his father, Vuong Dong Thang. Dong Thang received a satisfactory answer and laughed maniacally. As expected of you, Tio Tin Vu. If you were my son, I could definitely train you to become the strongest young beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom. But not only are you not my son, you also harmed my own flesh and blood, so you must die. After speaking, Dong Thang immediately summoned the Divine Arts Earth Branch Titan Force and Rock Branch Guardian. Rock Demon Great Bear, descend my Rock Demon Great Bear as a Beast King level spirit beast. He began to boast it can enter a super armor state, allowing it to cast skills without being interrupted while also nullifying the enemy's control skills. A 1-star beast tamer facing a Beast King level spirit beast. Tio Tin Vu, your life ends here. Tin Vu was not flustered at all. Vice Dean Vuong, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Vuong Dong Thang looked at him strangely. What are you planning to summon that wolf of yours to be a tasty meal for my Rock Demon Great Bear? He smirked coldly. Who told you I only have one spirit beast, Lolo? It's your turn to perform. In the sky, a mass of dark clouds gathered. Even he could feel that something was wrong, this terrifying aura. A clear voice spoke up. Why have you summoned this Empress? Disturbing my sweet slumber again. Beastmaster, you should think of a way to compensate this Empress. Tin Vu gave the order, Lolo, kill this bear. She asked innocently, if I take care of this bear, can I go back to sleep? He nodded in confirmation. That's right, you can sleep for as long as you want. Dong Thang was now a little scared. The aura emanating from this spirit beast is too terrifying. If I don't act now, it will be too late. His beast charged forward like a moth to a flame. But before it could do anything, Lolo's power was also gradually awakening. She fully awakened, her amber pupils radiating a spiritual aura. That is the Eye of Calamity. With just a slight movement, the great bear was instantly stopped, unable to do anything. Its attack was petrified before it could even land. Dong Thang also realized with a tremble, you are. The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. You are the Beast Emperor level Demon Fox on the nationwide wanted list. But he intends to use this to blackmail you back Tio Tin Vu, the tamed beast you contracted is the nation's most wanted criminal once this gets out. Tin Vu laughed coldly. Vice Principal Vuong, if I've already summoned the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox in front of you, it means I have no intention of letting you leave this mountain alive. Hearing this, Dong Thang flew into a rage. You little brat, the gap between a 1-star and a 6-star isn't something a single tamed beast can bridge. Vuong Dong Thang is a 6-star beast tamer. He directly commanded his divine beast to attack once more. The divine beast spun its hammer, preparing for the impending attack. The surrounding earth and rocks kicked up a cloud of dust aimed straight at the two of them. Faced with this situation, Tin Vu just said softly, "Lulu, kill this bear. I'll use my monthly pass to get you treats." They were now facing off against each other at the edge of a cliff. Dong Thang let out a mocking smile. "Chiu Tin Vu, the 9-tailed demon fox, is powerful indeed, but don't you forget, no matter how strong it is, that doesn't change the fact that you're just a 1-star beast tamer. Next, I'll show you just how vast the difference is between a 1-star and a 6-star. As he spoke, the bear behind Dong Thang slammed its hammer into the ground, sending shards of earth and rock flying everywhere. It held the hammer in its hand, and the bear's mouth slowly opened. A thunderous roar erupted from its mouth. Tin Vu looked at it, his brows furrowed as he spoke this dense fog. It's the dark attribute. Dark attribute tamed beasts need to consume human blood or the blood of other tamed beasts to nourish their bodies. Tin Vu seemed to realize something starting 5 years ago. Low-level tamed beasts would often go missing in Longan City, so it was all your doing. A strange skull mark slowly appeared on Dong Thang's face. He smiled smugly and said, "To die by the jaws of the southern demon giant bear is an honor for you." Seeing that mark, a look of shock crossed Tin Vu's face. The Red Skull Guild, a guild that specializes in training dark attribute beast tamers, classified as an evil terrorist organization. The Red Skull Guild is one of the 5 great dark guilds. He asked if the world knew the vice principal of the Azure Dragon Academy was secretly a member of the Red Skull Guild. What would the outcome be hearing this? Dong Thang replied without a hint of fear. "If I've already revealed my true identity to you, I won't let you leave this mountain alive." "Lulu was a little worried, Master, with your current spiritual power reserves. I can't unleash any combat skills." A pill appeared in his hand. Tin Vu smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I Chiu Tin Vu never fight a battle with less than a 100% chance of winning." As soon as he finished speaking, he put the pill in his mouth. Tin Vu lowered his head, his breath exuding a wave of power. The immense power within him was instantly released. Dong Thang ordered the bear forward. He yelled, "Tu Tin Vu Dai!" The giant bear charged forward, unleashing an extraordinary amount of power. At that moment, Tin Vu called out Lulu. Lulu immediately came forward. "Master, I'm here." The massive bear had now closed in on the two of them. It raised its hammer decisively. He shouted, "Bloodthirsty pupil crossbow!" She slowly transformed into her beast form. Then she charged towards the large bear, the beastified 9-tailed demon fox. The great path held its head high. Instantly, a giant pupil appeared, staring intently. Very quickly, it shot out a strange beam of power. The pupil quickly locked onto its target, the large bear. It unleashed a decisive, fatal blow straight at the bear. Simultaneously, it also passed through Dong Thang, who was behind. He raised a hand to his face. "No, I won't accept this dark guild." The power in his chest erupted, consuming Dong Thang. Tin Vu and Lulu stood on the cliff, silently watching the scene unfold. Suddenly, Tin Vu's body staggered. Is this the after effect of using the dragon spirit pill? Before fainting, Tin Vu saw her anxiously approaching Master. Lulu panicked. "Master, don't fall asleep. Tin Vu, wake up for this queen right now." Suddenly, she sensed footsteps approaching from behind. Lulu turned around to ask when a hand suddenly grabbed her throat tightly. "Who is it?" At that moment, Nuoc Tuyet was staring at her with a grave expression. Yinnan Mountain. They stood tensely opposite each other, their gazes locked. Lulu thought to herself, what a terrifying aura. Nuoc Tuyet suddenly spoke, 9-tailed demon fox. "You are a beast emperor-class demon beast. I never expected you to sign a contract with my little brother." Lulu seemed to realize something surprised the power of a dragon. "This queen has never felt such a surging dragon's power." Stunned, she grabbed the wrist, choking her. "Aren't you Tu Tin Vu's blood sister? Why do you have the power of a dragon? Who exactly are you?" Before she could finish, Nuoc Tuyet raised a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture. She said, "You don't need to know about my identity. In short, for now." She slowly knelt beside Tin Vu's body. "I am just Tin Vu's sister." Nuoc Tuyet placed her hand on his chest, and a stream of light emanated from it. Lulu asked worriedly, "How is he?" Nuoc Tuyet replied, "He must have taken a potion that enhances spiritual power for a short time and is suffering from the backlash. But rest assured, Tin Vu is fine. He'll be okay after resting for 3 days." Lulu was quickly relieved. "That's good then." With that, Nuoc Tuyet slowly stood up. Seeing her approach the cliff edge, Lulu asked, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Nuoc Tuyet's eyes widened. Strange sounds came from her mouth. Dragon's light whisper. Winding musical notes flew forward through the air. The flower petals were also slowly restored. Lulu exclaimed in utter amazement. This is Dragon's Light Whisper. That's a combat skill of the pure-blooded dragon clan. It can restore all things in the world by humming a special melody. Following her song, all the plants and trees were quickly restored to their original state. Nuoc Tuyet smiled faintly. I've erased all traces of tonight's fight except for the two of us and Tin Vu. No one else will know what happened tonight. Seeing the change in her, Lulu spoke probingly. As far as I know, among the pure-blooded dragon clan, only one dragon has platinum-colored scales. Its name is Chaos. As if her true form was momentarily revealed, Nuoc Tuye spoke threateningly. Ninetails, I can overlook your status as a fugitive wanted by the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, but since you've signed a blood contract with my brother, don't you dare be disloyal. Her words were dead serious. From this day forward, help my brother with all your heart, and I will leave you be, but if you dare betray him. Nuoc Tuyet stood before Lulu and enunciated every word. I will sever all 9 of your tails right here. Is that clear? She immediately replied, crystal clear, I swear. Nuoc Tuyet pointed at Lulu, her brows furrowed threateningly, and don't you dare breathe a single word about my identity to Tin Vu. In a hospital room. Tin Vu had now woken up. He called out Sis and Principal Su. Nuoc Tuyet immediately buried her head in his shoulder and said, Tin Vu, you're finally awake. I was so worried you scared me to death. Tin Vu smiled and said, Sis, you're hugging too tight. I can't breathe. He suddenly opened his mouth to ask about that night. Nuoc Tuyet pretended not to know what had happened, and recounted that night I woke up and found myself on Yinnan Mountain. You were passed out right next to me, although I don't know what happened. You were covered in sweat, so I carried you down the mountain to get you checked out. Hearing that Tin Vu thought with relief, Sis didn't notice anything unusual. It seems Lulu cleaned everything up properly. The principal suddenly approached from behind Tin Vu. You were in a coma for 3 days. You missed the semi-finals and finals of the freshman ranking competition. Nu Yen announced in a serious tone, the first and second place winners are Murong Xin and Murong Yang Shuo. Therefore, it is considered that you have voluntarily forfeited your spot in the competition. But you also. Tin Vu didn't wait for her to finish, sitting up with a tremble. Principal Su, don't you find it strange why I appeared on Yinnan Mountain? In the hospital room, Tin Vu wore a very serious expression. The atmosphere between the three of them sank into silence. At this, Nu Yen let out a sigh. The principal quickly recounted 3 days ago, Vice Principal Vuong also went missing. Hearing this, he immediately grew tense inside. Am I about to be found out? Behind him, Nuoc Tuyet's face darkened as she stared at Nu Yen, as if daring her to cause any trouble for Tin Vu. I will eliminate you immediately. Suddenly, Nuoc Tuyet spoke, but she will continue to investigate this matter. She believes you are innocent, and it's time for the Azure Dragon Academy to have a new vice principal. Tin Vu was momentarily stunned to hear this. The principal is choosing to protect me. The dean slowly sat back in her seat. I came here this time not only to visit you, but mainly to talk about the Supernova Tournament. He repeated in confusion, the Supernova Tournament. The Supernova Tournament is a large-scale event jointly organized by the 4 Beast Tamer Academies, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The 4 great academies each send 3 new students to compete, and the participants are all the most talented masters from their academies. At the Azure Dragon Academy, when you talk about the #1 talented master, you have to mention Ye Shuangning. But in last year's Supernova Tournament, she was defeated by Li Mucheng from the White Tiger Academy, only managing to secure 2nd place. Ru Yan said seriously, so I hope you can become one of the Academy's representatives and lead the Azure Dragon Academy to reclaim the glory that belongs to us. It would also be a way for you to make up for the regrets of this year's freshman ranking competition. Xing Yu asked Dean, what are the requirements to participate in the Supernova Tournament? I don't know them yet. Condition 1, participants must possess a minimum of 2 tamed beasts condition. 2 participants must be at least a 2-star beast tamer. There are only 2 conditions for participation. First, the contestant must have at least 2 tamed beasts, and second, the contestant must be a 2-star beast tamer. Ru Yan gripped his shoulders, her voice full of expectation. The competition is next month. I believe you can definitely earn the right to participate before it starts. Xing Yu thought to himself, Dean Su holds me in such high regard, and she has helped me so many times before. In that case, I can't disappoint Dean Su. Besides, I also want to see for myself the strength of the White Tiger Academy that was able to defeat Ye Shuangning. He placed his hand on his chest and said with a smile, rest assured, Dean, 1st place in the Supernova Tournament will be mine. At Yinnan Mountain, Xing Yu walked and thought every contestant in last year's Supernova Tournament had a contract with at least 2 tamed beasts. Although I also have 2 tamed beasts, Dalu is a nationally wanted criminal and cannot be summoned for public battles. Furthermore, Hei Feng is currently just a level 3 initial stage Hellwind Wolf, making it very difficult to cope with a competition at the level of the Supernova tournament. Tonight is the time for Hei Feng to break through and upgrade. He called out to summon Black Wind. The ring on Xing Yu's hand flashed brightly. Various items with different attributes floated in the air. Luckily, I was prepared. After Dean Su left, I checked out of the hospital and used my salary as a beast tamer doctor from the Kangqiang Guild to buy some fire attribute nutritional potions and evolution materials. These other items are rewards from the freshman ranking competition and the Yinnan Mountain trial. Xing Yu gathered the pills and said to Hei Feng, "These should be enough for you to evolve. Hei Feng, swallow them." The medicinal pills slowly floated into its mouth. Hei Feng quickly absorbed them. Instantly, it erupted with power. He encouraged Hei Feng hang in there. "Lulu Blackwind's upgrade has a risk of cultivation deviation. Stand guard for us." Dai Lu replied, "I know." He commanded it, "Hei Feng, stay calm." Dai Lo created a shield to block the power of the Black Wind. Xing Yu clawed at the ground, gritting his teeth and thinking, "I can feel the pain that Hei Feng is experiencing right now." Void-breaking beast holy screen, heed my command. He immediately asked, quickly check how much longer until Hei Feng's evolution is complete. Strange vortexes suddenly appeared in the air. Upgrade progress. 30% upgrade progress, 58% upgrade progress, 73% upgrade progress, 79% upgrade progress, 87% upgrade progress, 90% upgrade progress, 92% upgrade progress, 99%. Xing Yu stared at the progress bar. Upgrade progress at 99%. Don't tell me the evolution is going to fail. Just at that moment, a massive pause suddenly appeared. It was Hei Feng. He had finally succeeded. At Yinnan Mountain, Xing Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Hei Feng, you've awakened a new attribute again. Name Netherworld, Hell Wolf level, Adult Stage 1, Bloodline, Hell Bloodline. Epic Bloodline. Talent, 1 Hellfire can inflict true damage to enemies, ignoring defensive armor. Talent 2, Demonic Power can increase attack and defense. 50% of damage dealt is converted into its own health attributes. Fire Wind, Dark Demon Skills, Hellish Entanglement, Hell's Roar, Shadowstalk, Silencing, Claw Ring of Judgment." A surge of power surrounded Hei Feng. Dalu whispered in a mix of shock and admiration, "Wings of the underworld, I can't believe it awakened the demon attribute. This kid really is an extraordinary beast tamer." He spread his arms wide and said joyfully, "This is great, Hei Feng. You're even stronger now." Yanran reminded him softly from behind, "You still need to sign a contract with one more tamed beast. What's your plan?" Xing Yu hesitated for a moment, his eyes showing a hint of bewilderment about that. In a different scene, he recalled Yanran enthusiastically grabbing his hand. "Xing Yu, I heard you're joining the Supernova tournament. You can't do that without another tamed beast. Come on, I'll take you to buy one now," Xing Yu said with shy gratitude. "Sister Yanran, thank you for your help with the tamed beast." She puffed out her chest and said energetically, "What are you thanking me for? You're my little brother, so your problems are my problems. It's just one tamed beast after all." Yanran became even more excited. "Pick anything you like, it's on me." Seeing the two of them, San Niang called out, "Miss Chin, you've arrived." She asked hurriedly, "Are you here for Lightning Attribute Nutrition Potions or Lightning Attribute Beast Cores today?" Yanran quickly explained, "Sanyang, my younger brother has a competition next month and needs to contract a new tamed beast. Could you give us some recommendations?" She confidently patted her chest. "Rest assured, just leave it to me." "Young sir, let me introduce this tamed beast to you." Sanyang presented a variety of beasts. The crimson-striped evil spider. Its attack power is much higher than other tamed beasts of the same rank. And this umbral violet-furred beast is also pretty good. It's agile in combat and can inflict critical damage. There is also this one. Suddenly, Yanran cut her off. Sanyang. Yanran waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "You don't need to show us the cheap ones. Just bring out your high-quality tamed beasts. I'll cover the cost." Hearing this, Sanyang's face lit up, her lips curling into a smile. "Since Miss Chin has spoken, I won't hide my treasures any longer." She led them both on a tour. "I'll let the young sir pick from the very best tamed beasts in our store." Inside the containment cages were numerous tamed beasts of various shapes. With such a diverse selection before them, the shopkeeper was quite confident. "So, young sir, has anything caught your eye?" The stats in every aspect of this earth-boring pangolin are excellent. The burning damage and venom of the three-eyed tyrant serpent are also quite remarkable. There were all kinds of tamed beasts with strange appearances, each looking intimidating enough to scare off an opponent. Xing Yu remained deep in thought, saying nothing. Seeing his continued silence, she frowned. Young sir, you're not satisfied even with these high-quality beasts. What kind of tamed beast do you actually want? Just state your requirements and I'll specially order it for you. At that moment, a bald man burst in excitedly. His voice was brimming with excitement. This batch is top quality. He immediately raised his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed, a spirit-type tamed beast. From what I know, spirit-type tamed beasts are considered useless. Sanyang, why would you bring in a spirit-type beast? Yan Ran leaned over and whispered an explanation. If you try to sell these spirits as tamed beasts, they obviously won't sell. But if you sell them as pets, there's no shortage of buyers hearing this. Xing Yu instantly understood, so it was to satisfy the whims of the powerful. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as his cold gaze swept over the small creature. Name Little Water Element Spirit Level Initial Stage 1. Bloodline Inferior Talents. None Attribute Water Skills. None Hidden Bloodline. Angelic Bloodline. Mythical Quality. This information stunned Xing Yu. This water element spirit has a hidden bloodline. Yan Ran, standing next to him, called out gently, Xing Yu, why are you zoning out Xing Yu? A faint smile touched the corner of his lips, and he turned to say decisively, Sister Yan Ran, I want to buy her. His words made Yan Ran recoil in shock. Xing Yu, you can't be serious. San Niang chuckled from the side. Young sir, don't tell me you're also, but Xing Yu cut her off. What are you two thinking? I want her to be my tamed beast, he thought excitedly. This is an angelic bloodline. At Yinnan Mountain, a cold wind whistled through the crevices of the rocks. Xing Yu released Freya and gently soothed her. Don't be afraid, I'm not going to hurt you. He took out a small vial of red syrup from his pouch. Eat this, your injuries will heal. His words were, of course, reliable. Freya's HP began to skyrocket. Xing Yu asked in a serious voice, Do you want to form a contract with me and become my tamed beast? She hesitated for a while, pondering the offer carefully. Remembering his kind treatment, she found no reason to refuse. In answer to his question, she gently wrapped herself around his finger. Tin Vu said happily, So you've agreed, then from now on. Then he dripped one drop of red syrup onto Freya. Finally, Tin Vu announced, You are my partner now. The contract is successful. At Amnam Mountain, Tin Vu looked up at Freya, circling him, and said, Little one, now that we've signed the blood contract, does that mean you've acknowledged me? Seeing her land on his hand, he thought to himself, as expected, a beast becomes much closer to its master after a blood contract. That's right, there's also this. Tin Vu took out a translucent glowing crystal and held it before Freya. This is a bloodline awakening crystal. I've already ground it up, so after you eat it, you can evolve. Freya hesitantly moved closer. After a moment's hesitation, she gently took a small bite. Instantly, it felt like an electric current surged through Freya's body. She clutched her trembling body as it radiated power. He clenched his fists, encouraging her in a deep, warm voice. Hang in there, you just need to push through it, and you'll be fine. Then a pillar of light shook the atmosphere. Dai Lo quickly appeared and hurriedly asked, Master, what's happening? Are you all right? Tin Vu calmly replied, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Freya continued to unleash a tremendous amount of energy. At the same time, a pair of angel wings slowly emerged. Finally, in the center of a brilliant circle of light, Freya appeared with a majestic aura. Dai Lo and Tin Vu stared in awe at the transformation before their eyes. Freya quickly approached Tin Vu. He looked at the information panel, his eyes shining brightly as he exclaimed with satisfaction, the hidden bloodline is activated. When I become a 9-star beast tamer, you'll be able to evolve into a 12-winged seraph, right? Tin Vu smiled softly, then suddenly remembered, that's right. I haven't given you a name yet. Before awakening your hidden bloodline, you were a water elemental spirit. How about I call you Freya? In Greek mythology, Freya represents the water elemental spirit. Freya gently landed on the ground and knelt before Tin Vu. He said in a serious voice, Freya, from now on, we will fight side by side. She stood before Tin Vu with her arms crossed and said, It seems you're one step closer to the supernova competition. He nodded, his gaze resolute, that's right. The next step is to become a 2-star beast tamer. In the office, Kai Nian slammed his hand on the desk. He frowned and asked what you want to register for the 2-star Beast Tamer exam. In contrast to his tension, Tin Vu smiled casually and replied simply, Yes, Teacher Tran. The Supernova competition is starting soon, so I need to pass the 2-star Beast Tamer assessment quickly. He was speechless, thinking to himself, how do these kids grow up so fast? The Morong siblings passed the 2-star Beast Tamer assessment 3 days ago, and I heard Tiu Tin Vu's Black Wind has evolved to its first stage adult form. He might actually meet the requirements for the exam. He had no choice but to compromise. All right, if your spiritual power meets the standard, I will allow you to participate in the exam. Tin Vu was overjoyed, and the surrounding teachers looked on expectantly. All right, show everyone what you've got. While everyone was still whispering, the numbers on the spiritual power meter on his wrist kept climbing. The final number made everyone gasp in astonishment. 2,583. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Kai Nian's expression became more serious as he frowned and analyzed. Normally, a beast tamer's spiritual power increases after their beast evolves. But based on past data, a 2-star beast tamer's spiritual power is typically between 2,000 and 3,000. He silently compared them before deciding. The most talented student I mentored before only had around 1,500 spiritual power when his beast reached adulthood. This kid is really something, getting over 2,500. After a moment of thought, Kai Nian finally nodded. All right, I approve you for the 2-star Beast Tamer assessment. Tin Vu smiled contentedly. Thank you, Teacher Tran. At Blood Mist Gorge, the helicopter cut through the wind, flying amidst thick layers of white clouds. Tin Vu stood up and decisively opened the helicopter door. He looked down from the terrifying height and said into his earpiece, "This is the assessment site." On the other end of the line, Nu Yen announced, "This is the assessment location. Tin Vu, you have reached the entrance to Blood Mist Gorge. The 2-star Beast Tamer assessment is about to begin, so please prepare yourself." Kai Nian also added, "The number of demonic beasts in Blood Mist Gorge is immense. If you face a situation you cannot handle, don't force it. Send a distress signal at any time." Taking a deep breath, he got into position. "I'm ready, Headmaster." The headmaster briefly explained the test. You just need to successfully get from the gorge's entrance to the exit to pass the assessment. The 2-star Beast Tamer assessment now officially begins. Immediately, Tin Vu quickly strapped on the parachute pack and jumped. In the monitoring room, Kai Nian reported Headmaster Tin Vu has entered Blood Mist Gorge. To traverse Blood Mist Gorge, the candidate must first battle the giant iron mace crocodiles. Then they must escape the Blood Demon Spider clan fortified in the Demon Caves. However, some of the Blood Demon Spiders have evolved to the 3rd stage of maturity. Nu Yen asked doubtfully, "Can Tin Vu really handle that?" He added, "Furthermore, because of the heavy rain last night, a lot of them have appeared in the Red Water Swamp." Suddenly, a giant beast roared, opening its massive, sharp-toothed maw. As he descended, Tin Vu exclaimed in shock, "Giant iron mace crocodiles." The crocodiles turned towards him aggressively. Name: giant iron mace crocodile. Rank: 3rd stage, initial form. Bloodline elite. Quality talents: super strong bite, lethal toxin attribute, poison skills, death roll, frantically spinning after biting a weak spot, and poison spit, which spews a red toxin that burns, slows, and weakens enemy defenses. Kai Nian quickly surmised these giant iron mace crocodiles are all in their initial form. If Tin Vu just summons his netherworld hellwolf, it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? He raised his hand and called out, "Freya, prepare to summon your protective power." In that life-or-death moment, a dazzling light erupted. An angelic spirit beast appeared majestically. Freya has descended. He was a bit surprised he didn't summon Black Wind. Nu Yen immediately realized is that the second beast Tin Vu made a contract with. Within the circle of light, Tin Vu was shielded by Freya's Holy Light protection. Name: Holy Light Angel Beast. Rank: 1st stage. Initial form: Bloodline. Angelic quality. Mythical talent: Holy Light protection, which dispels enemy debuffs and creates a holy shield for allies' attributes. Angel type: Holy Light type. Kai Nian exclaimed in awe, "Headmaster Tin Vu is truly something else, contracting a mythical-grade angel-type beast. An angel-type beast hasn't appeared in our Hidden Dragon City for a long time. Where did this kid find it?" The headmaster answered, "I heard Tin Vu bought a water elemental spirit from the beast shop 2 days ago. Are you saying it's that one?" Kai Nian was incredulous. "No way. A water elemental spirit's bloodline is very weak, but the Holy Light Angel Beast has a pure, angelic bloodline." Nu Yen said gravely, "Old Tran, don't forget the Netherworld Hellwolf was originally just a Swiftwind Hound with a 1st-rank bloodline." He analyzed, "That's right. Tin Vu always turns the impossible into the possible in our eyes. This is what a true beast tamer is." Facing the horde of crocodiles, Freya stepped forward, surprising Tin Vu. Freya, before he could do anything, she had already charged forward. She raised her holy light sword, and with a flash of light, she cut down the entire horde of crocodiles. With just one move, the entire horde of crocodiles fell like dominoes. Kai Nian's eyes widened in amazement. One move, she killed the giant iron mace crocodiles in a single move. It's bloodline suppression. As expected of an angel-type beast, a mythical-grade bloodline is truly legendary. He commanded Freya, "Get me across that swamp." Unexpectedly, she wrapped her arms around Tin Vu's waist. Freya held him tightly in her arms. "Freya, what are you doing? Put me down. This is way too embarrassing." Freya's eyes glowed with a cold light while he was completely flustered. The moment they landed, Tin Vu sensed it. The demonic energy is so dense. From the cliff walls, swarms of small blood spiders emerged. They wove dense webs, setting deadly traps from above. She rushed forward without hesitation, and Tin Vu immediately shouted a warning, "Freya, be careful." Freya swung her sword, and a flash of holy light tore through the spider silk. But in an instant, red spiders poured out, surrounding them both. Suddenly, a giant spider lunged out. Named Blood Demon Spider, rank Tier 3, mature form, bloodline, elite bloodline talent, super toughness, impervious to fire and water, fears no blades, attribute poison attribute skill. Spiderweb prison, the spider weaves a large web, trapping enemies inside to suffocate them to death. Tin Vu tensely watched the Blood Demon Spider. Blood Demon Spiders are colonial creatures, and there are probably no fewer than 20 of them in this mountain cave. From the darkness, a giant blood spider charged furiously toward him. Tin Vu came face to face with the ferocious spider. Meanwhile, Kai Nian observed that this holy light angelic beast, despite being only a tamed beast in its initial form, could overcome the rank difference and damage the mature form Blood Demon Spider. The Blood Demon Spider attacked frantically. Its destructive power was terrifying. Tin Vu continuously dodged the vicious attacks from the blood spider. He quickly summoned Hak Fong from the seal on his hand. A giant black wolf appeared, its blazing red eyes filled with power. Hak Fong roared, shielding its master. It and Freya were both prepared for a battle to the death. Hu Yen deliberately reminded him, Tin Vu, do not be too aggressive. The condition to pass the test is to reach the destination, not to kill the demonic beasts. Tin Vu simply curled his lips into a confident smile. He commanded with authority, Hak Fong Hell's Howl. The combat strength of the Blood Demon Spiders showed no signs of weakening. The spiders spat webs from their mouths. Those spider webs enveloped Black Wind. They continuously shot out those webs. Seizing the opportunity while Hak Fong was covered in webs, the Blood Demon Spiders lunged towards it. The spiders continued to cast their webs. This time, the spider webs restrained Black Wind's legs. Caught by the surprise attack, it immediately raised its guard. Black Wind snarled, struggling to break free from the spider webs. The swarm of spiders kept spewing webs frantically. Tin Vu held out his hand and shouted, "Freya, use Guardian's Holy Light on Hak Fong." Freya immediately entered the battle to provide support. A purple light emanated from Hak Fong. The webs were then blocked by the light and reflected back. From that light, it coiled into a vortex. That vortex rushed towards the swarm of spiders. The whirlwind tore through the flesh of those Blood Demon Spiders. Hak Fong returned to his back. 25 Blood Demon Spiders. They were too weak, weren't they? Suddenly, rocks began to fall from the ceiling above. Tin Vu and Hak Fong were completely stunned. He spoke in astonishment. "This aura is." A loud explosion erupted in front of Tin Vu, Hak Fong, and Freya. Suddenly, a monster appeared. Name, Cavern Demon Eye Spider, predecessor Blood Demon Spider, rank perfect form, Tier 1, bloodline, elite, quality talent 1, super resilience, impervious to fire and water, fears no blades, talent 2, burrowing attribute, psionic type. Kai Nian suddenly shouted, "Tin Vu, run away now. Yesterday's storm was to allow a Blood Demon Spider to evolve. You can't possibly defeat it." Tin Vu looked surprised and disagreed. "Run, Teacher Tran, what about my test?" Then he tried his best to persuade him, "You can always take it next time as long as you maintain your strength. You'll surely pass." But Tin Vu remained resolute. "The next test. That's too much of a waste of time." Behind him, Freya also entered a battle-ready stance. "For my 2-star test, I will slay gods if I meet gods and slay Buddhas if I meet Buddhas." Hak Fong opened its mouth, shooting out purple beams of light. Freya immediately swung her sword, releasing a wave of light. The two streams of power carried considerable destructive force, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. At this moment, the Cavern Demon Eye Spider advanced towards them. Kai Nian spoke up, "You cannot be reckless this time. I will come and get you immediately." Dailo also tried to persuade him, "Give up, he's right. You can't be so reckless with your current strength. You can't possibly kill it." However, he just chuckled with amusement. "Interesting. She was surprised, huh?" Tin Vu spoke with a sinister look. "I must pass this 2-star beast to mare test. I must conquer and slay this demonic beast, and more than that, I want to discover my own limits." He began the battle. Hak Fong get behind it and use silent claws. Hak Fong immediately used the technique, sinking into the ground. The spider began to show its power, spitting out a giant thread of silk. Seeing the attack, Tin Vu shouted, "Freya, protect me and Hak Fong." It rushed towards the back of the Cavern Demon Eye Spider. Then Hak Fong attacked it. But the Cavern Demon Eye Spider's reflexes were extraordinary. It used its hind legs to counterattack. Tin Vu frowned and shouted, "Hak Fong," unable to react in time. Hak Fong was sent flying by the spider. Freya did her best to provide covering fire. Its body slammed hard against the stone wall. Tin Vu was also thrown against the cliff wall by the shockwave. The three of them had not yet suffered any fatal wounds. That Cavern Demon Eye Spider looked triumphant. Tin Vu gestured cheerfully with contempt. "Are you laughing at me?" as expected of a demonic beast with a human-like face. "What are you so smug about?" The spider was enraged by those words. It immediately shot out several more strands of web. He climbed onto Hak Fong and commanded, "Hak Fong, this web is poisonous, teleport us away." That spider immediately gave chase. Tin Vu looked back. "I have to think of something. I can't let it keep chasing me." The spider's health, why is it gradually decreasing? The cavern demon-eyed spider was suddenly injured as it rushed towards Tin Vu and Hak Fong. He widened his eyes in surprise. The wound isn't deep, but the web it's spitting is definitely not as thick as before. Could it be that its health and its web are related? Tin Vu was picked up by Freya. "Hak Fong is injured. It can't carry us any further. Freya, help me." Then an attack rushed towards them, forcing them all to dodge hastily. Tin Vu spoke up. "The spider's health is dropping again. Now I understand how to deal with you, you demon spider." Just as he said, the spider's health bar was dropping uncontrollably. He shouted, "Hak Fong, spit on it, make it feel disgusted." Immediately after, Hak Fong did as it was told. That action made the cavern demon-eyed spider extremely furious. The demon spider refused to back down and shot webs towards it. Tin Vu commanded it. Hak Fong used Shadow Stalk attack randomly. He finally understood, just as I thought, the demon spider is burning its own life force to produce webs. When the last strand of web is shot from its body, it will be completely spent. Suddenly, Tin Vu shouted, "Hak Fong, stop fighting it head on, just keep disgusting it." It began to circle around, confusing the cavern demon-eyed spider. Hak Fong jumped away, dodging the cavern demon-eyed spider's attacks. It leaped to another side, but was caught by the spider's web. Then Hak Fong glared angrily at the spider. That cavern demon-eyed spider also charged angrily towards it. It mercilessly knocked Hak Fong down, however it still struggled to its feet to regain its footing. Tin Vu grimaced and commanded Hak Fong, no more holding back, use demonic power. Freya cast Guardian's Holy Light on Hak Fong, remove its negative status effects. A sound echoed as a helicopter appeared in the sky. Kai Nian asked worriedly, "Are we still not going to intervene?" Nu Yen repeatedly reassured him, "Keep waiting, he has already found a way to handle it." He asked pessimistically, "But can Tin Vu hold on?" The sky gradually darkened and the moon slowly appeared. Freya and Hak Fong continued to fight the cavern demon-eyed spider 7 hours later. Tin Vu panted while clutching his chest. "This damn spider has used up 9/10 of its health. The color of its web has also faded. It can't defeat Hak Fong with the support of demonic power and Guardian's Holy Light. If this continues, its death is certain." No, that's not right. All living things have a will to survive. Why has it consumed so much of its life force and still shows no intention of stopping the fight? Is it just pure hatred? But why has it never strayed far from the cave? Could there be some kind of treasure inside? A gust of wind suddenly shot towards the spider. That gust of wind rushed swiftly towards it. The cavern demon-eyed spider countered, and the object was stopped in its tracks. Suddenly, Tin Vu shouted, "Hak Fong, use Hell's Roar." Hak Fong quickly spewed a powerful purple flame. "It doesn't have much web left. This is our chance." Immediately, Hak Fong blasted a large flame at the spider. Hak Fong unleashed the Hellfire Lotus Roar. The flame aimed straight for the cavern demon-eyed spider, causing it to suffer considerable damage. That cavern demon-eyed spider glared angrily at them. Freya and Hak Fong immediately charged forward to attack the spider. The two of them coordinated to launch an attack together. Tin Vu commanded, "Don't worry about protecting me, focus on attacking, finish it in one go. Hak Fong, use Hellfire Lotus again." Hak Fong immediately unleashed the skill again. The attack left the cavern demon-eyed spider with no time to dodge. It took the full force of that fiery rage. The blow sent it flying far away without missing. Tin Vu sighed tiredly. We won, we actually won. Hak Fong, you did great, you too, Freya." "Hak Fong, Freya, let's go inside the cave and check it out. There's definitely good stuff in there." Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Nu Yen's voice came through Tin Vu. "Leave quickly." He replied, "Headmaster, I've already defeated the demon spider." The headmaster urged, "Even after a cavern demon spider dies, it might still be able to move for a short time." Hearing that, Tin Vu turned around in alarm. "What did you say?" The spider suddenly struggled to rise from the smoke. It roared and charged at them. A massive monster with a spider's body and a white human skull stood menacingly at the entrance. "We're doomed! It's blocking the only exit!" Following that was the monster's savage roar. Tin Vu shouted an order, "Quickly hide inside my beast taming medal." But at that moment, Freya recalled the first time she met Tin Vu. She suddenly charged madly towards the Earthblood spider. Tin Vu was horrified, but could not stop Freya in time. Freya, come back quickly. She attacked from mid-air, shooting a beam of fire straight at the monster. Freya's giant fire beam blasted the monster out of the cave entrance. She charged straight out of the cave, landing a few more direct hits that sent it flying into the sky. Then a massive explosion erupted in midair, and the monster was completely obliterated by Freya. Holding her sword, she stood protectively in front of Tin Vu and looked back at him. Their eyes met, and in that moment he was surprised just now. Did you comprehend a new skill on your own? Tinvu joyfully ran over and hugged Freya. Freya, you are so amazing. The two of them stood at the cave entrance looking at a gray box with a green seed inside that had suddenly appeared after the monster exploded. We found it. This is what the demonic-eyed earth-lair spider was protecting with its life. Tinvu pointed at the seed inside and asked curiously, Lulu, do you know what kind of seed this is? Dalu actually knew what it was. This is the precursor to the heavenly fox vine beast, a plant-type tamed beast with an ancient bloodline. Tinvu picked up the seed and examined it with shining eyes. Ancient. This could very well be of illusionary god quality. With such a powerful bloodline, it must be very difficult to grow. Lulu, do you know how to plant this seed? Dalu thought for a moment, then replied, Of course, I remember the conditions to grow it are very complex. It seems to need watering with dew from phoenix tailgrass nectar from the ghostly firefly flower, and also fertilizer made from the dung of a god-body demonic beast. The bright light in Tinvu's eyes instantly faded. He grumbled a single seed. How can it be harder to care for than a pampered young lady? Lulu, for better or worse, you are an emperor-body demonic beast and a demonic weapon that the Dragon Kingdom's Ant Empress detests. A big shot. Like you probably knows quite a few god-body demonic beasts. Right before he could finish his sentence, Dalu furiously scolded him. You want me to bow my head and go pick up dung? Tinvu quickly laughed and denied it. No, I meant you should go ask for it. Hei Feng followed behind Tinvu, who was excitedly admiring the seed as he walked out of the cave, but of course Dalu was not fooled like that. She snapped. Asking is also not an option. When they got outside, a large helicopter was already waiting there. The person in the helicopter called down, to Tinvu, are you all right? Tinvu hid the seed and waved back, Dean Su, I am fine. Time flew by 2 weeks later in Four Spirit City at an extremely large-scale arena. A huge crowd filled the stands, cheering loudly. Tinvu, mixed in with the crowd, also let out a sigh of admiration as expected of a nationwide competition. It is really lively. Yang Shuo walked up holding a half-drunk can of soda. Behind him was Ham. Walking in silence, he greeted loudly as he walked. The great genius Tu arrived so early, Tinvu turned around, startled and surprised. Then he also happily greeted back brother Yang Shuo. Hey there, green gold, long time no see, you have gotten even more beautiful. Hearing this, Yang Shuo, who was drinking his soda, choked. He yelled at Tinvu, Kid, what did you call my sister? Tinvu just replied calmly, green gold, because writing Morong Ham is too troublesome, so I gave her a nickname. On the other side, Yang Shuo became even more furious, crushing the soda can and roaring, right, when did you ever write my sister's name and you gave her this childish and vulgar nickname, green gold too? I am going to kill you today, I Morong Yang. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ham cut him off. Brother, sit down. Yang Shuo could only reply with one word, okay. Tinvu asked Ham, green gold, how have you been lately? What is the progress on upgrading your tamed beasts? Ham also replied cheerfully, my first tamed beast has evolved into a second-stage entity, and my second tamed beast has awakened the lightning attribute. Hearing them chat, Yang Shuo felt his world crumble. His little sister was actually talking proactively to another guy and even accepted the nickname Green Gold. A daughter cannot be kept forever. My sister always holds a grudge. I remember that year I called her by her childhood nickname and she was mad at me for days, but when Tiu Tinvu calls her that, she accepts it. This is just too much favoritism. Yang Shuo was so angry that he spoke his inner thoughts aloud. Oh heavens, this world has gone mad. Mice are being bridesmaids for cats. My sister has found her soulmate, and she is always helping an outsider. The other two found his outburst annoying. Tinvu asked blankly, what is wrong with your brother Ham? Ham said helplessly, just ignore him. They continued chatting. Speaking of which, who is our opponent today? Ham actually did not know either. I do not know, the lottery results have not been announced yet. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. No, the results are already out. The three of them turned their heads to look and called out Dean Su. Nu Yen walked over holding a folder and announced, your opponent in the first battle is the White Tiger Academy. No matter what, you must dominate them. In today's solo matches, defeat them completely. Suddenly, a mocking voice was heard. Why is Dean Su so angry? Qing Yu appeared in the stands wearing a daringly cut cheongsam, and with short blonde hair, a cigarette in her hand, she looked straight at them and sneered. Are you that afraid of losing to my White Tiger Academy? Nu Yen did not back down either. Dinju, should you not return to your own bench? What are you doing in our Azure Dragon Academy's territory? If you want to watch, can you not get the information on your phone? Qing Yu replied while holding her cigarette. I came this time to see your trump card. I heard his perfect form demonic beast is a fierce fighter, and that he can control both a hellborn and an angel type at the same time, just like that man. And Hu Yen immediately walked up to face Qing Yu. Qing Yu continued to mock. Seeing with my own eyes is the most reliable, I admit. He has some skill, but he is just another Yanning Shuangnu. Yen immediately retorted, "It was just a bit of luck. Do you really think your student is that strong?" Tin Vu watched the two of them from the side and thought to himself, Zhu Qingyu. I heard that she and Dean Su have been sworn rivals since childhood. Whether in achievements or family background, they always wanted to one-up each other. Yang Shuo was standing in front of Tin Vu, giving a strained smile and advising Dean, "Please mind your image." Kai Nian, standing behind the two women, smiled placatingly and announced the Empress has arrived. They finally stopped arguing. Qingyu left with a parting shot. "Just you wait. I will make your Azure Dragon Academy students pack their bags and go home." Nu Yen shot back, "I will be waiting with great anticipation." After saying that, Nu Yen turned to the three of them and said in a stern voice, "Tiu Tinvu Morong Yang Shuo Morong Ham Ham, come with me to welcome the Empress." Above the arena, countless auspicious clouds and a brilliant golden light began to appear. All eyes were focused on the largest and most beautiful cloud. On that largest five-colored cloud was the figure of a woman riding a large beast with 4 legs, 2 horns, and a long tail. Someone joyfully shouted while pointing, "The Empress has arrived, the Empress has arrived." Some people on the ground shielded their eyes with their hands and looked up in admiration. My God, that is the most beautiful and most powerful woman in our Dragon Kingdom. The person standing between the 2 gleaming golden horns and the fierce blazing red eyes of the giant Qilin was Shangguan Lan, the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom. The white-haired woman with golden eyes looked straight down amidst the cheers of the crowd. Tin Vu watched the golden light descending from the sky and exclaimed in his heart, "Is this the strongest beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom? Her aura is truly terrifying." Shangguan Lan had now landed on the ground. She and her golden Qilin stood amidst the cheers of the people as countless colorful, auspicious clouds swirled around the arena. Seeing her up close, Tin Vu felt even more terrified. An 11-star medal, a beast emperor who stands above all 10-star beast tamers. Shangguan Lan slightly parted her lips and the stars on her chest flashed with light. Tin Vu could feel it very clearly now. The gap between him and her was probably not just a matter of a few stars. Tin Vu's eyes suddenly turned fiery red as if they were sparking. A majestic Qilin appeared in the middle of the arena, and a line of text appeared in Tin Vu's mind. Name 7. Colored Holy Qilin, rank God, slaying body, 3rd stage, bloodline, pure Qilin bloodline, quality, Genesis talent, attributes, loyalty skills. The more Tin Vu looked, the more he trembled and broke into a cold sweat. As expected, the gap is too large. It exceeds the detection range of the eye of the demon god. He quietly asked Dalu Lulu, "You were wanted by the Empress. How did you manage to survive? Were you not lucky to have met me? Without me, you would have died 800 times over by now." Dalu looked at him with annoyance, but still reluctantly agreed. "Although you speak harshly, kid, I can only accept it." Tin Vu chatted with Dalu while looking at the Empress. "The 7-colored Holy Qilin probably is not Shangguan Lan's only tamed beast, right?" Dalu educated Tin Vu. "Of course not. She has even stronger demonic beasts." In Tin Vu's eyes, an imposing golden dragon appeared, coiling around the Empress. Tin Vu's eyes widened in shock. "Dragon Force, pure Dragon Force." Lulu, this Shangguan Lan has a pure-blooded Dragon Clan tamed beast. Were not the pure-blooded Dragon Clan wiped out several hundred years ago? Dalu was also unsure about this. "I do not know." Tin Vu continued, "According to historical records, only the pure-blooded Dragon Clan, the pure-blooded Phoenixes, and the pure-blooded Qilins possess the Genesis quality bloodline. The 3 most powerful beasts of the past were the Qilin the Phoenix and the dragon Xingyu." Thought to himself, in terms of strength, the Dragon Clan was the strongest, followed by the Phoenix and the Qilin, but the race that was annihilated was the Dragon Clan. During the Dragon Annihilation War, humans struggled to fight the Dragon Clan. Xingyu became even more suspicious if the pure-blooded Dragon Clan was truly dead. Where did this woman meet this dragon? And there was also the Dragon's Tear, one of the 3 great treasures of the Dragon Clan. Indeed, the Dragon Annihilation War was not that simple. Guanlan sat on the high chair, waved her hand, and ordered begin the competition. Yang Shuo stood behind cheering for Xingyu Xiaoxing. "You don't worry too much if you lose the individual match. If you can't win, you still have us," the headmaster announced. "Xiaoxing Yu, according to the draw. You are the first one." But Xingyu was extremely confident. "Headmistress Su, I guarantee I will win the first victory." Xingyu and a tall, muscular man appeared in the arena. The loudspeaker announced the contestant from the White Tiger Academy on the right is Lin Tianzi, son of the Tiger Sword Guild's president Lin Xiang. The contestant from the Azure Dragon Academy on the left is the rising genius Yao Xingyu. The competition begins. Xingyu shouted loudly, summoning the majestic Heifeng, "Come forth, Heifeng." On the other side of the arena, a large golden snake appeared at the call. Sand Burial Crimson Python, accept the challenge. Han Han stood in the stands looking down worriedly. Isn't the Sand Burial Crimson Python sand attribute a counter to Heifeng's fire attribute? Yang Shuo shared the same anxiety. In a duel between equals, attribute counters are more important than bloodline suppression. This match will be difficult for Xiao Xingyu. Tianzi shouted, and the snake immediately unleashed a golden vortex, Sand Burial, Crimson Python, Sandblade Dragon tornado. Xingyu countered with Heifeng's move, shooting a purple beam of light directly into the vortex, Heifeng Hell's Howl. Heifeng looked completely different from before, with purple mixed into its fur, a red mark on its forehead, and blazing red eyes. Heifeng's attack was instantly neutralized by the opponent's technique. Meanwhile, the golden vortex had a significant impact on it. Tianzi mocked Xingyu, classmate Xiao, with attribute suppression, you can't beat me. Xingyu just smiled and replied with a seemingly unrelated sentence. The weather is quite humid today, isn't it? He fearlessly raised his hand and gestured forward. Don't be hasty, the battle has just begun. That was just a warm-up. Next, I only need 2 moves. Tianzi was astonished. 2 moves. Xingyu raised his hand towards Heifeng and commanded Heifeng use Hell's Howl on the sky. The purple beam of light from Heifeng's mouth shot straight up into the sky. The woman standing beside the Empress's throne looked down at the match below. Does he want to melt the sand, but the flame temperature of a netherworld hellwolf is not enough. Guanlan rested her chin on her hand. That's not it. The attendant beside her asked, Your Majesty, then what does he want to do? That purple beam of light pierced straight through the clouds, creating a hole in the middle. The Empress calmly replied, he wants to take advantage of the rainbow clouds I created. Tianzi looked at Heifeng spewing out a stream of power and was surprised. What is Heifeng trying to do? He became even more panicked. It's raining. He thrust his hand forward and shouted a command. This is bad. Sand Burial Crimson Python, stop it quickly. Xingyu spread his arms wide and replied, Too late, you've missed your best chance. Tianzi was furious. Damn it, the sand is all wet. Whether it's creating a sand vortex or a sand burial trap, it won't be effective for the Sand Burial Crimson Python. He quickly commanded Heifeng Hellfire Lotus. Upon hearing the command, Heifeng immediately spewed fire. Its attack struck the Sand Burial Crimson Python hard. It was quickly racked with pain from the flames. Dust and smoke filled the air. After a moment, the Sand Burial Crimson Python was defeated. Cheers erupted. He did it. Xingyu really did it. He turned the tables with just 2 moves, just like he said. This artificial rain phenomenon is amazing. Even Guanlan had to praise him. He has precise timing and a brilliant mind. The handmaiden beside her spoke up. Your Majesty, Xiao Xingyu's background has been investigated and no issues were found. She was very pleased, therefore, grant this year's first invitation to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. To him, she was slightly surprised the first invitation to a commoner. The handmaiden immediately bowed. This subordinate understands. Yang Shuo looked at Xingyu and praised him. That's some skill to resolve the match so easily and quickly. Han Han also smiled and said a great fight. Headmistress Su waved her hand and praised Xiao Xingyu. You did very well. I'll reward you when we return. He heard this and replied excitedly, Headmistress Su, don't forget when we get back. Dalu suddenly panicked. Phoenix, Tailgrass, Xiao Xingyu. I see Phoenix Tailgrass. Xingyu looked surprised. Doesn't Phoenix Tailgrass grow on the border? They have it in Four Spirit City, too. Seeing he wasn't paying attention, she asked, aren't you going to watch the next match? Xingyu replied, my solo match is over. It's not my business anymore. I'm going to the restroom. Han Han looked a bit sad. My match is next. Her brother seeing this got angry. You punk. You're trying to charm my sister, aren't you? He replied helplessly. Lu Jin, good luck. You'll definitely win. I'll be cheering for you quietly. She hesitated a little. Xiao Xingyu was very flustered. Sorry, I really have something to do. I don't have time to watch the competition right now. Han Han showed a sad expression. You have to go with me after the competition. He immediately smiled brightly and ran off. See you there. Just then, an announcement rang out. The second match is the daughter of General Murong Han Han of the Azure Dragon Academy versus the son of City Lord Huangyan Zhou Ye of the White Tiger Academy, Four Spirit City, Yueting Street. The surroundings were extremely bustling, City Lord Zhou guarding the border day and night. It's truly been hard work, City Lord Zhou. Welcome back. This is a freshly laid egg from my old hen. Please accept it. You are a hero who brings glory to our Four Spirit City and even a great hero of our Dragon Kingdom. Xingyu observed in silence. So many people have come here to welcome the army. At this moment, Cheng Gong was standing there majestically, his gaze incredibly resolute. Following behind him was the imperial-rank giant war rhinoceros. As soon as he saw it, he was amazed. Dalu, looking 8-star taming and an emperor-rank beast, and its loyalty exceeds 100. How many life-and-death battles has it been through? Dalu spoke seriously. I know the giant warbeast clan. They are very belligerent and have some friction with my nine-tailed fox clan. A Zhou, who can be called a city lord, can only be Zhou Xiong, who guards the west among the 4 great strongholds on the Dragon Kingdom's border. Xing Yu scratched his head, wondering then, isn't that the father of Zhou Ye who is fighting Murong Han Han? She continued angrily, Phoenix tailgrass grows at the Ligu Glacier in the west, a place teeming with demonic beasts. He is stationed there, so he has Phoenix tailgrass. You should go rob his bag tomorrow. He suddenly noticed something was wrong. The imperial rhinoceros looked strange. Its eyes are watering as it's sick. Something was crawling out of its ear. Meanwhile, many tiny bugs were crawling all over the eyes of Chunggong's beast. Realizing this, Xing Yu pushed through the crowd, shouting, Zhou Chunggong, your imperial giant war rhinoceros. It's injured, isn't it? I have a way to treat it. Chunggong was a bit surprised. My beast is sick. Why do you say that, young man? He observed him the uniform of a beast tamer from the Azure Dragon Academy. He's about the same age as my son. How could he know medicine? Xing Yu immediately presented his credentials. I am a specially recruited pharmacist from the Sky Association. May I ask if your beast suffers from chills, and every time it rains, red spots appear all over its body and its skin might even. Hearing this, Chunggong was astonished, correct in every detail. He was a bit doubtful and said, I returned this time to find a cure for my beast, but forgive my bluntness. I can't trust you. Yet tell me, why is it sick? Is it the same as what other famous doctors have said? He immediately replied, it's simple. Time gradually passed. Xing Yu had now approached, raising his hand to catch a bug on the beast city Lord Zhou. Look, this is the cause of the illness, the sand sarcoma mite. He looked at it with excitement. Chunggong praised him. You are truly knowledgeable. Over the years, I have hired many famous doctors, but they couldn't cure the sand sarcoma from my imperial giant war rhinoceros. Since you volunteered, I wonder if you have a treatment method. Xing Yu replied confidently, City Lord Zhou, let's go somewhere else. I need some herbs. Feeling that he could cure it, he said, come to my villa, whatever medicinal materials you need. Just say it after the treatment is done. I, Zhou, am willing to help you with anything. Hearing these words, he thought to himself, it seems I can not only get the phoenix tail grass, but also gain a good connection. After that, the city lord led Tinyi Vu to the prefectural mansion. Arriving at the medicinal herb storage, he stood before the cabinet and murmured 15 grams of silverfall petals, 20 grams of heavenly bamboo grass, 25 grams of fire. Subduing spirit, add the family's secret recipe and start brewing, and I can create the violet spirit essence. A moment later, Xing Yu brought over a vial of the solution and respectfully presented it. City Lord Zhou, this is the violet spirit essence specialized in treating sand swarm worms. The liquid is to be drunk, and the dregs applied externally. It works quickly with no side effects. If you are not at ease, you can find someone else to test it. Chunggong replied, Little brother, you are overthinking it. When I trust someone, I do not doubt them. Let me try it. He then brought the vial of medicine to his beast companion. He gently coaxed it, be a good boy, drink this up. After drinking it, the beast immediately fell asleep. Just a moment later, the sand swarm worms began to convulse one by one and then died on the spot. Seeing this, Chunggong laughed heartily. This little guy hasn't slept so soundly in a long time. This medicine is miraculous, little brother. No Dr. Xiao from now on. Xing Yu gently raised a hand to interrupt. I know what City Lord Zhou is worried about. The sand swarm worms on your beast companion will be completely eliminated. I can give you the prescription, so when you return to Huangyan City, you can also help the soldiers' beasts. Hearing this, his eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly, his voice deep with emotion. Thank you so much. So what is your fee? Hearing this, Xing Yu scratched his head and chuckled. I need phoenix tail grass and demonic glow flower. Just those 2 will be enough. Chunggong laughed loudly. Phoenix tail grass is not an expensive herb, and while the demonic glow flower is hard to find, it is not unobtainable. Divine Dr. Xiao, please stay for dinner at my home tonight. We get along so well, let us share a drink. Hearing this, Xing Yu scratched his head and chuckled. City Lord Zhou, to be honest, I snuck out to come here by now. Your esteemed son must have finished his match against my teammate. Chunggong was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. The headmasters of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Academies have been at odds for a long time. Even I have heard of it. Let us go together. I also wanted to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. But when they arrived, the match was still undecided. Suddenly, the referee's voice boomed across the square. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition has grown more intense. The duel between Zhou Ye and Murong Xin has lasted for a full hour, and still no winner has been decided. Xing Yu exclaimed in surprise. They are still fighting. In the arena, the 2 opponents stood facing each other with tense expressions. Suddenly, Zhou Ye spoke up. Classmate Murong, you are clearly at a disadvantage. Why are you struggling so hard to hold on? Besides, you have not seemed very focused from the start. What are you looking at? Xin frowned and thought to herself, why is Yao Jingyu not back yet? If he finds out I lost, it will be so awkward. No, I must win for him to see. Jingyu called down from the stands. Lu Jin, why are you still persisting? Can your spiritual energy hold out much longer? Hearing him, Xin turned and saw it was Yao Jingyu. Jingyu closed his eyes slightly as his demon god's eye flared. Both her and Zhou Ye's conditions are not good. Their spiritual energy is on the verge of depletion. This is neither good nor bad news for either side. Let me see the attributes of their beast companions. His penetrating vision activated and detailed information appeared before Jingyu's eyes. So, this is Lu Jin's primary beast companion. Looks like she has sent out her ace. This girl's competitive spirit is quite cute. Title, Snow Spirit. Demon Hunter level adult stage, Tier 2. Bloodline, mythical quality. Talent. One demon eye possesses powerful vision that can spot enemy blind spots and weaknesses. Talent 2 Arctic Storm. After being hit, it unleashes waves of frost to enhance its shield attributes. Flying and Ice type, Loyalty 99. Title Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf, level adult stage, Tier 2 Bloodline, mythical quality talent. One wolf head reduces direct damage taken, Talent 2. Ocular Art Shadow Clone consumes spiritual energy to create 12 shadow clones that can deal real damage. Defeated clones consume more spiritual energy. Attribute Psychic type, Loyalty 87. After reading this, he frowned and thought 12 shadow clones. No wonder this fight is taking so long. Xin shouted, attack Winter's Advent. Zhou Ye was not to be outdone and countered Ocular Art Shadow Clone. The evil-eyed Grey Wolf split into multiple copies and charged forward simultaneously. They growled, demonstrating their power. The Snow Spirit Demon Hunter was a bit disoriented by so many copies and flew high into the air. The pack of wolves below continuously threatened it from the ground. Then, as if unafraid of the height, they all leaped up in unison. The audience whispered among themselves, isn't this move a bit dirty? Who can tell the clones from the real one? But Jingyu thought differently. No, it is still possible to distinguish them. In this situation, Xin thought to herself, I will just have to take a gamble. Suddenly, the sound of Jingyu's cough drew her attention. Jingyu clutched his chest and coughed a few times as if accidentally giving a signal. Xin paused and frowned as doubt crept into her mind. What is he doing? Could it be a signal? She quickly turned back to observe the pack of evil-eyed gray wolves. Suddenly, she noticed that one of the wolves in the pack was panting heavily. Xin's eyes lit up as she pointed forward and commanded Snow Spirit Demon Hunter attack. Countless ice crystals flew out and struck the real body directly. Seeing this, he frowned and gritted his teeth. How could this be? No, she must have just guessed. Wildly evil-eyed gray wolf switch with a clone. But no matter how he maneuvered them, Xin was not fooled, and using the same trick, easily struck the real body again. At the end of the match, the referee stepped forward to announce a winner has been decided. The victor of this battle is Murong Xin. The individual match score for the Azure Dragon Academy is now 2-0. Seeing Xin surrounded by cheers, Yang Shuo proudly exclaimed, Little sister, you truly are the best standing nearby. Jingyu smiled and congratulated her. Congratulations, Lu Jin. But she ignored him and ran to hug Jingyu first. Thank you. He replied calmly, it was nothing, just a small thing, all while Yang Shuo panicked beside them. He trembled as he looked at the two of them. Little sister, what are you doing, Zhao Jingyu? What have you done to my sister? Jingyu remained calm and gently explained it was nothing. I just gave Lu Jin a hint before he could finish. Yang Shuo angrily yelled, Get your hands off her! If you dare touch my sister again, I swear I will kill you! On the other side of the arena, a dejected Zhou Ye spoke wearily to the furious Qingyu headmaster. I have lost. She clenched her fist, snapping her cigarette in two, which made the other three panic even more. Qingyu angrily pointed at the group and shouted, We will have a meeting this afternoon to discuss team strategy. Nobody sleeps until we have a result. You will train until you drop the three of them, quickly shouted. Yes, ma'am. Away from the cheering crowd, Changong leaned close to Guanlan and whispered, It seems my son's strength still needs to be improved. General Murong's daughter is very sharp-witted, able to spot a weakness at the critical moment. She is truly a prize student of the Azure Dragon Academy. The Empress glanced at him and said coldly, Stop pretending to be clueless. She only spotted it because she was given a hint. The one who hinted was the same divine Dr. Xiao you were praising. Hearing this, Changong immediately dropped to one knee. Your Majesty, please do not punish them. Please give the children a chance. Guanlan stood up, her gaze sweeping across the hall as she announced decisively, Zhou Ye Murong Xin and Zhao Jingyu all performed very well. I shall grant them invitations to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Hearing this, he quickly bowed and replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Down in the arena, an excited and curious Jingyu asked Yang Shuo brother Yang Shuo headmaster Su is planning a barbecue for tonight. Do you have any suggestions on where to go, still upset about earlier? Yang Shuo snapped. Get lost, who are you calling brother? I am not your brother. Suddenly, a young man ran over with a letter and said, Zhao Jingyu and Morong Xin Xin, your performance in the arena has been recognized by Her Majesty the Empress. This is an invitation to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Please take it. Yang Shuo frowned thoughtfully. The Imperial Soul Training Camp, that is a camp Her Majesty specially created for the 4 great academies. Her Majesty herself will be the instructor. Hearing this, a stunned Jingyu turned to ask brother Yang Shuo, what is the Imperial Soul Training Camp? Yang Shuo replied, everyone who graduates from there becomes a high-ranking pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. Jingyu thought to himself, being taught by the Empress herself, although there are many benefits to being near her Lulu, and I have a blood pact, what if she finds out? While he was deep in thought, Xin Xin suddenly reached out and touched his face, startling him from his reverie. She smiled gently and said softly, Stop spacing out, you said you wanted to get barbecue. Let us worry about the future later. Jingyu hesitated for a moment, then sighed all right. In the evening, the city streets were filled with lights and smoke, and people were bustling about, eating and drinking enthusiastically. Their group of 3 also chose a table on a patio and sat down to grill meat. The 3 of them enjoyed the hot, freshly grilled skewers together. Tinvu teased while eating, brother Duong Sok, you and Luke Kim come from the 4 great families, yet you can accept a roadside stall. Duong Sok chewed with relish, pointing at his plate as he spoke. People from the 4 great families aren't saints who don't eat earthly food, let alone grilled skewers, spicy soup, and spicy sticks. My sister and I can eat those too. Ham sat to one side, eating gracefully, occasionally glancing at the 2 of them. The answer made Tin Vu unconsciously think of Ti Man, a girl so curious about everything that he had to exclaim, Huh, you've never even heard of a fried dough stick. The Man still asked, brother, what is this then? Thinking of this, he turned to Duong Sok and said, I thought things were pretty much the same in the 4 great families. Hearing that, Ham sighed softly, her eyes showing a hint of contemplation. Seeing her like that, he leaned over and asked gently, What's wrong? Ham replied listlessly, It's nothing, I just find you a bit annoying, that's all. Tin Vu said innocently, Could it be that time of the month? I'm a doctor here, let me check your wound for you. Hearing this, Duong Sok was so shocked he spat out the water he was drinking while she immediately radiated killing intent and glared at Tin Vu. Duong Sok's face turned red and he angrily picked up a bamboo skewer threateningly. Tiu Tin Vu, I want to chop you to death. Tin Vu hastily patted his own chest, trying to salvage the situation. Brother Duong, calm down, your little brother will take 3 penalty shots. Blood rushed to Duong Sok's head and he gripped the beer bottle so hard it crumpled, shouting, Drink, what the hell, this stuff is as weak as boiled water that can't be considered a punishment. Hearing that, Tin Vu quickly stood up, his voice a mix of excitement and flattery. Boss, bring out your strongest liquor, the owner replied right away. A heavy case of liquor was placed on the table labeled Mao Tai wine. Duong Sok's fighting spirit flared up, his eyes as fierce as a demon god's. Tiu Tin Vu, let's have a duel. Today I'm going to drink you under the table, or else I'll take your last name. Duong Sok was trembling and vomiting uncontrollably. Tin Vu laughed teasingly. Tiu Duong Sok, are you okay? Can you drink anymore? He struggled to argue back. I can still drink. I'm warning you, after you get married, you better treat my sister well, or this brother-in-law will. Hearing these words, he started teasing again. Luke Kim, your brother's drunk. He's actually acknowledging me as his brother-in-law. Hearing that, Ham shyly proposed, My brother is here today, so it's not very comfortable. Can you go for a walk with me some other day? Tin Vu scratched his cheek and replied, There's a team match tomorrow. Let's go the day after tomorrow. Only Duong Sok was left hugging the ground and whining, No fair, I want to go too. He lay on the bed thinking to himself, I have the phoenix grass and the phantom fire flower will be delivered soon. The only thing left is the feces of a god-beast body, imperial beast, but how in the world am I supposed to get it? Oh well, I'll figure it out later. I need to sleep first. When Tin Vu was sound asleep, the mark on his hand suddenly began to glow. The next morning, when the sun was already high overhead, Tin Vu was sleeping soundly when someone suddenly called out to him, Tiu Tin Vu, wake up quickly. He groggily opened his eyes to look Lolo. Tin Vu was instantly wide awake and he blurted out a curse. Holy crap. Tin Vu instinctively pushed Dai Lo against the wall. Why did you come out by yourself? Weren't you discovered by the Empress's people? She replied calmly. No, I came out to gather information. There is a very important matter. Upon receiving her answer, he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then that's good. You scared the daylights out of me. He could only pat his chest to calm himself down. Dai Lo reminded Tin Vu with her deadpan eyes. You can pat your chest to calm your fear, but please don't squeeze mine. He embarrassedly withdrew his hand and said, "My apologies, my hand slipped, I patted the wrong chest." "You came out of my beast-taming emblem on your own. What did you manage to find out?" She answered bluntly. "The Dragon Kingdom's naval Grand General Mu Dung Tan has captured the Calamity Demon Python Medusa. She knows too much, and from what I know of the Dragon Kingdom, they will certainly execute her on the full moon in 3 days." Tin Vu couldn't help but ask, "Mu Dung Tan, isn't that Luke Kim's father? What does this have to do with you?" Dai Lo replied flatly, "Medusa and I know each other. She is my friend, and she is a god-beast body demon beast." He exclaimed in amazement, truly worthy of an admiral from the Dragon Kingdom for managing to subdue one divine body demonic beast. "Wait a minute, are you planning to go save her?" She swiftly grabbed Tin Vu's hand and pleaded she knows secrets related to the Dragon Kingdom's empress, Tuong Quan Lan's participation in the great dragon-slaying war master. Is it possible? He refused instantly without hesitation. "I'm not going. You could beat me to death and I still wouldn't go. It's no use, even if you call me master. That place is an underground fortress at the naval headquarters, and the prison is patrolled and guarded by thousands of high-level beast tamers. At the naval headquarters, there's even the naval Grand General Mu Dung Tan, a 9-star beast tamer who controls a beast with the sea god's bloodline stationed there. Just the two of us going for a prison break. That's no different from committing suicide." Dai Lo called out pitifully, "Master." Tin Vu lifted her chin and continued, "I won't go and get myself killed, and you are not allowed to go either. Don't forget you are my beast bound by a blood contract. You must listen to me." Tin Vu muttered helplessly. "A 2-star beast tamer wanting to break into a naval headquarters teeming with experts, it's too unrealistic. Lolo, return to the beast taming emblem first. I need to prepare for the next few days." Dai Lo immediately replied, "I'm counting on you, then just finish today's match first." Elsewhere, in a dark place illuminated by a river of crimson lava, the streams of hot lava bubbled and churned. He looked down and asked, "The water in this lake looks exactly like blood. It's sickening to look at. Why did they choose this place?" Duong Sok replied from the side. "According to rumor, when the great dragon-slaying war broke out, a giant dragon fell into Fallen Dragon Lake, its blood staining the entire area, making the lake water resemble molten lava year-round. But that's just a rumor. There's no evidence after all." Tin Vu's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange red glow. "A team battle is so exciting, losing means getting skinned. Let me see what's really at the bottom of this lake." Those eyes of his seemed to pierce through the lake's surface and delve deep within. A few bubbles rose from the crimson water, and a little deeper the liquid became thicker. A long spine suddenly appeared in the depths of the lake. Tin Vu couldn't help his surprise upon seeing it. "The power of a dragon, this is a dragon's spine." Tin Vu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "There's a dragon bone at the bottom of the lake. If I let my beast absorb it, it will definitely evolve, but how can I retrieve it?" Seeing him unfocused, Ham Ham reminded him, "Be serious. Lots of people all over the country are watching live." Duong Sok also added, "You've been spacing out ever since we arrived. The match is about to start. Wake up, big bro." At that moment, many helicopters appeared in the sky, and the announcer's voice echoed, "Welcome, viewers in front of your screens, to the team battle of this season's Supernova tournament." The staff had also readied the cameras. The match was now being broadcast live on television. Azure Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy. All 6 contestants are exceptionally talented individuals. Which side will emerge victorious? Nuok Tuyet reminded her sister, Man, drink less soda, you'll get cavities." The Man paid her no mind, saying with a smile, "Sister Nuok Tuyet brother will definitely win this match." The battle began right now amidst the unceasing cheers of the audience. Tin Vu shouted with determination, "Luke Kim is right. I have to let my sister see how well I perform." He immediately yelled out Black Wind. Ham Ham and Duong Sok also called out to the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture, Bone-Winged Bat Beast. Not to be outdone, Thien Tu yelled, "I don't want to do any more midnight training. We are definitely winning today. Sand Burial Red Python." Chow Da also shouted for his beast, Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf. Tin Vu was confused. "That's weird. Why hasn't that other guy summoned his beast?" At that moment on Thien Tu's team, Duong Hong just stood there smiling sinisterly as if he was plotting something. Seizing the opportunity, Duong Sok made his move. "While they haven't summoned all their beasts, I'll take the lead. Thunderstorm Vulture, advance." The attack flew straight at Duong Hong but was intercepted by a dark shadow. He was surprised by what just happened, and sensing trouble, he warned brother Duong Sok, "Look out." Immediately, the dark shadow rushed at the Thunderstorm Vulture and struck it. Seeing this scene, Duong Sok cried out in alarm, "What?" After countering the attack, his beast returned to stand beside its master. Ham Ham immediately recognized it. "That's a ninja shadow ape." Duong Sok said worriedly. A beast that can perform instant movement once or even multiple times within a specified range. This guy looks like a tough opponent. At this time, Thien Tu and Chao Da also ordered their attack: Sand Burial Red Python, Sandblade Dragon Vortex. Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf use Eye Technique Shadow Clone. The two attacks combined to create a massive vortex, and he cried out in alarm. This is not good. Visibility is low. Little sister, you have experience fighting the Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf. Can you handle it? She immediately replied. That time, the Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf was out of breath from fighting for too long now, with the sandstorm obscuring our vision. I can't see its true body. Duong Hang seized the opportunity and said smugly, Chao Da, have the Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf focus its attacks on the Hell Netherwolf first. He immediately replied, got it. Blackwind was now being attacked by the sandstorm. Tin Vu frowned and commanded Blackwind stay calm, pierce through the dust storm. Then a surge of energy radiated from beneath its feet, and so Blackwind bravely pierced through the sandstorm to escape. Seeing this, Duong Hang immediately launched an attack to stop it. Dream on Shadow Ninja Ape use spinning shuriken. It was hit by the Shadow Ninja Ape's attack and roared in pain. He said in alarm, Blackwind shadow form immediately after a black hole appeared, and Blackwind jumped into it. It then reappeared next to Tin Vu Ham. Ham asked worriedly, Tin Vu, are you all right? He calmly reassured her, I'm fine, I've already considered this situation. At this moment, Duong Sok was furious. Use a focused attack strategy, attack Tin Vu, that's so shameless. Ham also added angrily, brother, they're intentionally targeting Tin Vu, don't let them succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered his beast to strike Thunderstorm Griffin, use Heavenly Thunder, drive away the clones of the evil-eyed dire wolf. Immediately, Duong Sok's beast unleashed powerful blue lightning bolts straight at the enemy. Seeing this, Duong Hang shouted, Shadow Ninja Ape use spinning shuriken and continue the attack. Receiving the command, the Shadow Ninja Ape also launched its attack. Seeing the situation was bad, she used her move, don't even think about it. Bone-winged bat beast, protect the netherworld hellwolf. Her beast immediately spewed a blast of energy aimed straight at the Shadow Ninja Ape. He saw the group in front of him struggling and sneered. It's useless, you can't protect the netherworld hellwolf for long. Under the combined assault of the three of us, Tin Vu will definitely be the first one eliminated. After hearing this, Tin Vu replied in surprise, oh, is that so? Then he angrily commanded Blackwind unleash demonic power in an instant. An extremely powerful red energy appeared around Blackwind. Seeing this, Duong Hang was shocked what it's fully recovered. Tin Vu said with a smug smile, the battle has only just begun. The organizer's voice echoed. Dear audience members, this is the healing effect of demonic power. The wounds on the netherworld hellwolf have all healed completely. Its health is fully restored. Duong Hang looked at the current situation, which was somewhat disadvantageous for him, and felt a little worried. The three of us focused all our attacks on the netherworld hellwolf. If it were any other beast, it would have fallen long ago. The healing effect of demonic power is just too ridiculous. He turned to see his beast cowering in fear before Little Black. Even Thien Tu's beast was on guard. Even Chao Da's beast was growling in fear, which shocked Duong Hang immensely. The beasts are scared. Could it be that demonic power can also cause mental intimidation? Without waiting any longer, Tin Vu decisively commanded Little Blackwind, concentrate your power, Hellfire Lotus. It roared, launching its firepower into the sky. Duong Sok, witnessing it firsthand, was extremely surprised. A single beast's skill simultaneously contains 4 different attributes, like fire, wind, shadow, and demonic power. Hellfire Lotus, truly a signature move. It's more than enough to succeed. Little Black quickly launched a fire attack at them. Seeing this, Thien Tu hurriedly commanded his beast Sand Devil Python use Sandstorm Tornado to extinguish the fire. His beast immediately launched a counterattack. But it was still no match for Little Black's speed. It was quickly sucked in. In the end, it was instantly incinerated. Thien Tu was so shocked his jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? The sand attribute clearly counters the fire attribute. Tin Vu pressed his advantage, laughing smugly. Attribute counters in the face of absolute overwhelming power. That's just a joke. Blackwind, detonate it for me. Little Black immediately made the fire vortex explode, scattering in all directions. Everyone in the vicinity was affected. They all screamed loudly. The smoke gradually cleared afterwards. Thien Tu's beast was severely burned by the fire vortex. The other beasts also got caught in the crossfire. Ham, standing beside him, glanced at Tin Vu and couldn't help but think to herself, as expected, Tin Vu wasn't going all out yesterday. He became even more smug, taunting the opponents. Is this the extent of your White Tiger Academy's skill? In that case, I can defeat the 3 of you by myself. Thien Tu, provoked, got angry. Damn it, Duong Hang saw this and stopped him. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. The plan is the same. This time we have to give it our all. Without another word, they commanded their beasts to charge and attack at the same time. All three immediately advanced the python-breathing fire. The shadow ninja ape also threw a barrage of knives. The azure wolf also bared its fangs and claws. Little Black was quickly surrounded by them. He smugly thought he would win this time. Even with demonic power, it can't withstand an attack of this scale. Seeing this, Tin Vu just said coldly, "Is that so?" Suddenly, another loud explosion rang out. Fog and dust mixed together. Tien Tu's face turned pale with horror. He stammered, This is... Little Black was now stronger than before, fully armored, Duong Hong said in amazement. Gathering flames around its body to form armor, this is the Blazing Sun armor battle technique that only super-grade fire-type beasts can learn. Tien Tu didn't understand what was happening. What is that? Duong Hong explained. Both scared and in awe, the Blazing Sun armor can withstand a series of explosive attacks while converting the energy from those attacks into armor energy. This battle technique tests the beast's comprehension and the beast tamer's spiritual power reserves. Why does Tin Vu know this move? Seeing their reaction made Tin Vu even more triumphant. What are you all gaping at? Didn't you notice something unusual? Hearing that, they looked around cautiously. Duong Hong looked up at the sky, he exclaimed. The Morong brothers' beasts have disappeared. Oh no, it's the sky. A sudden clap of thunder echoed. The python was enveloped in a torrent of lightning. The shadow ninja ape and the dire wolf were no exception. They were all getting zapped to bits. At that moment, Duong Hong's beast suddenly noticed something. But before it could react, it was counterattacked from behind by Ham's beast. It roared a roar with incredible destructive power. Trapped in a difficult situation, he said impatiently, Damn it, the shadow ninja ape's power isn't enough. It's about to be pushed out of the arena. I have no choice but to summon my second beast. Rock Giant, go save the shadow ninja ape. Tin Vu also got what he wanted. He then summoned another beast. I finally forced out the opponent's fourth beast. Come on out, Freya. Duong Hong refused to give up, decisively commanding fist of colossal power. One side attacked while the other defended. The battle raged fiercely from both sides. Seeing his beast couldn't do anything, he became frustrated. That one, I've seen it in a book. I think it's a Holy Light Angel beast, but how can a beast in its initial form block my adult form, Rock Giant? Tin Vu pointed directly at Duong Hong, his tone confident. My beasts are stronger than you can imagine. Han's beast fiercely knocked the shadow ninja ape off the arena where a river of boiling lava churned below. The moment it touched the lava, a brilliant flash of fire erupted. Lively discussions erupted among the contestants. There it is, the first beast eliminated in the arena, the shadow ninja ape. What a pity, due to contestant Zhao Xingyu's interference, contestant Yang Hang was unable to save his beast. At this moment, Xingyu stood with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his face. He quickly commanded, Black Wind, in this next fight. You're not to make a move. I'm letting Freya take the stage. In contrast to Xingyu, Yang Hong was displeased. He shouted arrogantly, How dare a puny initial form challenge our adult stage beasts? Seeing this, Tian Ci commanded his python forward to attack Sand Burial. Crimson Python, teach that reckless Zhao Xingyu a lesson. Freya, standing behind him, also began to display her power. Yang Hong sensed that things were not good and immediately cried out, This is bad, Rock Giant, protect the Sand Burial, Crimson Python. Freya, swift as the wind, shot up and launched an attack aimed at the python's head. She delivered a vicious kick at incredible speed, leaving it no time to react to the pain. The python was sent flying backward, but fortunately the Rock Giant appeared just in time to catch it. The Rock Giant pressed its feet firmly into the ground to maintain its balance. A member of the production crew panicked. What just happened, director? Replay that last segment now. The cameraman replied anxiously, I can't, it's still too blurry. Let me try slowing it down 1,000 times. Maybe we can see it then. Yang Shuo couldn't believe his eyes. He curiously asked Xingyu Xiao Xingyu, what kind of battle skill was that? A kick at the speed of light, he replied confidently. Freya mastered this skill herself. It's called Flash of Light. Zhou Ye looked flustered, scratching his head as he conferred with Yang Hang. That beast is too strong. Even the Rock Giant couldn't block it, Yang. Hang, what should we do now? He replied helplessly. I don't know either. Xingyu gloatingly raised his hand and called out classmate Yang Hang. Has your beast ever been kicked at the speed of light? Yang Shuo's expression turned ugly and he muttered, That's just too insulting. That line is definitely going to be the show-off catchphrase of the year. Meanwhile, Zhou Ye tried to reassure the others, everyone don't panic, the opposing beast can't possibly use that light speed kick many times, we still have two beasts, we still have a chance. Yang Hang added, I miscalculated, I'll give it my all to support you from now on. A rhinoceros beast appeared under Zhou Ye's command, Come on out, War Drum Rhino. Tian Ci also grew excited, raising his seal and shouting to summon his beast. I don't want to lose a second time, Raging Gray Fox. It was immediately empowered. The two Yang siblings used their seals together to support Xingyu. Han Han called out worriedly to Yang Shuo brother. He understood and reassured her. Don't worry, how could I possibly let him fight all by himself? On Xingyu's side, he fiercely commanded Freya. Freya kicked the smaller raging gray fox off the stage. Yang Hang, controlling his beast, said bitterly, I won't let you get your way, rock giant. She immediately summoned two beasts and gave them the command intercept them. The two beasts charged forward at once. As for Freya, she dispatched Tianqi's gray fox beast with a single elegant slash of her sword. The rock giant also crushed Han Han's eagle beast. The war drum rhino fired a bolt of lightning from its head to subdue it, but failed. After a prolonged battle, Yang Hang's group was visibly exhausted. Everyone bent over and panting heavily. Zhou Ye announced, Old Yang, my spiritual power is almost gone, but it looks like Xiao Xingyu still has plenty of stamina. Tianxi added, I'm at my limit too. I only have enough spiritual power for my beast to use one final skill. Hearing this, he urged them on. Brothers, let's use our finishing moves. This is our last chance for a comeback. Xingyu assessed the situation and directed his teammates. Their spiritual power is low. They're definitely going to attempt a comeback with an all-out attack. Lu Jin brother Yang Shuo, in this final round, let's use our strongest finishing moves. Yang Shuo replied, got it. Yang Hang suddenly shouted, Rock Giant, Gigantify. His rock beast began to transform. Tianci also commanded his beast, Sand Burial Crimson Python, use sky-covering yellow sand. The number of rock beasts multiplied in an instant, forming a towering army. Evil-eyed gray wolf, use your ocular technique, create illusions with the rock giants. Xingyu signaled to Han Han and Yang Shuo Lu Jin, brother Yang Shuo. She replied, I've got it. He gave the command, loud and clear attack. The moment he spoke, the horde of rock beasts moved in to surround Black Wind. They all threw their punches at it, but unfortunately they all hit the ground. Black Wind was already gone. They straightened up and looked around, bewildered. It vanished again, then suddenly a howl rang out. Startled, Yang Hang looked up at the sky. Black Wind had already been lifted into the air by Han Han's beast. It opened its mouth wide, gathering a massive amount of energy. Xingyu excitedly pointed up at Black Wind and declared, Black Wind, give them the final blow. Han Han waved her hand, bone-winged bat beast, transfer the spectral flame. Yang Shuo also shouted a command, Thunderstorm Vulture, transfer the power of lightning into the body of the Hell Nether Wolf. The bone-winged beast immediately unleashed its skill. The thunderstorm beast was not to be outdone, responding in an instant. The immense power from the two beasts flowed into Black Wind. Afterward, the bone-winged beast flew up high. The thunderstorm beast immediately followed, moving closer to the battlefield. Black Wind immediately unleashed an attack from above. The force of the attack seemed to slice through the very air as it plunged toward the sea of flames below. What followed was a thunderous explosion from the impact with a brilliant light that seemed to tear space itself apart. It seemed as if everything was annihilated into dust. After the massive explosion, the surroundings were filled with thick smoke and devastation. The battered armor, like a relic, emitted a faint blue light. The nether wolf lay motionless on the ground. The fierce serpent fared no better, its entire body motionless. Yang Hang clutched his head, unable to accept it. We lost. The referee's loud announcement echoed. The match is over. The winning team is the Azure Dragon Academy. Xingyu joyfully wrapped his arms around Han Han's waist. Lu Jin, we won, she replied shyly. Yang Shuo, who witnessed this from the side, scowled. Xiao Xingyu, don't you get fresh with my sister in front of the cameras. Just then, a voice called out from behind Xiao Xingyu. Yang Hang smiled amicably. Xiao Xingyu, you truly are strong, Tianci, who was supporting him, added with a frown. This time, we accept our defeat wholeheartedly. Zhou Ye also admitted, classmate Xiao, I agree that our loss yesterday was completely fair. Xingyu laughed sheepishly and rubbed his head, thanks for the compliment. Suddenly, a nearby conversation caught his attention. Principal Su, congratulations, Principal Qing. Our academy has gained national attention this time, all thanks to your White Tiger Academy for being such a good foil. Ru Yan and Qing Yu were both smiling cordially, but their hands were gripped tightly. Xing Yu watched them wearily. Principal Su and her rival are competing again. Qing Yu was issuing a challenge, Principal Su. You should keep a close eye on your student who knows by next year Xiao Xingyu might be on my side. Ru Yan retorted without missing a beat. You want to poach my student. Do you think you have what it takes? Xiao Xingyu, come over here for a moment. Hearing her call, he walked over. Xingyu was suddenly yanked forward by the principal. Ru Yan held Xingyu tightly against her ample chest. Then the principal pointed triumphantly at Xingyu. I saved young Xiao's life. He will certainly be on my side, he reminded her in a hushed voice. Principal Su, please don't. This is still being broadcast live. Xingyu simply went, oh, without a care. At the same time, the image of their intimate embrace was being broadcast on television. Ruo Shui angrily crushed the remote in her hand, that shameless hussy. Later on a brightly lit street. Xingyu was still excitedly shouting, Lu Jin, I can keep drinking, brother Yang Shuo, let's have another round. Yang Shuo was puzzled. That's weird. Wasn't this kid a heavy drinker yesterday? Today he's completely wasted after just a few bottles. Han Han looked at him and guessed maybe he can't handle cocktails. After putting Xingyu in his bedroom, the two siblings left. Let him sleep it off, little sis, let's go. The door was quickly shut. Only then did Xingyu secretly open his eyes and look around. He raised his hand and called, Dalu, come out, you're coming with me to Dragon Chasing Lake. Dalu appeared instantly and questioned him. Weren't you completely wasted? Where are you going? In the middle of the night he sat up. I figured out how to save Medusa. I need you to come with me. She heard this and asked in astonishment, is that really true? Tin Vu began to analyze, if you want to break someone out of prison, you must break through and evolve. You've been stuck at the 3rd level Beast Emperor stage for too long, and the dragon power in your body hasn't been completely purged. What if I can get the dragon bones of a pure-blooded dragon clan? Dai Lo wondered, where would you get the dragon bones of a pure-blooded dragon clan? And so what if you have dragon bones? He immediately explained, you swallow the dragon bones, fuse with the pure-blooded dragon clan's bloodline, complete your evolutionary breakthrough, and advance directly to become a 9-tailed dragon fox. Dai Lo replied indifferently, Tu Tin Vu, are you really stupid or just pretending beast emperors, tamed beasts of any race, cannot fuse with the bloodline of a pure-blooded dragon clan? No matter how good the dragon bones are, they're still just a piece of bone. A determined look appeared in Tin Vu's eyes. I know, but what if I have a way? Dai Lo still didn't believe his words. Have me ascend to a 9-tailed dragon fox, a dragon fox. What kind of joke is this? But before she could finish her sentence, she placed a hand on her chest, her expression turning complicated. At night, a heavy rain poured down torrentially on the city. At Fallen Dragon Lake, Tin Vu and Dai Lo stood in the rain. Behind them was a blood-red area. He looked into the distance and said, a stormy day is perfect. The probability of being seen is very low. Lolo, use your foxfire to protect me. After we get in the water, I'll guide you. Dai Lo immediately wrapped her soft tail around Tin Vu's waist, okay? She pulled him forcefully towards her, startling Tin Vu. Dai Lo, take it easy. The two of them embraced in an air bubble, plunged downwards. Tin Vu looked around frantically. Where on earth are the dragon bones? Lolo, move a little to the left, keep diving. You're off course a little to the right. It's at the bottom of the lake, probably another 200 or 300 meters. After struggling for a while, Dai Lo finally shouted, I see it. Right below them was a gigantic skeleton. Dai Lo's eyes widened in shock. This is. Tin Vu finished her sentence, the heart-protecting bone, the smallest bone with the highest density and hardness in a dragon's body. Dai Lo looked at him with a suspicious expression. You even know this. Are you really only 18? Tin Vu ignored her words. His attention was drawn to something on his middle finger. The golden ring on his hand was glowing. Then a large amount of power was released, enveloping the heart-protecting bone behind them. Tin Vu said urgently, Lolo, after we get ashore, we'll go to the forest on the outskirts to perform the fusion. There are many ferocious beasts there, so it'll be safer with no people around. Dai Lo replied without another word. Okay. The storm clouds and rain outside showed no signs of letting up. After getting ashore, she wrung out her drenched tail and said, We've got the dragon bones. How are you going to help me ascend to a 9-tailed dragon fox? He smiled, looking at something in his hand. Don't be hasty, I have a treasure for you. Dai Lo looked at the object curiously. What kind of treasure is this? Is it real or fake? Where did you get it? The blood-red, teardrop-shaped stone looked like a precious crystal. Tin Vu tossed her a pill and said, Who's the Beastmaster here anyway? Mind your own business. Oh, right, here's a heart-protecting pill for you, too. This can increase your chances of success. He thought to himself, I can't tell her the bloodline fusion crystal and the heart-protecting pill were exchanged from the system's shopping center. If I said that, she'd probably think I'm a lunatic. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, startling Dai Lo, lo, the evolution will be a bit risky. If the dragon bloodline fusion fails, you'll suffer a severe backlash. Dai Lo unexpectedly grabbed Tin Vu's hand, smiling slyly. Are you worried, Tin Vu? Didn't you once say you wanted to become the strongest beastmaster in the world? And now you're hesitating. From the moment I followed you to Fallen Dragon Lake, I've already considered it. I want to save Medusa. I want to make the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom powerless against me to live openly and honorably in the light. I want to become stronger so I can only take this risk. Hearing those words, he felt as if he was being manipulated and immediately became decisive. You're right, I was being too indecisive. Lolo, let's prepare for the fusion. Tin Vu reached out his hand to retrieve the heart-protecting bone. At the same time, Dai Lo also returned to his true form, a 9-tailed dragon tiger. She opened her mouth wide and Tin Vu fed her the spirit pills, one by one absorbed them. Dai Lo swallowed those spiritual pills whole. At first, her body still felt normal. But then Dai Lo felt something, her eyes flying wide open. She clenched her teeth, trembling slightly. My body is burning up, it's so uncomfortable. Dai Lo leaped and bolted away. She dashed straight into the deep forest. Tin Vu hurriedly chased after her, shouting, "Lolo, the bloodline fusion crystal is starting to take effect. Hang in there, you can definitely do it." The amount of power coming from Dai Lo was too great. It erupted so violently that he couldn't get close. Dai Lo turned her head and looked towards the bustling, brightly lit city district. Her gaze was fixed on the image of Quan Lan displayed on the large screen of a building. Dai Lo became even more agitated, her pupils twitching repeatedly. Tin Vu jumped onto her head to stop her from losing control. "Lolo, control your instincts. Now is not the time for revenge. Remember what you just said. If you can't control yourself, everything will be for nothing." She mumbled 2 words, Beastmaster. He continued to reassure Dai Lo, "Lolo, you must persevere. I will become stronger with you. I will get revenge with you. I will help you live in the sunlight. I promise I will be with you forever." In response to Tin Vu, she only said 2 words, "Go away." With that, Dai Lo flung him off her body. Tin Vu was thrown off but landed steadily. He worried, could it have failed, Lolo? Are you okay? Dai Lo's figure appeared and disappeared within a thick white mist. She transformed back into her human body, completely unclothed. Dai Lo's face was full of anger as she stared at him. Tin Vu cheered joyfully. What, the So You succeeded after all? Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Dai Lo lunged straight at him. She pinned Tin Vu to the ground. He lay there terrified and stock still, not daring to move a muscle. Dai Lo panted and complained resentfully. "Tiu Tin Vu, you bastard, why did you say it like you were proposing?" Hearing that Tin Vu was stunned, propose, "No, I didn't mean it like that." Her face flushed red, she demanded in a low voice, "Tiu Tin Vu, I still want it." Amidst the majestic natural scenery, Tin Vu mused sorrowfully, day 20th month Kex year XX sunny. "I'm not a promiscuous guy, but in this life, I definitely can't become a great archmage by the age of 30 anymore. I'm so stupid, seriously. I only knew that the dragon bloodline could make a tamed beast stronger, but I completely forgot the 4 words, dragon nature is inherently lustful. I'm just a human. How could I possibly overpower a 9-tailed dragon fox? If you ask why I didn't send out other tamed beasts to stop her, it's because even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Lolo. If you ask why a man can't control himself, I can only say perhaps it's innate, huh? This is even more unreasonable than making a scene after getting drunk. Just then Dai Lo rushed over and criticized Tiu Tin Vu. "You're shameless." He turned pale with fear. "Lolo, I'm the one who lost out here." After hearing that, she spoke up in frustration. "Damn it, why couldn't I control myself? If I go back, they'll definitely laugh at me." Tin Vu took out an item and reminded her, "Put this on, it's not good to be naked like this." Dai Lo replied as if she'd heard a joke, "What shouldn't be seen has already been seen, and what shouldn't be done has already been done. Now you're pretending to be a gentleman, such a hypocrite." Tin Vu paid her no mind and draped a coat over her. "Lolo, we're both adults, so if we hit the jackpot on the first try, I'll take responsibility for the little fox's living expenses." Dai Lo angrily threw a rock at Tin Vu. "Get lost." He clutched his head in pain and took out his phone. Then Tin Vu held it in front of her. "Lolo, even though a little something happened between us, I still want to congratulate you on completing your breakthrough and evolving successfully." Dai Lo exclaimed in disbelief. "On my head are dragon horns." He affirmed with certainty, "That's right." Meanwhile, she was joyfully looking at herself. "My wounds have completely healed." The system displayed new information. Name: 9-tailed dragon fox. Rank: divine beast, body level 1. Bloodline: 9 tails bloodline. Pure foreign bloodline. Pure-blooded dragon clan. Genesis. Bloodline. Talent 1, Eye of Calamity. After activating the eye technique, a single glance can petrify any enemy of a lower level. Talent 2, 9-tailed foxfire burns the enemy's soul, accompanied by a terrifying spiritual attack. Talent 3, Dragon's Power Self maintains a super armor state. Enemies cannot interrupt spellcasting, immune to control from any enemy skills, and simultaneously deals physical and spiritual damage to them. Talent 4, Dragon Soul, when taking critical damage from an enemy, automatically releases a dragon soul to resist the fatal attack. Attributes: Beastkin type, Superpower type, Fire type. Loyalty 88. Skills: Tailed Beast, Bomb, Bloodthirsty Eye, Crossbow, 9 Tails Burning Heaven. Phenomenon: Divine Dragon Tail Swing, Dragon's Breath, Evolution Path, 9-tailed Dragon Fox, 10-tailed Dragon Fox Unknown. Hobbies and Habits: Eating wild bamboo shoots, sleeping in. After reading, Tin Vu gave a thumbs up and praised Lolo. "You're the first beast in the world to fuse with pure-blooded dragon clan blood. You're so lucky," Lolo exclaimed in confusion, pregnancy mood swings. "Tiu Tin Vu, if you say one more nonsensical thing, I'll fight you to the death." In the deserted hotel lobby, Inside the room, Tin Vu sat and analyzed the prison is too heavily guarded if we want to rescue her. Our only option is to go to Icefire Island in 2 days, and my school's final match is in 6 days. We only have one chance if we fail. We'll have to fend for ourselves, give up on Medusa, and escape the arena. Otherwise, we'll likely fall under suspicion. Lolo, do you have any questions? At this moment, Lolo felt puzzled. I was thinking you're a 2-star beast tamer with only about 2,000 to 3,000 in spiritual power. How can you compete in spiritual power with a 9-star beast tamer? Tin Vu spoke with great confidence. I have my ways for this. I just need dragon spirit pills. For some reason, I have to refine them myself this time, conveniently, Lolo. Now that you have pure-blooded Dragon Clan blood, give me a little of it later. Lolo immediately took a knife, cut her hand, and said, just take it. I will definitely give it my all. Seeing this, Tin Vu panicked and reminded her that's enough. He hurriedly put her finger in his mouth and said sternly, don't just harm yourself like that again. Lolo stared blankly at Tin Vu's action to Tin Vu Yu. Just then, his phone rang. Tin Vu quickly looked at the screen. The phone displayed a message from Luke Kim Tin Vu, 7 o'clock tonight. Meet at the north gate of the night market. My brother wants to invite you for barbecue. Duong Sok called out from within the crowd, Tu Tin Vu over here seeing him. Tin Vu couldn't help but be surprised. Brother Duong Sok, you two are so early. Hearing that, Duong Sok sighed and explained it's because my little sister insisted. Ham, who was nearby, complained you're so late. Tin Vu quickly admitted his fault. Sorry. I played games too intensely last night, so I slept in a bit this morning. Oh, right, Luke Kim, can you do me a favor? She asked curiously. What is it? He explained his problem. I need some special medicinal ingredients. They're a bit expensive and I can't afford them, so Ham immediately cut Tin Vu off. Okay, I'll help you. Seeing this, he happily hugged her. Luke Kim, you're such a true friend, I could kiss you. Duong Sa couldn't help but mutter in annoyance. Tu Tin Vu, I'm still here, you know. At this moment, Ham spoke up cheerfully. Brother Tin Vu and I are going to buy the ingredients first. He suddenly remembered, I almost forgot I have something to do tonight, so I won't be going for barbecue anymore. Tu Tin Vu, I have something to tell you. Duong Sok warned resentfully, when I'm not here and you're with my sister, watch your boundaries. I might overlook some clumsy hands or accidental touching, but if you dare rent a room with her, don't blame this brother for turning on you. Tin Vu confidently asserted, I don't have those desires at the moment. Then Duong Sok waved goodbye. I'm leaving first, little sister and Tu Tin Vu have fun. Ham didn't forget to remind him, brother, don't come back to the hotel too late. At the place selling medicinal ingredients, Ham said, all of this is a gift for you. He was overjoyed and thanked her. Luke Kim, you've spent so much this time to repay you. I'll research a line of medicine suited to your beast's characteristics to help you increase their power after hearing this. She smiled. All right, I'll be looking forward to it then. Just then, Ham suddenly said, Tin Vu, do you feel? Tin Vu suddenly felt confused and asked, feel what? He stared at her face and thought, does Luke Kim want me to praise how she's dressed up today? I might as well play dumb and tease her a bit, so he said innocently, I don't feel anything at all. Ham stared blankly as Tin Vu turned away. Is that so? Did he really not notice? A moment later, the two of them walked down a small alley. Ham was a little worried, as if she could feel eyes watching her. Then she let out a piercing scream. Tin Vu, who was walking ahead, turned back in alarm. Luke Kim, what's wrong? In the dead of night, a black cat jumped down from somewhere. Tin Vu anxiously called out to Ham Luke. Kim, startled by the cat, she plopped onto the ground, but still reassured him, I'm fine, the cat just startled me. Tin Vu rushed over, bent down, and asked with concern, did you sprain your ankle? You're so careless. Ham ignored his concern and replied lightly, I've sprained my ankle 20-something times since I was a kid. I'm used to it. Immediately after, Tin Vu turned his back, knelt down, and gestured for her, saying, Luke Kim, the ground is already slippery. Don't walk anymore. I'll carry you back. Ham quickly waved her hands to refuse. No, there's no need. I can walk by myself. The mischievous black cat sat watching the two of them, leisurely licking its fur. What's there to argue about? Hurry up and get on. Even though Ham refused repeatedly, Tin Vu insisted on carrying her on his back. Her soft curves unintentionally pressed against his back, making things feel a bit tight. Suddenly, Ham called out to Tin Vu, Tin Vu. His face showed a hint of embarrassment as he asked what's wrong. She looked up at the sky and said, I think it's starting to rain. Seeing that, Tin Vu hurriedly carried her and ran back to the hotel, cursing under his breath. It's pouring now! Ham said in surprise. Tin Vu, are you an ostrich? You run so fast, he replied without a care. Stupid question, if I don't run fast, we'll both get soaked to the bone. Returning to the hotel. In the room, Tin Vu sighed in relief while drying his hair and lamented finally back at the hotel. After drying his hair, he turned to look at Ham with a worried expression. Tin Vu threw the towel over her head and asked enthusiastically, Luke Kim, your dress is soaked dry. Yourself off. Do you need me to help you change? She immediately refused. No need, I can do it myself, but he still offered to help her. Then let me rub your ankle for you. Ham frantically and hurriedly said lewd. But before she could finish her sentence, Tin Vu had already bent down to massage her foot. He gently asked Luke Kim, the first time you injured your ankle, it must have been related to a demonic beast. Right hearing this, she was surprised. How did you know? Tin Vu replied. I'm a doctor after all. If I can heal beasts, I can heal people too. Ham slowly recalled the past and recounted it happened when I was 5 years old when I went out to sea with my father. Back then, we encountered a tsunami. The Navy's ship was attacked by countless water-type demonic beasts. I carelessly fell into the sea and was almost buried in the mouth of a black gold iron-armored shark. My father saved me, but he lost an arm because of it. Compared to what my father sacrificed, just spraining my ankle is nothing. Seeing Ham's innocent and self-blaming look, a sense of unease suddenly arose in Tin Vu's heart. What a cruel twist of fate. In one day I have to go to the naval headquarters for a prison break and have an armed conflict with General Mo Dung. I wonder if this action will affect Luke Kim. At this point, Tin Vu stood up to leave the room, not forgetting to turn back and advise Luke Kim, try to limit your walking for the next few days. It'll heal completely before the finals. I'm leaving now. Just as she was about to reply, she suddenly reached out and pulled him close. Tin Vu, curious, turned his head and asked, Is there something else, Ham? Ham shyly asked him to help her to the bathroom. My leg is inconvenient. Can you help me to the bathroom? Tin Vu immediately agreed. Sure. Ham took off her clothes and turned on the rushing water in the bathroom. She fully enjoyed the private, refreshing moments after a long, tiring day of fighting. Outside, the rain continued to pour down relentlessly. A while later, Ham stepped out of the bathroom, still wondering in her mind, was I being too obvious? While lost in a jumble of thoughts, a familiar voice rang out, Little sister, is your leg feeling better? Ham was startled to see Duong Sok sitting on the bed. She stammered a greeting, brother. He gently swirled the glass of wine and said, Tin Vu told me to come. He had something to do, so he went back first. Duong Sok couldn't help but advise your brother knows you like him, but you're being too reckless. You need to use a better approach. Treat these feelings with more care. Do you understand? Ham shyly lowered her head and replied, I understand. Meanwhile, on Tin Vu's side, he had just summoned Lo, come out and help me refine some medicine. She frowned and wondered, why aren't you staying with that girl? He immediately clarified. It's to help you no more talk. I need you to be in charge of controlling the flame. We need to refine at least 2 complete dragon spirit pills. That way, our chances of saving Medusa will be a little higher. Lo gave Tin Vu an annoyed glance and grumbled, You're no fun at all. After that, the two of them worked hard to concoct the pills. Outside the hotel, it continued to rain heavily all night. Time flowed by, and finally Tin Vu successfully refined 2 pills. He cheered with joy. It's a success. Right after he instructed Lo, I'm going to take a nap. When I wake up, we'll set off. Lo caught the staggering Tin Vu and held him in her arms. She looked at Tin Vu, gently expressing in a deeply affectionate voice, Thank you, my master. I know you are. Tin Vu looked at himself in the mirror, getting ready. It was time to embark on an unpredictable journey of life and death. Lo stood beside him, extremely worried and trying to stop him. Master, maybe you shouldn't go because you have no obligation to bet your life to help a beast. I am now in a divine beast form. Perhaps I can ensure a safe retreat. Hearing this, Jingyu turned and reminded her, Stop messing around. I've already told you you're not just my tamed beast, but also my family, and no matter what happens on this journey, I will be with you until the very end. She stared blankly at Jingyu Beastmaster. He immediately cut her off. Don't use that sentimental tone anymore. I'm not doing this just for you. Lulu suddenly remembered and asked, Oh, right, we won't be here for the next few days. How should we explain this to the academy? Jingyu replied very calmly, I told them my older sister missed me and I had to go home. Headmaster Su approved 3 days of leave for me. After hearing his answer, she commented, The academy is quite careless, isn't it? Scene changed to the gym. A voice announced, Xiao Jingyu has taken leave to go home. He won't be participating in training for the next few days. At this moment, Xin said sullenly, as expected. Yang Shuo, who was beside her, asked curiously, Where are you going? She replied to her brother without interest. I'm not feeling well. I'm skipping today's training session. I'm going back to the hotel. After hearing her, he said, Little sister, you should go back first. Then, as she left, Yang Shuo thought to himself, What on earth did she and Zhao Jingyu talk about yesterday? Why does she seem so down? Meanwhile, Kai Nian grumbled in frustration. Everyone is running away from training. Doesn't anyone care about this old teacher's opinion? Soon the sun began to set in the west. Jingyu and Lulu had arrived at the seashore. He assessed the situation. Lulu from Azure Beach. It's a straight shot. That's the fastest way to get to Icefire Island. With a distance this short, you can probably swim across, right? She pouted in response. I'm a fox, not a shark. I'll get uncomfortable if I'm soaked in water for too long, he asked bluntly, confused. So what do you suggest we do then? Dilo unleashed his technique at once. Watch carefully. Immediately after, the surface of the water churned violently. A moment later, a demonic beast was thrown into midair. Seeing this, Jingyu reminded her, Lulu, rein in your powers. The turbulence is drawing all the demonic beasts from the sea here, she replied with great excitement. This is exactly the effect I was going for. Next, Lulu quickly raised her hand and cast a spell, Get It. Witnessing the demonic beast being captured so easily, Jingyu praised a lava tiger whale king, a level 1 king-class beast-type demonic beast. Its strength is quite formidable, too bad it ran into Lulu. Just like that, the monster's body fell straight into the water. She quickly landed on the demonic beast's back. Let's go, take us to Icefire Island. Lulu turned and asked him, Beastmaster, are you nervous? Jingyu replied with his eyes closed, resting. If I said I wasn't nervous, wouldn't that sound very fake? Lulu carefully reminded him there's still a chance to back out. Now he leaned back relaxedly. I never have regrets, Lulu. It's still quite a while until we reach Icefire Island. Wake me up when we get there. Suddenly, she looked at Jingyu gently. Xiao Jingyu, he couldn't help but feel confused. What is it now? Lulu just smiled and said, It's nothing. After speaking, she thought to herself, Xiao Jingyu, I will spend my entire life protecting you well. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at Icefire Island. Scene changed to the Naval Headquarters base. Naval Admiral Murong Jin assessed the current situation. Shuor and Shinner are both on the right track now. This young man, his talent is also exceptional. Just then, Bai Yu entered the room and asked, You care so much about your daughter, why not take some leave and go see her in Four Spirit City? He was surprised to see him, old Bai. Why are you here? Bai Yu explained his presence. Brother Jin, the execution of Medusa is a major event. Her Majesty the Empress is worried and sent me to assist you, Jin replied unhappily. Does Her Majesty the Empress not trust my way of doing things? The old man spoke cautiously. Don't be too careless. You don't know what's happening on the mainland. The Eastern Kingdom has been sneaking around, but they were intercepted by our people. The southern nations aren't very peaceful either. It's full of escaped criminals. The most troublesome are the people from the Flame Alliance. They won't give up on Medusa easily. He asked while smoking, So did they find out you came here? Continental Admiral Bai Yu gave a wicked smile. I wonder when they discover there are two admirals on Icefire Island if they'll even make it back alive. The two commanders were terrified by his gaze. Suddenly, Jin spoke up. That's enough. They are all trustworthy subordinates. Don't pressure them. There isn't much time left. Sentence the prisoner. Scene changed to a dark prison. Medusa was escorted to the execution site. A guillotine stood menacingly in the endless night. She looked to be in a very sorry state. From above, Bai Yu coldly declared, Medusa, you have committed heinous crimes. Being alive today is already a mercy bestowed upon you by Her Majesty the Empress. Suddenly, the look in Medusa's eyes changed. I committed heinous crimes. Beastkin, demonic beast, calamity demon python Medusa retorted with surging killing intent. How ridiculous! If I have committed heinous crimes, then what do you call Shangguan Lan's unspeakable secret? Lulu looked around nervously. Two admirals are supervising Medusa's execution. How are we supposed to fight? Jingyu remained calm and said unhurriedly, Let's wait a little longer and see, there might be an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, he sharply detected something unusual. There are other people here. On Icefire Island, as the sea surged, Jin waved his hand and ordered loudly, Ready the dragon's fang axe, execute. The subordinates obeyed and pulled the rope. The dragon's fang axe was slowly raised, groaning section by section in the sea breeze. Medusa roared in a furious rage, Shangguan Lan, do you think that if I die, your unspeakable secret will be buried at the bottom of the sea forever? Her voice was filled with madness. One day the sins you committed 200 years ago will be exposed under the sun. A hidden weapon suddenly flashed, piercing the air right next to a soldier. His colleague was also enveloped by that dark aura. His face suddenly changed. The subordinate looked at the sword in his hand in horror. The one enveloped by the demonic aura was no better. His whole body trembled violently as if possessed. Seeing this, Bai Yu immediately directed, Do not inhale the demonic aura. Immediately after, countless tentacles emerged, writhing like iron snakes. The tentacles reached out and controlled the entire crowd. All the soldiers were brought under control in an instant. Medusa was also bound tightly, her face fierce, grinding her teeth in anger. Seeing this, the old man smiled with satisfaction. Medusa, you are truly formidable. Even in this situation, you can still cast illusions. Medusa looked at Bai Yu and retorted, Bai Yu, have you forgotten the tragedy of the Bai family back then? Of the 5 great families, only the Bai family was wiped out. You are a descendant of the Bai family serving Shangguan Lan. How noble of you are, you worthy of your ancestors. The old man was displeased by her criticism. You're meddling too much. A subordinate gave instructions. The power supply box for the execution ground is right over here. Once the power is cut, we move immediately. From a distance, a guard raised his gun and ordered, hands up or we'll shoot in an instant. Panic spread quickly. Someone shouted, oh no, there are guards, detonate it now. Immediately after the explosive was detonated, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Fire and smoke erupted violently. Seeing this, everyone panicked and shouted, oh no, it's a prison break. The person in black seized the opportunity, raising their hand to signal the command attack. Immediately, countless tamed beasts were summoned to fight. Bai Yu was not afraid in the slightest. His ice-cold voice rang out, do not panic, activate the defensive sequence, lock down the entire island, not even a fly can get out. At the same time, Jin ordered loudly, continue with the execution. Once Medusa is dead, they will leave on their own. Jing Yu seized the opportunity, glanced at his ally, and said, Lulu. Now Lulu charged forward excitedly, leave it to me. She unleashed a move with great destructive power. Lulu rushed over and easily rescued Medusa. In the blink of an eye, she pulled Medusa to a hidden spot, then vanished into the darkness like an arrow. That scene left everyone standing there, stunned. A nine-tailed fox demon. Medusa was on the verge of tears, unable to believe it. Why are you? Jing Yu glanced over and told Medusa with a serious face, don't say anything, we'll talk after we get out of here. Jin was furious, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he unleashed his martial technique. Nine-tailed fox demon, your wanted posters are all over the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't expect you to have the nerve to deliver yourself to my doorstep. That's fine too, I will send you all to your graves. A figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the night, exuding immense pressure. Icefire Island shook violently. The old man stood there, stunned by the sight. Wait, look over there. Jing Yu appeared in a mysterious full-body cloak. He also wore a mask to hide his identity. Bai Yu squinted at his hazy figure. May I ask if you are a member of the Flame Alliance? He spoke coldly. You are not worthy of knowing my identity. I only came to take this little snake away. Those who stand in my way shall die. As soon as the words were spoken, he immediately tensed up. She saw this and praised him. This kid has some acting skills. Medusa looked suspiciously at the little serpent and uttered, little serpent with such low spiritual power, how could this two-star beast tamer be so bold? The surrounding men in black couldn't help but be curious. Who is this person? Is he on our side? Just ignore him. Let's go and help first. He calmly continued to smoke. Man in black, whether you are from the Flame Alliance or not, for daring to barge into the customs headquarters, you will be killed without mercy. The old man shouted without a trace of fear. There will be a handsome reward for capturing the man in black alive. Xing Yu burst out laughing upon hearing their rambling. She looked at him even more astonished. His spiritual power, it has inexplicably increased tenfold. At this moment, Xing Yu spoke up. Lulu, my body can only hold out for 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, my life is in your hands. Dalu nodded and replied immediately, calm and resolute, I know. Jin could no longer hold back and ordered his subordinates charge. As soon as the order was given, they received the command and immediately rushed forward. Xing Yu's group was quickly surrounded from all four sides. He calmly instructed everyone, attack Dalu, get ready to fight, take good care of Medusa. Dalu responded immediately, her aura exploding as she unleashed a martial skill that created immense pressure. A colossal wave of energy surged through the air. The powerful attack spread out in all directions. It forced the subordinates to retreat, screaming in agony. The tamed beasts couldn't escape, either, their bodies trembling as they collapsed one by one. The men in black staggered, many foaming at the mouth. One of them shouted in panic, Kameda-san, why are we being attacked too? Another one cursed through gritted teeth, you idiot. This proves that person is truly from the Flame Alliance. Jin was so furious, he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. This fox, it seems to have broken through and evolved. Bai Yu quickly recognized that technique. Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon claws, and even dragon pupils are the power of dragons that disappeared 200 years ago. He didn't want to let her escape. His face grew grim, his voice a low but firm growl. Old Bai, this individual is an extremely dangerous figure. They cannot be allowed to leave Icefire Isle. The old man suddenly clenched his fist in excitement, his voice full of arrogance. You don't need to tell me. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake violently and crack open. The shaking ground stunned Xing Yu. A tamed beast suddenly burst up from below, appearing beneath their feet. It opened its terrifying mouth, revealing rows of jagged, sharp teeth. Caught off guard, the three of them were pulled down, falling straight into the enormous mouth. The massive beast with a seemingly bottomless stomach simply sucked all three of them in. Agonized screams echoed as they disappeared into the beast's belly. The screams continued until all three of them had vanished from sight. The subordinates were utterly astonished. This is a beast god-type tamed beast. The cursed demon king flower seeing is believing a plant-type tamed beast with an ancient bloodline. It looks so colossal. General Bai Yu is truly worthy of his title as the master of plant-type beasts. He dealt with the intruders with a single move. At that moment, he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Xing Yu struggled to his feet, his voice filled with confusion. "Where is this?" Medusa furrowed her brow, her expression grim, and slowly replied, "This is the space inside the belly of the cursed demon king flower." The appearance of the tamed beast took them by surprise. She was bewildered as the man in black swept past. He quickly noticed that something was amiss. The three of them were trapped with no way out. Xing Yu seriously analyzed the situation. Then he pointed in a direction. Lulu Dragon's breath attacked the weak spot on the right flank. Dai Lo obeyed and immediately launched a move. Inside the tamed beast's stomach, a violent tremor occurred. Seeing this, Jin asked worriedly, "Old Bai, is everything all right? It's been 6 minutes." Bai Yu replied with utmost confidence after being swallowed by the cursed demon king flower. "They will suffer the agony of their flesh melting into liquid and their bones being scraped clean. Even if that dragon fox has some skills, it's impossible." The next second, its body shattered. She let out a roar, a sound that shook the entire space, a display of power that terrified everyone. The old man was so horrified, he blurted out in a daze, "How is this possible? How could this fox blast through the stomach of the cursed demon king flower? This is absurd." He began to feel worried. At the same rank, the power of the dragon flame is truly extraordinary. Even though the cursed demon king flower is a plant-type tamed beast with an ancient bloodline, it cannot withstand the burning of the dragon flame. He gritted his teeth and growled, "We have been fighting and tearing each other apart with the Flame Alliance for 100 years. Your Excellency possesses extraordinary power. Yet you are not among the top 10 on the wanted list. Who on earth are you?" Hearing this, Xing Yu snorted coldly, his eyes flaring with killing intent from behind his mask. Jin readied himself for battle. "If your Excellency does not wish to reveal your identity, then we can only punish you according to the law, lock you in the undersea prison, and interrogate you slowly." Then he summoned his tamed beast. He looked forward, full of vigilance. It was trying to swallow the three of them once again. Da Lu struggled to resist being affected. Xing Yu couldn't help but exclaim such destructive power. The tamed beast continued its relentless attack. She breathed fire, intending to counterattack. The two attacks collided violently with each other. He maintained his stance and carefully reminded Dalu Lulu, "We can't afford to be reckless. The potion's effect will only last for a little over 3 minutes." Hearing this, she immediately realized the urgency. "Then let's get out of here quickly." Outside, Bai Yu gave them no chance to retreat. "Don't even think about running Myriad Vine execution." Red vines appeared and wrapped tightly around Dalu. He was extremely confident. Although the cursed Demon King flower was injured by the dragon flame, plant-type tamed beasts are naturally immune to pain. You have miscalculated. Xing Yu's face grew serious as he assessed the situation. A pincer attack from the front and back, surrounded on all sides. We're in big trouble this time. Her body bound tightly, Dalu was in pain, her breathing ragged. At the same time, the tamed beast took out its weapon. The sharp spearhead was aimed right at her. Xing Yu tried to calm Dalu Lulu. "Stop struggling. Retract the dragon's power and dispel your defensive shield." She listened and asked in confusion why he remained calm, his voice firm, "Just do as I say." Although she didn't understand, Dalu dispelled her defensive shield. Watching from a distance, Bai Yu frowned slightly. This fox, why did it stop resisting? It even gave up its shield. Jin, however, paid little attention to it. Never mind, no matter what, no enemy can withstand the sea god's trident of Leviathan. But the very next second, the old man was utterly stunned. "Brother Jin, that person isn't dead yet," he exclaimed in surprise. "Impossible." A dragon soul appeared, carrying with it an immense pressure. At this moment, Jin's brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with horror. A dragon? No, this is a dragon soul. The scene before him left the old man stunned. To be able to release a dragon soul. What kind of deity is this person? Even she couldn't believe it. "I'm still not dead." Xing Yu smiled calmly, his eyes sharp. "Lulu, this is your innate dragon soul talent. It can automatically resist a fatal blow, which happens to be perfect for dealing with Leviathan and the cursed demon king." Only then did Dalu let out a soft sigh. "You're way too calm." Now the system displayed: name Nine-Tailed Dragon Fox, rank Tier 1 Beast, God-form Bloodline, Nine-Tailed Fox Clan Bloodline, Mythical Bloodline, Pure-Blooded Dragon Clan, Genesis Bloodline, Talent, One Eye of Misfortune after activating the Ocular Art. A single glance can petrify any enemy of a lower rank. Talent 2 Nine-Tailed Fox Fire directly burns the enemy's soul, accompanied by a terrifying mental attack. Talent 3 Dragon's power maintains a state of super armor. Enemies cannot interrupt spellcasting, immune to any enemy control skills, and inflicts both physical and mental damage on the enemy. Talent 4 Dragon Soul, when critically wounded by an enemy, automatically releases the Dragon Soul to resist the fatal attack. Attributes: Dragon Fox, type Beastman, type Superpower, type Fire, type Loyalty, 88 skills, Tailed Beast Bomb, Bloodthirsty Red Crossbow, Ninetales Heaven Scorching Fury, Divine Dragon's Tail Swipe Dragon's Breath, Evolution Path, Nine-tailed Dragon Fox, Ten-tailed Dragon Fox Unknown. He calmly stated his condition. My spiritual power is almost depleted. In just one more minute, I might fall into a coma or even a near-death state. We have to retreat now. After hearing this, Lulu didn't hesitate for a moment. Her eyes immediately lit up with a plan. Let's split up. But Bai-Yu, not wanting to miss the opportunity, gave the order, kill. Before they could react, red vines suddenly appeared to attack. Dalu was furious, refusing to be restrained by the enemy. She launched a counterattack. Get out of my way. Her attack carried immense pressure, making the very space tremble. Xingyu's eyes widened in realization, the bloodthirsty pupil crossbow. Dai Lo continued to relentlessly display its power. The bloodthirsty bronze crossbow blazed brilliantly, its waves of pressure shaking the heavens and the earth. Faced with that scene, Tan stood tall and declared authoritatively, "We represent the honor of the Dragon Kingdom Navy and the hundreds of millions of our compatriots behind us. We absolutely cannot let them escape Ice and Fire Island." Leviathan continued using the sea god's trident. The tamed beast obeyed, channeling its power to prepare its attack. A sharp spearhead instantly formed, carrying a terrifying pressure. It hurtled forward with immense power. Not to be outdone, she launched her own attack. The two powerful attacks collided with each other. In an instant, space itself cracked and a world-shaking roar echoed. The aftershock of their explosion made the heavens and earth tremble violently. Xingyu was thrown far away, screaming loudly amidst the thick smoke and dust. The dense smoke took a long time to dissipate. A desolate scene was revealed after the explosion. Tan couldn't help but frown in anger. They've escaped. But right after, he sighed in relief. So this is the power of the Dragon Soul. We couldn't hold them back. He didn't want to let them off the hook, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This is the Navy headquarters, not a place they can come and go as they please. Just then, an attack came crashing down. All Navy personnel on my command searched the entire sea region. A subordinate hurriedly reported, "Bad news, General. We've been ambushed by the Southern Islands Alliance." Tan was horrified, unable to believe his ears. What, he continued to report the situation. "General, our ship number 1 is taking on water." Their words came through the radio. "General, rest assured the enemy is no match for us." "General, the turbine on ship number 7 is destroyed." "General, our ship number 3 is under attack." "You don't need to worry too much." "General, our flagship is damaged." The final shout was like thunder in his ears. Tan roared into the radio. "Abandon the search for that black-cloaked person, Leviathan. Immediately head to the sea region for reinforcements." While the situation was chaotic, Dalu looked around anxiously. Master, where are you?" Dalu screamed in panic. Master. At that moment, Xingyu was sinking into the cold depths of the sea. "The side effects of the dragon spirit pill are too strong. I have no strength at all. Lolo, I'm so sleepy, so cold." Just then, Medusa appeared near him. She lifted Xingyu out of the water. Medusa looked at him intently and said, "A mere human, yet you have the potential to fight against 2 9-star beastmasters. That's truly impressive, but..." She stuck out her tongue, wanting to devour Xingyu. "Sorry." A frantic voice echoed in the night. "Hang on, you can't fall asleep. I must recover as soon as possible." With difficulty, Xingyu slowly opened his eyes. Before him was Dalu's tear-streaked face. Her worry was obvious. "You're finally awake. I was so scared." Xingyu was dazed for a moment. "Have we arrived? Why am I injured?" He looked around in confusion. "Where are we?" Dalu replied. "We're inside Medusa. No sea monster moves faster underwater than her." He felt guilty for making her worry. It seems it worked. "Dalu, I'll keep my promise this time. I'm sorry, I just..." Seeing him fading away, she grew more frantic. "Xingyu, don't fall asleep." Meanwhile, Medusa was diving swiftly through the ocean waves. She assessed the current situation. "This kid is seriously injured and unconscious. The situation isn't optimistic. There's a deserted island ahead. Let's stop there." In the distance, the deserted island appeared in the night, picturesque, but also wild and dangerous. At this moment, Tan sighed in frustration. "In this battle, 2 great generals like us have been utterly disgraced." Bai-Yu carefully reminded him, "We should be thinking about how we're going to face the wrath of Her Majesty the Empress." Just then, the night sky suddenly lit up as bright as day. Guanlan appeared within that light, her figure majestic, her aura unparalleled. He and the old man looked up at the sky, startled. Tan's face turned pale, his legs trembling slightly. "Your Majesty the Empress." She stood amidst the brilliant light and asked coldly, "Where is Medusa?" Trembling Tan bowed his head and hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty the Empress, I have failed your trust. Medusa was stolen by a villain. Bai Yu, standing beside him, tried to justify we were also ambushed by another force. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have escaped." But Guanlan paid no heed. "I don't need to know the details. Just tell me who took Medusa." His face ashen, he reported in a hoarse voice. "The person wore a black cloak and a demon mask. The nine-tailed fox Dalu is his tamed beast. We know nothing else." She didn't believe it and roared in anger. "Ridiculous. What do you mean you know nothing? Two great generals who can't even defend their own naval headquarters." Tan immediately knelt to accept his fault. This subordinate accepts full responsibility and is ready for punishment. Meanwhile, Bai Yu awkwardly recounted, "Your Majesty the Empress, they possess the power of a dragon. The nine-tailed demon fox has a dragon's soul." A glint appeared in Guanlan's eyes as she seriously considered the information. The power of a dragon. Could it be? No, that's absolutely impossible. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded coldly, "Tell me which direction the black-cloaked person went. I will punish you two for your incompetence when I return." Tan immediately replied, "Southeast." Then Guanlan directed her tamed beast to set off. He watched her departing figure thoughtfully. Even the Empress herself has to take action. It seems the Dragon Kingdom is about to face a great upheaval. The rainy night was pitch black with raindrops pattering down onto the surface of the sea. Medusa's group took temporary shelter in a small cave. She looked at Dalu sadly. "I didn't expect you to have gone through so much." She confirmed it was true. "That's right. Without my master, I would just be a seriously injured fox waiting to die." Medusa raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "Speaking of which, isn't your relationship with him a little too good?" The unconscious Xing Yu suddenly mumbled, "Water." Startled, Dalu quickly turned around, a flustered look in her fox eyes. "I'll give you some." Medusa carefully reminded her, "Hey, there's no fresh water on this deserted island." But she said nothing more, silently taking a knife and cutting her finger. Dalu then dripped her blood into Xing Yu's mouth. Medusa watched this scene in astonishment, unable to believe she was willing to sacrifice her own precious blood for a human. A blurry image appeared before his eyes. After a moment, Xing Yu could see clearly and whispered, "What happened this is?" At this moment, he thought in utter surprise, Shang Guanlan. Xing Yu screamed in panic as Guanlan reached out her hand. Just then, he woke up and sat up. Seeing this, she said happily, "Xiao Xing Yu, you're finally awake. You slept for a whole morning. You scared me to death." Xing Yu raised a hand to his head and asked, "Where are we?" She supported him and explained, "This is a deserted island near the Demon Beast Strait. It's not under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. It's very far, so don't worry." Meanwhile, Xing Yu thought gloomily, "My head is so dizzy. Strange, what was I just dreaming about?" He licked his lips slightly, the strong metallic taste still lingering on his tongue. The smell of dragon blood. "Did you feed me your blood?" Dalu bit her lip and admitted awkwardly, "You were severely dehydrated after falling unconscious. This is a deserted island with no fresh water, so I could only use this method." Xing Yu spoke with deep gratitude. "Lolo, you've done me a huge favor." At the same time, the system announced affection level increased. Affection level 99. Medusa looked at the two of them and asked, "How long are you two going to be so lovey-dovey?" He stared at her in surprise. A crown. Medusa finally noticed the crown on her head. Then she smiled and handed some water to Xing Yu. Right now, Medusa looked extremely charming. Seeing this, his face immediately turned red. She stood up and said politely, "You don't have to thank me. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Thank you for saving my life." She turned and continued to explain, "This is the highest gratitude ritual of the Divine Python clan. Sister Sa, don't be so formal." Xing Yu said humbly after listening, "It was nothing, really." Medusa said with great determination, "Mr. Xiao Wei of the Divine Python clan always repay our debts, especially a life-saving one. Just tell me what you need me to do, anything at all." He suddenly became excited and said, "Anything at all. It's simple, I want you." Tin Vu arrogantly pointed directly at Medusa and commanded, "I want you," but she just coldly shook her head. "I know what you want, but I refuse." Her words left him stunned and unable to react. Tin Vu's face froze, completely stiff as a board. Medusa spoke up to break the silence. "I can do anything for you, but I just can't sign a blood pact with you, so I'm sorry." He frowned and asked sadly why. She slowly replied, "Because beastmen will never be slaves." Tin Vu still wouldn't give up and tried to persuade her, "What if I provide food and shelter?" Medusa replied without hesitation, "That won't work either." Witnessing this scene, Dai Lo unconsciously recalled the past. I was also forced back then, reluctantly signing the blood pact with Tu Tin Vu, but considering the results, it turned out quite well. As for him, he was so disappointed he gave a bitter laugh, then suddenly coughed up blood to everyone's horror. She became flustered and stammered. "No, Ayu Tin Vu," continued his act, his voice tragically feigned. "I thought risking my life for you could melt your icy heart, but I was wrong. You are a heartless, cold-blooded giant serpent." She quickly caught him and asked, "Why are you coughing up blood?" Tin Vu got more into his performance, emphasizing every loaded phrase. "If you won't sign the blood pact, then what's the point of my life in my next life? I absolutely will not save you. You ungrateful snake." Dai Lo at his side also yelled, "Cooperating fully, Tu Tin Vu, wake up, you can't die." At this point, Medusa quickly surrendered. I'll sign, is that good enough?" Having waited so long to hear that, he lunged forward and grabbed her hand. "Sa, you're the best, now I have a reason to live on." She pinched Tin Vu's cheek, scolding gently, threatening to die just because I wouldn't sign the blood pact. "When did you learn to be such a rogue?" he replied shamelessly. "I'm a beast master. It's not shameful to use a few tricks. Besides, the debt for saving your life is immense. Is a blood pact really asking too much?" Dai Lo chimed in curiously. What if the moral guilt trip hadn't worked? Tin Vu grinned a plan already formed in his mind and said with a sinister tone, "If this snake hadn't fallen for my trick, I would have captured her for the bounty compared to Thuong Quan Lan. She would surely have submitted to my power." These words sent a chill down Medusa's spine, who thought to herself, "In this day and age, moral people are extinct by comparison. I'm a rare paragon of virtue." After regaining his strength, he urgently requested, "Sa, let's sign the blood pact now." She agreed, all right. Then Tin Vu placed his own blood onto Medusa's forehead. Immediately, a brightly glowing magic circle appeared beneath Medusa's feet. Finally, a faint symbol appeared between her eyebrows, signaling the pact was successfully formed. With everything settled, Tin Vu declared with satisfaction, "Sa, from this moment on, you are my contracted beast." Medusa was still in a daze, unable to believe it. Did I really just sign a blood pact with a human? How absurd. Dai Lo patted her shoulder in comfort. "I understand how you feel." At this moment, the information panel appeared. Name: Calamity, Demon, Serpent, Medusa, rank Divine Beast, body level 2 bloodline. Divine Serpent, bloodline, quality, mythical talent. 1. Calamity's descent. Her true form's appearance brings destructive disasters like tsunamis, thunderstorms, and volcanic eruptions. Talent: 2. Nightmare Tide. Any enemy of a lower rank caught in Medusa's gaze will have their soul dragged into a nightmare of eternal torment. Attributes: Beastman type, Psychic type, Water type, Loyalty 10 skills, Nightmare. Devour swallows an enemy to be baptized by the 9 layers of nightmare separating soul from body death. Coil uses her massive body to bind and suffocate enemies into unconsciousness. Life Siphon pierces an enemy with poison fangs to drain their life points and convert them into her own. Likes and habits: sweets, lives in dark, cold environments. Evolution path: Calamity Demon Serpent, highest evolutionary form. Hidden evolution path: 1. Calamity Demon Serpent, Heaven Devouring Dragon Serpent, hidden evolution path. 2. Calamity Demon Serpent, serpent of the mortal world whose body can encircle the earth. Once this flood of information made Tin Vu marvel internally. Sa is so powerful. If only I still had the dragon bone. I'll have to find the Eye of Samsara and the Lord of the Underworld's demon beast core to help her evolve into the serpent of the mortal world. Suddenly, a giant bolt of lightning tore the sky in two. His heart clenched with the clap of thunder. Noticing his change, Dai Lo asked worriedly, "You look terrible. Are you hurt somewhere?" Tin Vu hesitated. Lo, I have a sudden bad feeling we should be safe now, but my heart is..." He suddenly froze and thought, wait a second. I clearly saved Medusa, but the system hasn't issued the reward. Does that mean the mission isn't complete? Tin Vu frantically told the other two, Lo, we have to leave. Let's get off this island now. If we don't leave now, we won't make it in time. Realizing the situation was dire, she immediately nodded. All right, let's leave this place. I swim fast. Get on my back. At that very moment, another bolt of lightning struck the island and massive tidal waves began to rise in succession. The ground shattered into pieces and was flung into the air. Luckily, the three of them escaped the island. She looked back in shock and observed the deserted island has been completely flattened. He warned cautiously, look up. Just then, Thuong Quan Lan appeared majestically within a ring of fire surrounded by lightning and churning clouds that tore through the sky. She spoke black robes, a demon mask. It seems I've found the right person. Dai Lo recognized her opponent, the seven-colored sacred Keelin. Damn it, it's her. She followed us all the way here. I fear there's no escape. Chaotic thoughts raced through Tin Vu's mind. The strongest master above a 10-star beast master, a beast emperor. Why her? My spiritual power is exhausted. I have no dragon spirit pills left, and my beasts can't use any combat skills. What in the world am I going to do? Medusa immediately stepped in front of him and created a protective shield. Master, don't worry, just leave everything to me. And so amidst the heavy downpour, a battle was about to unfold. Quan Lan spoke in a cold, challenging tone. Little fox, your luck isn't bad to have fused with a pure dragon bloodline. Was it for his sake? You in black, reveal your identity, and I will grant you a death with your body intact. Dai Lo shouted to stop her wait. A confused Quan Lan turned to look. Suddenly she knelt and pleaded, I am willing to die. I beg you to spare my master's life. You can even imprison him forever. Tin Vu was stunned and whispered Lolo. She refused coldly. A dead person has no right to negotiate with me. Scorned Dai Lo roared in fury. There's nothing more to say. Let's fight her to the death. If this is how it is, then we'll risk it all against her. Quan Lan showed no mercy. Then all of you can just die. She waved her hand and instantly a dragon appeared circling around her. She was stunned in disbelief, the power of a dragon. Quan Lan's figure was barely visible within the thick fog. Finally, her transformation was complete, her demonic wings spreading wide across the sky. Dai Lo was so terrified she stammered, a black dragon soul, such evil power. What kind of monster is she? Isn't Thuong Quan Lan supposed to be human? Medusa explained, Fox, this is her true form. She wants us to be buried along with this secret. She was now trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Dai Lo gave in to despair, saying blankly, we don't stand a chance. Not waiting for the three of them to prepare, Quan Lan charged towards them on her beast. Despite knowing she was no match, Dai Lo gritted her teeth and roared, I cannot lose. She then transformed into a red fox, glaring at the woman with murderous eyes. Dai Lo single-handedly blocked all of Quan Lan's attacks. The force of the attack was so strong it made her spit out mouthfuls of blood in agony. Dai Lo used her own body to shield him. One of her legs was cut in half. Her ear was also chopped off. Then Dai Lo's entire body was hacked into 100 pieces. Tin Vu screamed in horror, Lolo. Dai Lo weakly transformed back into her human form as she was flung into the sea. He anxiously tried to save her, Lolo. Lolo, are you all right? Are you badly hurt? Don't scare me like this. The great Tao was saved, it said with difficulty, Master. Master, why did we have to meet so late? If only we could have spent a few more days together. I have so many regrets. If only I hadn't involved you in all this. Tin Vu sobbed emotionally. No, Lolo, I don't regret a single thing. I did it of my own free will. She used the last bit of her strength to raise her hand to his face. Then Dai Lo placed a kiss on Tin Vu's cheek as tears streamed down her own. Dai Lo struggled to speak her final words. Please forgive me for going on ahead of you. My unwavering heart. Seeing the woman in his arms become motionless, he cried out in panic, Lo. But the light had already faded from her eyes. Tin Vu clutched Dai Lo's slowly chilling body, remembering the times they had shared. His body shook with uncontrollable rage. Suddenly, Quan Lan's voice broke the somber mood. It's time for you to depart as well, after which an immense amount of energy began to gather around her. Quan Lan summoned a magical vortex. This time it was Medusa's turn to fight, Master. Before I die, I will do my utmost to protect you, Dalu, and I will go on ahead and wait for you, but he immediately stopped her. No. She didn't understand and asked what. Tin Vu yelled, no, this isn't the ending I want. The one I want to see is Lulu alive. Suddenly, a teardrop-shaped crystal appeared, emitting a pure light. It flew into the air to everyone's amazement. Teardrops flew up one by one and merged into the crystal. At this moment, the situation seemed to change as wisps of white smoke created a sense of both majesty and menace. Quan Lan was also surprised by this sight, the dragon's tear. Time seemed to reverse from 7:10 back to 7:05. Then from 7 o'clock back to 6:40. Then it rewound all the way back to 4:45. The wounds on Dalu's body also began to heal. Everything was returning to its original state. Her attack was also reversed. Time rewound to the moment before she rushed forward to sacrifice herself. Dalu was restored to her original state. The rocks shattered during the battle also became whole again. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Suddenly she called out, Zhao Tin Vu. Zhao Tin Vu, what are you thinking about? Hearing her, Tin Vu joyfully replied, it worked. The Grand Avenue suddenly blushed. At that moment, Tin Vu pounced on her and kissed her repeatedly. Bewildered, she could only say, Zhao Tin Vu you. Medusa stood beside them, blushing. What are you two doing? He let go of Dalu and urged Lulu no time to explain. We have to run now. Sasa swim towards the demon beast straight, where the scents are chaotic, the more chaotic the better. She immediately took the order okay. Not long after, a blast of power shot out of nowhere, destroying the ground. Quan Lan observed from above their aura vanishes here, and just ahead is the demon beast straight. They sure are fast runners. She stood there looking towards the distant island. Man in black, the day we meet again will be the day I grind your bones to dust. in another more peaceful place. Only now could the three of them relax a little. No one's chasing us. Now Tin Vu was still afraid if she can chase us in the Magic Canyon, then we can't escape. Dalu wondered, how did you predict that Shangguan Lan would hunt us down? Tin Vu turned to Dalu and confessed, Lulu. I can't lose you, that sharp pain in my heart. I don't want to feel it a second time, she blushed and stammered. What nonsense are you talking about seeing this? Medusa frowned. Are you confessing your love to a fox spirit? He didn't explain, but took out the crystal. This is the dragon's tear. I activated it by accident. Place your hands on it, and you'll probably understand what happened. After hearing this, the other two looked at the crystal in disbelief. Seeing Dalu's teary eyes, Tin Vu teased Lulu. Why are you crying? Were you moved by me? I'm not. It's just dust in my eye. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out, Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing Medusa, issuing mission rewards. 1 dragon egg plus 10,000 points rewards have been granted. Host, please check and receive them. Tin Vu got excited. The rewards are here. That means we're really safe this time. He turned to Medusa and asked, Sasa, I heard from Lulu that you know the secret of the great dragon-slaying war from 200 years ago. You can tell us now, is Shangguan Lan human? Or, she sighed, interrupting the dragon-slaying maiden who eventually became the evil dragon in the great dragon-slaying war. 200 years ago, 90% of the Dragon Kingdom's masters took part. Medusa recalled back then the Dragon Kingdom had 2 recognized masters. One was Shangguan Lan, and the other was Xiao Liayan. At that time, Shangguan Lan was not yet the empress of the Dragon Kingdom, and Xiao Liayan was not yet the leader of the rebel Yan Alliance. Back then, I was just a small snake hiding in a rock crevice, and their battlefield was the Valley of Dragons, which was where I lived, so I witnessed the entire war with my own eyes. After Shangguan Lan killed countless great dragons, she stood in the center of the Valley of Dragons, bathed in blood, and laughed a horrifying, maniacal laugh. Then she transformed into a black dragon far larger than any other, becoming bloodthirsty, unable to distinguish friend from foe, and slaughtered everyone in the Valley of Dragons. After the war, the dragon race was destroyed and nearly all the Beastmasters died. The only lucky survivor was the current leader of the Yan Alliance, Xiao Liayan. I escaped because I was far away, but Shangguan Lan still wanted to kill me. Even though I wasn't involved hearing this, Tin Vu understood. No wonder Xiao Liayan betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, formed the Yan Alliance, and stood against Shangguan Lan. He rested his chin in his hand, thinking, why did Shangguan Lan become an evil dragon? Was it her constitution or the sheer number of them? How many great dragons did Xiao Liayan kill? After all, Medusa wasn't directly involved. To find out more, I'd have to ask Quan Lan herself. No, it can't be a 2-star Beastmaster from the Azure Dragon Academy. He's the leader of the rebel Yan Alliance. They're completely unrelated if there really is a connection to him. Then what will my sister and I do? Medusa asked cautiously. Master, now that you know Shangguan Lan's true identity, what are your plans? Tin Vu replied with a faint smile. What plans could I have act as a champion of justice and expose her crimes from 200 years ago? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I pick a fight with a monster? Dalu looked at him uneasily, but after this, Shangguan Lan will be watching you. She won't let this go. Tin Vu was still very calm. Shangguan Lan is watching the man in black. What has that got to do with me? Xiao Tin Vu. Hearing this, Dalu was still confused. Isn't the man in black Xiao Tin Vu? He could only give a helpless smile. All right, silly girl, don't think about it anymore. We'll hide here for a while, then prepare to sneak back to Four Spirit City. At that moment, the dragon's tear in Tin Vu's hand suddenly began to glow. Then he clutched his head in a daze. Dalu panicked and called out Xiao Tin Vu. But Tin Vu had already passed out his mind, entering an illusory realm. Where am I? Why is it so dark? Tin Vu was stunned when a giant dragon appeared before his eyes. It attacked him with all its might. The black dragon. Why did she follow me all the way here? While trying to escape, Tin Vu was suddenly blocked by an object who put a mirror here. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and his pupil shrank. Tin Vu cried out in panic, dragon scales. Why do I have them too? Demonic wings also grew from his back. I don't want to become a man-eating monster. I don't want to... He screamed in agony, no. Dalu and Medusa surrounded Tin Vu to care for him. How is he? He's very weak and has a fever. He might be unconscious for a few days. The human body is so fragile, Dalu felt helpless. What do we do now? Medusa turned around. Her voice, playful beast milk, could strengthen his resistance and recovery. Dalu blushed furiously, completely embarrassed. Where are you looking? I don't have any beast milk. But in the end, she helplessly gave in. I know I'll get some right now. The three of them moved into a cave. Tin Vu suddenly woke up screaming, I'm not a monster. After realizing it was just a nightmare, he sighed in relief. A dream. Good thing it was just a dream. It scared me to death. Seeing him awake, Medusa was overjoyed. Master, you're awake, Sasa. Where are we? How long have I been asleep? She quickly replied, "This is the demon beast straight. You've been asleep for 3 days." Tin Vu was shocked. "I've been asleep for 3 days. Oh no, the supernova contest." He scrambled to get up from the time we left until I fell unconscious. "It's already been 4 or 5 days. I have to get back to Four Spirit City quickly for the finals. Otherwise, the school will become suspicious. And if the Empress notices me, then I'm—" Dalu came running over just then. "You're awake. That's wonderful." Medusa immediately stopped him, "Master. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush for now." "How can I not rush? What if I don't get back in time?" Looking at the bottle in Dalu's hand, he asked, "Lulu, what are you holding?" Dalu answered shyly, "It's demon beast milk for you to drink." Hearing this, he was horrified. No, I'm human. I only drink milk tea. Beast milk is too gamey. I can't drink it." Dalu said sternly, "No, you can't refuse. You have to drink it all." Medusa beside him began to share her wisdom. "Master, do you know what kept you alive for the 3 days you were unconscious? Beast milk can boost your immunity and help you survive. For that, the fox spirit has sacrificed a great deal." Tin Vu's expression became even more grave. Sa, you mean?" He looked at the milk bottle in his hand and almost fell over. "What the heck?" Medusa continued to mutter, "Drink it, go on and drink it. That's milk. The stinky fox specially squeezed just for you. If you don't drink it, you'll hurt her feelings." Then came Dalu's pleading voice. "Tin Vu, I worked so hard to squeeze this milk for you, drop by drop. You have to drink it, please." Tin Vu helplessly agreed. "All right, I'll drink it." Even so, he was still utterly terrified, thinking to himself, "Dalu has sacrificed so much for me, I absolutely cannot hurt her feelings." With that thought, he took the bottle of milk and chugged it all in one go. After savoring the taste for a moment, he thought the milk of a silver moon fox emperor. Medusa chuckled beside him. Ha, that gave you a fright, didn't it? That stinky fox isn't lactating yet. So of course she has to hunt some mother beasts daily." Hearing that, he was taken aback. "Damn it, you scared the hell out of me." Dai Lo was the only one looking bewildered. "What else did you think it was?" Tin Vu sighed and looked at Medusa. "Sasa, at your speed, how long will it take for us to return to the coast of the Dragon Kingdom?" Medusa replied excitedly, "Half a day will be enough." He started planning. "If we still have time, why don't you two go catch a magical beast? We can roast it for food." Medusa immediately agreed after hearing him. "No problem, just wait for us to get back." After the two of them left, Tin Vu took out the egg rewarded by the system. Perfect timing now that they're gone. Let's see what this system reward is all about. An electronic information panel appeared. Name Dragon Egg. Race Pure-Blooded Dragon. Attributes unknown. Talents unknown. Nurturing method. Constantly water with draconic power. Materials to accelerate hatching. Dragon Bone Snow Lotus. Heart of the Dragon Earth Flame Magma Fruit. Hatching taboo. Avoid contact with evil aura, otherwise it will cause a genetic mutation from a pure-blooded dragon to a demonic dragon. He stared at it, stunned. Dragon Bone Snow Lotus Heart of the Dragon. I haven't even managed to grow a single one of those seeds. Now I have to go through all this trouble to raise a dragon. Oh, well, it's a noble dragon after all. What's the big deal if the conditions are a little harsh? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Tin Vu was startled and hid the egg behind his back. Medusa and Dai Lo returned with a few magical beasts. Tiu Tin Vu were back from the hunt. Seeing them, he quickly replied that was fast. Then they roughly prepared the meat and started a fire to roast it. The three of them devoured the food like hungry wolves. Tin Vu thought to himself, "Are they this ridiculous even in human form? Wait a minute, they eat a lot, so they must poop a lot too, right?" Medusa noticed him staring and asked, "Master, is something on your mind?" Tin Vu immediately replied, "Sasa, how do you see our relationship?" She answered at once, "Master, you are the one who saved my life. Just say whatever you need to." He said frankly, "In that case, can you give me a pile of your poop?" The moment Tin Vu finished speaking, Medusa froze solid on the spot, utterly speechless. What did you just say?" Tin Vu, not finding it weird at all, repeated. "I said, can you give me a pile of your poop?" Hearing this, Medusa gnashed her teeth in anger. "Are you looking to die?" She lunged towards him, but Dai Lo rushed to stop her. "Sister, calm down." Medusa couldn't hold back and screamed, "Stinky fox, don't you dare stop me. I'm gonna kill this brat." In this situation, Tin Vu remained calm and said, "Lolo, it looks like Sasa doesn't want to. How about you do it for me?" The corner of Dai Lo's mouth twitched upon hearing that. "She doesn't want to. So you think I would Tiu Tin Vu? You're too much of a pervert. What kind of fetish is that?" Dai Lo and Medusa yelled at Tin Vu in unison, "Pervert, get lost." Tin Vu presented the pot with the seed in it. "I'm just asking for your poop to use as fertilizer. Is it really worth acting like you'd rather die?" Dai Lo explained to him, "Master Medusa and I are beastkin, not wild animals. We have our dignity as women." Medusa, however, looked at the seed curiously. A plant-type beast. Tin Vu realized he had misspoken. "You're right, I was too blunt and disrespectful. But I really need fertilizer, and it has to be from a divine-level magical beast." She rested her chin in her hand, thinking other magical beasts. Medusa enlightened him. It's simple. This is the Strait of Magical Beasts. There are many divine-level magical beasts sleeping at the bottom of the sea here, elsewhere in the depths of the ocean. Flickering flames encased in bubbles were sinking slowly to the seabed. Suddenly, a tremor shook everything up. A small, dark figure appeared with blazing, furious eyes. Where did this brat come from daring to disturb this lord's rest? Then a little girl with blue hair surfaced. Damn it, who's the uncultured swine who threw fire into the ocean? Tinvu's group of three stood on a cliff looking down. A flame still flickered in Dai Lo's hand. Tinvu chuckled beside her with delight. I didn't expect a mutated emperor flame-toothed whale. A rare sight indeed, the whale grumbled, looking at the three on the shore. Who are you calling a rare sight? So it's a human. You're really courting death, tired of living, are you? He seized the chance to provoke it more. That's right, come ashore and fight me. The whale was enraged. I'll finish you in 3 seconds. It leaped out of the sea and scrambled onto the cliff. I'll grind your bones to dust. Suddenly, the whale stopped in its tracks, intimidated by the auras in front of it. Medusa cracked her knuckles menacingly. You want to kill my master? Let's see if you've got the skills for that. Dai Lo chimed in from the side. You've offended our master. Have you decided how you'd like to die? It fell to its knees in terror, kowtowing before them. Great masters, please spare me. I have a 200-year-old mother to care for and 3 eggs waiting to hatch. Tinvu approached and patted the whale's head, thinking, don't whales give live birth? He smiled to reassure it. We're not heartless people. We don't need to take your life. The whale looked naively at the man before it. Really? Tinvu smiled and said casually, just give me a pile of poop and I'll let you go. The whale's expression instantly changed. The whale spun around and smacked him with its tail. You damn pervert, Dai Lo and Medusa both cried out anxiously, master. A long while later, the three continued on their journey. Tinvu complained seriously. You two didn't even stop it. It was just for a few pounds of manure. Did it really have to hit me that hard? Dai Lo clutched her stomach, laughing. Serves you right. He comforted himself. Oh, well, at least I got the fertilizer. She sat on her mount, gazing into the distance. Master ahead lies the Kanglei mountain range. Beyond it is the city of 4 symbols. Tinvu was overjoyed to hear this. Great, let's rest for a bit. I need to bathe in the river or this smell will make people suspicious. They then stopped at a serene spot with a rushing waterfall. Tinvu, shirtless with a flushed face, said something perverted. Lolo Sasa, want to bathe together? I can scrub your backs. Plus, I even know a traditional massage for breast enhancement. Both angry and embarrassed, Dai Lo refused. We don't need that. Medusa, on the other hand, was completely unfazed and commented casually, to be young again. You can tell this kid is brimming with energy. He must be quite a handful. Getting even more flustered, she covered Medusa's mouth. Be quiet watching them, Tinvu teased. You two seem really close. I've heard the snake woman and the fox from Silver City are also quite the pair. Medusa snapped angrily at that. Get lost. I'm not into that Brokeback Mountain stuff. Tinvu closed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, and asked, So you know them? Dai Lo vehemently denied it. I don't know any Mandy. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the forest, and he immediately became alert. From deep within the woods, a rabbit shot out. It landed right on Tinvu's head, making him jump. What the heck? Dai Lo recognized it. An electric-eared rabbit. Immediately after, a large pack of wolves burst out from the forest. This pack of ferocious wolves were Thunderclap storm wolves. They surrounded Tinvu's group, growling. He quickly realized it looks like they see me as competition for the electric-eared rabbit. Lolo Sasa, I'm leaving them to you too. Hearing the order, Dai Lo and Medusa immediately assumed combat stances. Dai Lo wiped out the entire pack in a flash. Tinvu exclaimed, Lolo, you're so ruthless you didn't give them a single chance to escape. She sneered, what, are you not satisfied that I saved you? He quickly denied it, no, not at all. Tinvu let go of the rabbit in his hands. Go on, little rabbit. It's survival of the fittest out here. I won't be able to help you next time. Now scram. The rabbit seized the chance to leap away and vanished, but it dove right into the back of Tinvu's pants, stunning him. Holy crap, don't crawl into my pants. Tinvu tugged at his pants and scolded it. Get out now. Believe it or not, according to the law, my little brother down there has every right to sue you for trespassing. Dai Lo face-palmed helplessly. You're quoting the law to a rabbit. That's just bizarre. He pulled the rabbit out of his pants. You little brat, stop clinging to me, or I'll have to decide between braised rabbit head and spicy rabbit head for dinner. All right, I'll give you one chance. If we are destined to be together, I'll raise you. Tinvu read the rabbit's information. Name electric-eared rabbit. Hidden information mutated electric-eared rabbit. Rank initial stage cannot be upgraded. Bloodline poor quality. Talents none. Attribute weak electricity can be used as a power bank. Skills none. Hidden combat. Skill rejuvenation resets teammates' skill cooldowns, can be used up to 3 times in a row. Likes vegetables like carrots in stormy weather. He looked at it with great interest. Damn, a skill reset. You're a bona fide support god. I must be Fortune's favorite child. Lolo Sasa, I'm taking this rabbit with me. I want to make a contract with it to be my beast. Medusa advised, Master, are you crazy? Electric-eared rabbits can't evolve or break through. They're more useless than a swift-winged hound. However, Dilo deferred to Tin Vu. The Master has his reasons. We shouldn't stop him. These skyscrapers and modern roads mark the city of 4 symbols. At the outdoor stadium, a voice boomed from the loudspeakers. Welcome everyone to the final battlefield of the Supernova competition. On the LED screen, images of Duong Sok Tin Vu and Ham Ham appeared under the Azure Dragon symbol. On the LED screen over there are the images of Fangjing Xilian and Wei An with the Vermilion Bird symbol. The contestants in this match are Azure Dragon versus Vermilion Bird. Yang Shuo held his phone in a panic. Where the hell did that Xiao Jingyu go? He's not answering his phone or replying to texts. There are only 15 minutes left. Don't tell me he's ditching the competition. Ham Ham was just as worried. Brother, let me try calling him again. He grew even more anxious. I've already called over 10 times, and the response is always the same. The subscriber is out of service range. Please try again later. She decided to call one last time. Hearing his sister Yang Shuo could only reply, okay. The mechanical voice on the other end chimed in again. Sorry, the subscriber you have called has an outstanding balance. He swiped his screen in frustration. Great, just great. At least he's in a service area now, isn't it? Just an unpaid bill. This young master will pay it for you. Just then, Jingyu burst through the door. Lu Jin, brother Yang Shuo, long time no see. I missed you two so much. Yang Shuo jumped and turned to scold him. Damn it, so you wouldn't show up until I topped up your phone. Give me my money back. The sound of a completed transaction rang out. Phone top up 100,000 yuan. He chewed Jingyu out. I topped up your phone for you this time. Don't you dare pull a disappearing act again. He meekly accepted the blame. It won't happen again. Ham Ham walked over and asked Jingyu, didn't you go back to Dragon Seal City to hang out with your sister? Why is it that whenever I called you these past few days, it always said you were out of service range hearing this? He scratched his head well about that. Oh, right, Lu Jin, I just realized you look really pretty today. She was successfully distracted by Jingyu, really. Yang Shuo's face darkened as he looked at the two of them. Little sis, this kid is obviously changing the subject. Don't be so blindly in love. The announcer's voice boomed. The competition will begin in 10 minutes. We invite the contestants from both sides to get ready and proceed to the arena for the opening ceremony. He rallied the team's spirits. Jingyu, little sis, it's time for us to go out there. Ham Ham suddenly turned away shyly. Brother, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Jingyu waved her off. Go on, be quick. Inside the women's restroom, a woman appeared behind her as she was washing her face. Ham Ham, we meet again. Ham Ham looked at the person in front of her in surprise. Zillion, what are you doing here? Zillion provoked her smugly. Ham Ham, I bet you didn't expect me to be in the competition, did you? She asked in disbelief. Are you replacing Lu Linner? She smirked. She got sick and injured. Is there a problem with me taking her place? Ham Ham, even though we were childhood friends, I won't go easy on you in the arena. Ham Ham just said oh and turned to leave. Before leaving, she left Zillion with one sentence, is that so? Then we'll see each other in the ring. She looked smugly at Ham Ham's retreating back in this competition. I will definitely make you lose all face in front of everyone. As soon as Zillion returned to the room, Wei An informed her, Zillion, it's time for us to go out. She walked over her eyes, crinkling into a smile as she replied, brother, I'm ready. Then the two of them held hands. They walked out to the arena side by side. Yang Shu started to hype up the atmosphere, dear ladies and gentlemen of the audience. This is the final match of the Supernova competition. The team entering from the left is the representative of the Vermilion Bird Academy. After his introduction, Xie Lian, Fang Jing, and Wei An stepped out and greeted good morning, everyone. The people in the stands cheered wildly. Oh my God, it's Zillion, it's really Zillion. The rumor that Lu Linner was unwell is true, my darling Zillion. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to have 20 kids with her. Wei An's waist isn't a waist, it's a life-taking blade. On the other side, Yang Shuo looked at his opponents with fiery determination while feeding some quality intel to his teammates Jingyu, the Z siblings. Dialogue obscured. A 10-star beast tamer, a key official to Her Majesty, the Empress, the Grand Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, Ham Ham added, yeah, I heard that Zi Weian also has a chance to become the future husband of the Dragon Kingdom's Princess Shangguan Qian. Jingyu furiously declared the princess's fiancé. I'm gonna beat him down. Yang Shu continued with the introduction of the main character's team. The team entering from the right is the representative of the Azure Dragon Academy. Yang Shuo led the way with resilience. It's our time to enter the arena. Jingyu followed, sharing his sentiment right. Then McYang also introduced the judge for this match is Her Majesty, the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang, standing beside Guanlan, looked down at the main characters team. Your Majesty, this young lad, if I remember correctly, his name is Yao Jingyu, isn't it? She spoke in a sarcastic tone. Military Advisor C. Soon he'll be facing your prized child. Aren't you curious who will win? He gave a wry smile and immediately refuted it, quickly changing the subject. Winning or losing depends on the kid's abilities. What can I decide? By the way, Your Majesty, have you still not found out the identity of the person in black? Guanlan answered frankly, the Imperial Soul Society has mobilized all the Silver Priests to secretly investigate all 9-star and 10-star beast tamers. There are no results yet. Zhang offered his judgment, Your Majesty. Have you ever heard the saying, it's darkest under the lamp, the person in black might not necessarily be a high-level beast tamer. It could be a high-ranking minister or general, or it could be an inconspicuous nobody in some city. Our main character over here, who was so confident just a moment ago, was now like an ant on a hot pan. Ham noticed his unusual behavior and immediately showed special concern. Xiao Jingyu, what's wrong with his sharp intuition? Jingyu could feel a gaze fixed on him. But he didn't say it out loud. No, it's nothing. Deep inside, Jingyu had unresolved issues. Although he had escaped death at the hands of Guanlan, the memory was still terrifying. She won't recognize me as the person in black. Right, after all, I'm just a 2-star beast tamer. After both teams were on stage, McYang began to speak. The format for this year's competition is a rotating challenge. Will the contestants from both sides please enter the arena and move to the combat preparation area to warm up? Yang Shuo was confident in his skills. I'll be the first on defense, you two just watch me in action. Jingyu teased from behind brother Yang Shuo. Don't you be the first one to lose. Okay, before stepping into the ring. He didn't forget to joke with his juniors. Get lost. Yang Shu started the match. Will both sides please send out their attacking and defending contestants? Both were present on the battlefield. The audience above was in awe of the Ace Weigh-In. What the first contestant, the Vermilion Bird Academy, sent out is their Ace XEA Weigh-In. Delete the audience above was in awe of the Ace Weigh-In. What the first contestant, the Vermilion Bird Academy, sent out is their Ace XIA Weigh-In. Yang Shuo was stunned for a moment when he saw his opponent. I thought I'd be facing Dongfang Jing or Xielian. I didn't expect to face such a strong enemy right at the start, but I am the son of the Dragon Kingdom's Navy Admiral. I can't lose face in front of my teammates and my little sister. Wei An started posturing intimidatingly. It's over. He didn't understand and asked again what's over. He answered arrogantly. The match was over the moment I stepped into this arena. I plan to defeat all of you by myself. Yang Shuo couldn't take it anymore and began his attack. Xie Wei, and you're looking down on people too much. Thunderstorm Lion Vulture. After he unleashed his power, a majestic eagle-like bird appeared. A powerful aura appeared, spreading throughout the entire arena. Not to be outdone, Wei An also summoned his beast. Come forth, Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. The arena was now hotter than ever. Witnessing his opponent's 3-headed monster, Yang Shuo couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of monster is that? Jingyu, watching from the rear, was also somewhat impressed by the monster before him. Let me see what this thing is. When called upon, the system displayed all the information about the beast named Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast Level 3rd Stage Adult Form. Bloodline, Sky Demon Bloodline Quality. Mythical Genetic Talent, Sky Demon within its immunity range reduces enemy attack power by 70% and movement speed by 70%. Element Psychic Loyalty 68. Weakness, the tail is vulnerable to damage. Name Thunderstorm Lion Vulture Level 3rd Stage Adult Form Bloodline. Legendary Bloodline Spirit Thunder can temporarily paralyze the enemy's soul elements. Thunder Flying Loyalty 94. Hidden Evolution Path. Thunderstorm Lion Vulture Azure Thunder Waterhammer Lion Vulture can launch 2 types of Warhammers, Fire Element and Thunder Element Weakness. Poor at continuous flight, will become paralyzed if the battle is not ended in a short time. Seeing this situation, Ham couldn't hide her worry. My brother is in danger. He also became extremely anxious, but they were surrounded by cameras, so they couldn't send the information. At the same time, Jingyu was also trying to figure out a way to save the fish on the chopping block. The Thunderstorm Lion Vulture's advantage is its strong burst and high damage, which is crucial in the first 3 minutes. Once it fails to capitalize on this advantage, its weakness of poor continuous flight will be exposed in the future. I must find a chance to help brother Yang Shuo evolve his beast. In the arena, Yang Shuo began his attack. Thunderstorm Lion Vulture used Sky-Piercing Lightning Spear. On the other side, Wei Yin defended tightly. Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast blocked the attack. Yang Shu didn't forget his role and enthusiastically commentated on the match. A spectacular scene is unfolding in the arena. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast has withstood the signature skill of the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture. And what's more, it's completely unharmed. Xia Wei An hasn't even mobilized his spiritual energy. Duong Sok saw the disadvantage turning against him, clicking his tongue to show his clear unwillingness to concede. Duong Sok carefully probed, deliberately using his body to withstand the attack. The Thunderstorm Lion Vulture prided itself on thinking this guy was mocking him. Nguyen spoke in a sarcastic tone. Brother Murong, the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture is a beast that relies on an early advantage. Its period of strength will pass quickly. His face was serious as he said loudly, whether it passes or not. I know better than you. I don't need you to remind me. Thunderstorm Lion Vulture, increase your attack power. Continue the assault. Hearing this, he spoke with contempt. Such big words. Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, use Hungry Tiger Pounce. The fierce beast stomped hard on the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and rocks. It lunged forward and bit down on the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture's wings. Duong Sok exclaimed in shock, "What?" The body of the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture was pinned firmly under the feet of the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, red blood splattering everywhere. The crowd in the stands cheered excitedly. Amazing, keep attacking. The Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast is so powerful as expected of the son of strategist Tatan Nguyen. And Nguyen's eyes were full of pride as he commanded loudly, Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, release the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture. The beast immediately obeyed and let go, its 3 heads still stained with patches of blood. Nguyen feigned magnanimity, saying it's just a match. This is far enough you can admit defeat. Duong Sok pointed at him, his tone firm. Ta Ngui, and I will not lose to your Ta family in front of my sister. Let's continue fighting. Ngui An sneered contemptuously, you reckless fool. Ham in the stands shouted loudly, brother, but before she could finish, Tin Vu covered her mouth. She turned her head and questioned Tin Vu, why are you stopping me? Tin Vu explained gravely, Luke Kim right now, Duong Sok on the stage is not just a competitor in a match, but he hesitated slightly, a big brother. Duong Sok silently considered the thunderstorm. Lion Vulture's wings are severely injured. Using a skill will require even more spiritual power in front of my sister. I can't lose to the Ta family. I have to take a gamble. Come out, Raging Steel Giant Ape. A huge gorilla appeared with the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture spreading its wings right above it. Duong Sok stretched his hand forward and shouted loudly, Raging Steel Giant Ape, use Steel Giant Club. The Raging Steel Giant Ape immediately extended one arm, pushing hard against the ground to launch itself up. He quickly commanded Thunderstorm Lion Vulture, Power of Thunder. Purple lightning bolts appeared around the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture. The two beasts coordinated skillfully with each other. The Raging Steel Giant Ape slammed its large fist down in front of the three-headed beast. Nguyen shouted loudly, Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, absorb. The beast immediately radiated absorbing waves of heat. Under the terrifying attack from two sides, the ground shook violently. Duong Sok lost his footing and knelt down, thinking in confusion it was absorbed. How is that possible? This is a skill I've practiced countless times. Nguyen lost his patience and began to counterattack. The match is over. Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast used Blue Demon Roar. The Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast immediately unleashed a source of blue power. That power aimed straight for the Raging Steel Giant Ape and the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture. The referee's voice rang out, the match is over. The winner is Nguyen of the Vermilion Bird Academy. The Raging Steel Giant Ape lay sprawled on the ground, fresh blood staining everything. And the Thunderstorm Lion Vulture was in an equally miserable state. Nguyen glanced at Duong Sok and sneered, You're too weak, carry him away next. Duong Sok, refusing to accept defeat, slammed both hands on the ground, damn it. Tin Vu in the stands said to Ham for Ta Nguyen to have such a heaven-defying beast, it was probably his father's doing right. She agreed. His father is a 10-star beast master, with his ability going to the blood-refining ice mountain to capture a heavenly demon-blooded beast is as easy as flipping his hand. Luke Kim, he asked again, the Ta siblings are targeting you guys. Is there some kind of grudge between you? Hearing this, Ham began to recount when we were young Ta Lien, and I had a conflict over the Bone-Wing Bat Beast. The Bone-Wing Bat Beast was brought back by the Empress from the blood-refining ice mountain during a military expedition. Ta Lien pulled hard on one wing. It's mine. She didn't back down either. No way it actively chose me. The wing of the Bone-Wing Bat Beast unfortunately cut Ta Lien's hand, causing it to bleed. Ham was a little scared, seeing the dark expressions on her father and brother's faces. She quickly asked, Are you okay? Ta Lien clutched her wound and scowled, saying, It was you who made me lose face. It was you who stole my thing. She shouted aggressively, "Our Ta family will not let you get away with this." Tin Vu suddenly made a new discovery. Red eyes, but aren't their pupils gray? Ham Ham immediately explained this is called heterochromia. It's a genetic trait of the Ta family. Aside from the different eye color, which is intimidating, there's probably nothing else special about it. He didn't hesitate at all to use his Fire Eye Golden Gaze ability. Detailed information about Ngui An immediately appeared. Eye of Judgment. Beast Eye allows one to clearly see the enemy's movements, predict their attack moves and angles, and can implicitly intimidate the opponent. Tin Vu couldn't help but be wary. Shangguan Lan and the Ta family, the two most important figures in the Dragon Country, are both related to beasts. It seems the great dragon-slaying war of that year still holds many secrets. But before he could think further, an announcement rang out. The second match is about to begin. Ham Ham's demeanor was as calm as usual on the defending side. Tangui An of the Vermilion Bird Academy on the attacking side, Morong Ham Ham of the Azure Dragon Academy. Lien was extremely confident about the match's outcome. Brother, teach her a lesson, don't hold back, cripple her beast right in front of her, and Guyan also put on a show boasting a few words, "I am a gentleman. As for fighting, I will do my best." Murong Ham Ham, if you forfeit the match now, there's still time, otherwise you'll lose even more miserably than your brother. Her tone was not inferior to anyone's "I will defeat you." The gunpowder-filled atmosphere made the MC extremely excited, dear ladies and gentlemen of the audience. This is sure to be a shocking clash. Will Tanguy An defend the arena, winning twice in a row, or will Morong Ham Ham avenge her brother and successfully conquer the stage? Ham Ham takes the initiative to gain the upper hand, Bonewing Bat Beast. The skull spewed fierce fire, raining acid down below. Due to the terrain difference, the opponent was immediately suppressed. Nguyen quickly commanded as the situation became unstable, "Get out of the way." Fortunately, before being completely surrounded, the three-headed beast narrowly escaped death. Even the commentator was surprised by this turn of events. What this time the heavenly demon blue flame beast didn't resist at all but chose to evade. Could it be that it's afraid of the Bonewing Bat Beast's flames? Trung also had a new perspective on them. The little girl from the Morong family has been guided. She discovered the damage immunity blind spot of the heavenly demon blue flame beast. That young man is indeed profound and unfathomable. That comment made Quan Lan a bit curious. Strategist, in your opinion, who will be the final victor? Despite praising the opponent, he was still very confident. "My son inherited the beast eye. As for victory or defeat, does your majesty the empress even need to ask? As for that young man, he's a bit difficult to deal with. If they had to face off as a father, I would of course still support my son." The battle gradually became more intense, but it was clear that Ngui An's side was losing strength. In the end, the heavenly demon blue flame beast lost 2 of its 3 heads. Tin Vu was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Well played, Go Luke Kim. The heavenly demon blue flame beast's 70% damage immunity talent is only effective against materialized attacks like physical and magical ones. The spirit flame seems like a fire magic, but it also includes a spiritual attack which the heavenly demon blue flame beast cannot be immune to. Ham Ham immediately pressed her advantage, Bonewing Bat Beast, Spirit Arrow Rain. The person and beast coordinated perfectly, scattering fireballs across the battlefield, causing the opponent to be unable to dodge and take the full force of the attack. Nguyen finally let his anger take over. Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast Blood-Colored Vortex. Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast reflect damage. His continuous attacks came like a raging storm. Ham Ham immediately signaled a retreat to think of a countermeasure. The Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast's ability is too tricky. There's still 1 tiger head left. I don't know what ability it has. Before she could even react, Nguyen's side delivered the verdict. "Miss Murong, it's time for this battle to end." She couldn't help but nervously prepare herself fully. Bonewing Bat Beast recover quickly, used the finishing move, Wrath of the Spirit. The crowd in the stands continued to cheer for the dramatic and evenly matched fight. The Bonewing Bat Beast successfully escaped danger in an instant. Ham Ham became even more confident in a good outcome. Her offensive posture completely overwhelmed the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast. Nguyen now gritted his teeth and panicked. "Not good at this rate, I'll be at a disadvantage." Ham Ham calmly observed the current situation. Although Wrath of the Spirit's attack is fierce, it's ultimately just for show. It can't deal a fatal blow to the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast. It's time to give it a critical hit. Then she decisively gave the order strike. A spear flew out of nowhere to attack. Nguyen laughed contemptuously, a petty little trick. In a flash, his tamed beast quickly counterattacked. This made Ham Ham extremely shocked. She exclaimed, "What?" Ham Ham was in a tough spot. She worried using the Wrath of the Undead had exhausted her spiritual energy, making her unable to summon the Snow Spirit Demon Slayer. Down by the arena, Ta Lien shouted excitedly, "You've lost Mudung Ham Ham, you've finally lost Brother Hurry, and take this chance to cripple her bone-winged bat beast, Ngai," Anne said sarcastically. "You useless siblings leave the arena with all your weakness." Just then, someone rushed over to stop him. "Contestant Tangui and your opponent has," but before he could finish, he ordered an attack. Blue Demon Roar. The fierce beast unleashed a stream of blue power. Ham Ham was horrified to see her tamed beast blocking the attack to shield her bone-winged bat beast move. At the critical moment, Hak Fong appeared just in time. The fierce beast launched a powerful blow, but luckily Hak Fong blocked the fierce beast's attack. Tin Vu also appeared at this moment to protect Ham Ham. Seeing him, Nguyen was both surprised and annoyed. "I can't believe this guy's tamed beast could so easily block my Blue Demon Roar." Tin Vu angrily questioned him. "Tanangui, and what is the meaning of this?" "According to the competition rules, if a contestant's spiritual energy is depleted, they lose. Why did you ignore the referee and insist on attacking?" The audience also felt it was unfair. Tan Guian is so despicable. If that blow had hit the bone-winged bat beast, it would have been crippled for life. But Nguyen showed no remorse for his actions. He tried to make an excuse. "Wait, how would I know if she still had spiritual energy?" The referee didn't blow the whistle. In the stands, Trung calmly passed judgment. As a referee, he couldn't even determine victory between contestants, almost causing a grave error. Guards dragged this corrupt referee away and banned him from officiating for life. Seeing this, Tin Vu couldn't help but size up the man's character, directly blaming the referee. This old man, Ta Trung, is truly shameless. But the Empress didn't object, so it seems she has no intention of getting involved. The referee was dragged away by security, desperately pleading, "Lord Ta, no, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Afterwards, Duong Huck announced the results. It seems there was some friction between the contestants, but no matter. The second match has concluded. The winner is the arena defender Tan Gui An, who will now face the arena challenger Taiyu Tin Vu. Ham Ham grabbed Tin Vu's arm, warning him, "I should have won, but there's something unusual about Tan Gui, and he saw through my intentions." Tin Vu replied, "I know, just leave the rest to me." From a distance, Ta Lien glared at the two of them, seething with jealousy inside. "If it weren't for Tin Vu, my brother would have crippled that bone-winged bat beast. The strongest opponent, huh? Against my brother, you'll just end up losing and begging for mercy on your knees." On Nguyen's side, he was informed by an organizer, according to the competition rules, if a contestant defeats two opponents consecutively, they will receive one spirit recovery pill. Without a second word, Nguyen snatched the pill. "I didn't need you to tell me." Duong Huck continued to announce, "Dear members of the audience, after losing the Mu Dung siblings back-to-back, the Azure Dragon Academy is left with only Tiu Tin Vu. On the other hand, the Vermilion Bird Academy still has all three of its contestants. Will Tan Guian maintain his winning streak, or can Tiu Tin Vu turn the tide of this battle?" Guian said triumphantly. "Tiu Tin Vu, if you surrender now, your tamed beast can be spared some pain otherwise." Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly went pale. Tin Vu's eyes locked onto Nguyen, radiating an intense killing intent. He was terrified inside. What a horrifying gaze. He declared fiercely, "Right now, I'm going to make your sister watch with her own eyes just how pathetic her brother is in this arena, and after that, I'll cripple her tamed beast." Ham Ham stared pensively at the grotesque beast before her with great concern. The wrath of the Wraith, despite its ferocious assault, was ultimately superficial and couldn't inflict a fatal blow on the Azure Flame demonic beast. It was time to deliver a decisive strike. In a flash, seeing her chance, she shouted loudly and made her move. The green spear tip shot out, tearing through space as it hurtled towards the Azure Flame demonic beast. Yet Ngui An showed no fear, only snorting coldly with open contempt. What a petty trick. Because immediately after, it easily swatted the spear away with just its tail. Ham Ham's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe it. What? That last attack seemed to drain the bone-winged bat beast of its magic power. Using Wrath of the Wraith had exhausted its spiritual power, making it unable to summon the Snow Spirit Demon Slayer. Seeing her opponent at a disadvantage, Ta Lien pressed her attack. "You've lost, Mo Dung Ham Ham. You've finally lost, Brother Hurry, and take this chance to cripple the bone-winged bat beast and guy, and also arrogantly taunted you worthless siblings. Leave the arena with your pathetic weakness." Realizing the danger, the referee immediately rushed out and shouted, "Contestant Tan Nguyen, your opponent has..." But he paid no heed and directly ordered an attack Azure Demon's Roar. Ngui An played dumb, launching a fatal blow towards the bone-winged bat beast without hesitation. A surge of power gathered and aimed straight in Ham Ham's direction. The unfolding situation made Ham Ham increasingly frantic. She only had time to scream, "Bone-winged bat beast, get out of the way." Just when it seemed they were both done for, Black Wind suddenly rushed in from out of nowhere, much to her astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, it joined forces with the bone-winged bat beast to push back the azure flame demonic beast, creating an overwhelming wave of power. As the dust and smoke cleared, Tin Vu gradually appeared standing protectively in front of Ham Ham. On the other side, Ngai An gritted his teeth in disbelief at his failure. I can't believe this guy's beast could so easily counter my Azure Demon's roar. As soon as he appeared, Tin Vu pointed at him and shouted, "Tan Nguyen, what is the meaning of this? According to the competition rules, if a contestant runs out of spiritual power, it's considered a loss. Why did you ignore the referee and insist on attacking?" The crowd immediately erupted in curses. That's right, Tan Nguyen is too despicable. If that blow had hit the bone-winged bat beast, it would have been crippled for life. Faced with the criticism, he acted even more innocent. Wait me. How was I supposed to know if she had any spiritual power left? The referee never blew the whistle. Seeing the tense situation, Ta Trung quickly spoke up to defend his son. As a referee, you couldn't even determine the winner and almost caused a huge mistake. Guards dragged this corrupt referee away and banned him from officiating for life. Though he knew the man's tricks, Tin Vu could only watch silently as the referee was dragged away, pleading, "Lord Ta, no, I'm sorry I was wrong." To shift the blame directly onto the referee, that old man Ta Trung is truly shameless. But the Empress didn't object. It seems she has no intention of getting involved. At that moment, Duong Huk continued his announcement. "It seems there's a bit of a conflict between the contestants, but no matter. The second match has concluded. The winner and defender of the arena is Tan An, who will now face the challenger, Tin Vu." Ham Ham worriedly clutched Tin Vu's sleeve and whispered, "I should have won, but there's something strange about Tan and he saw through my plan." Tin Vu firmly reassured her, "I know, just leave the rest to me." The more she looked at those two, the more Talian's blood boiled. If it weren't for Tin Vu, my brother would have already crippled that bone-winged bat beast. The strongest opponent, huh? Against my brother, he'll do nothing but lose and kneel for mercy. Just then, a teammate approached and handed Ngai An a pill, reminding him, according to the competition rules, if a contestant defeats 2 opponents in a row, they receive 1 spirit recovery pill. He angrily snatched the pill and walked off. "I don't need you to tell me that." In the stands, Duong Hook announced into the microphone, "Dear audience, after the consecutive losses of the Modung siblings, the Azure Dragon Academy is left with only Tin Vu. Meanwhile, the Vermilion Bird Academy still has all 3 of its contestants. Will Tan An maintain his winning streak, or can Tin Vu turn the tide of this battle?" And An stood facing Tin Vu, still smirking contemptuously. "Tin Vu, if you surrender now, your beast won't have to suffer so much pain otherwise." In that instant, it felt as if an electric current shot through him. Because from the moment he entered the arena, Tin Vu had remained completely expressionless, radiating nothing but a blazing, killing intent. Nguyen naturally noticed it as well. What a terrifying gaze. Suddenly, he raised his fist and declared resolutely, "Right now, I'm going to make your sister watch how pathetic her brother looks in this arena, and then I'll cripple her beast." At the mention of his sister, Nguyen flew into a rage and roared, "You want to cripple my sister's beast? You'll have to get through me first. Azure Flame Demonic Beast Charge." "Tink Vu, not to be outdone," yelled Black Wind Charge. Magic power instantly gathered in the mouth of one of the 3 tiger heads. Azure Flame Demonic Beast used Crimson Vortex. However, before it could launch its skill, it was struck by Black Wind's attack Claw of Silence. As the battle grew more intense, Duong Huk became more excited. "My goodness, I can't believe the Netherworld Hellhound landed 23 consecutive Claw of Silence strikes, the Azure Flame. Demonic Beast hasn't had a single opening to use a skill." The disadvantageous situation made Nguyen anxious. "Azure Flame Demonic Beast, stop trying to fight back and retreat now." But Tin Vu gave it no opportunity to escape. "In your dreams, Black Wind, use Hell's Roar." The words had barely left his mouth when chains shot out from Black Wind's body, binding the Azure Flame Demonic Beast tightly. It didn't stop there. In the next instant, it soared into the sky, dragging its opponent with it. Immediately after, Black Wind used all its might to stomp down hard on the Azure Flame Demonic Beast. Its entire body was sent plummeting straight downwards. The impact created a shockwave that sent everything nearby flying. At this point, the Azure Flame Demonic Beast lay motionless in the middle of the arena, covered in wounds. Witnessing his beast's defeat with his own eyes, Nguyen gritted his teeth in fury. Tin Vu, Tatrung, on the contrary, seemed rather intrigued. How strange. Why has his strength and aura changed so much compared to just a few days ago? Suddenly, the azure flame demonic beast leaped to its feet, a massive amount of magic power gathering in its mouth. No more holding back. Azure flame demonic beast, use heavenly flames punishment. It's no longer in its previous form, and its attack is much more decisive. It's here, the azure flame demonic beast is finally getting serious. Heavenly flames punishment. An attack this strong leaves the Netherworld Hellhound with no escape route. Once it's out of bounds, it's an automatic loss. Tin Vu shouted the command, Blackwind Shadow Sneak. Blackwind understood, its body slowly melting into the ground, its killing intent still radiating relentlessly. The overeager azure flame demonic beast was now focused solely on delivering the finishing blow. Naturally, it had no idea that Blackwind was already right behind it. The moment was ripe, and Blackwind instantly lunged forward and bit the azure flame demonic beast's tail. Nguyen gloated triumphantly. Tu Tin Vu, you took the bait. This match is over. Tin Vu just sneered, is that so? Because immediately after that, Blackwind vanished into thin air. By the time Nguyen realized it in horror, it was too late. That's not the real one, it's a clone. The real Blackwind swooped down from above Blackwind Hell's roar. The immense surge of magic power instantly blasted the azure flame demonic beast away. Its entire body was flung far into the distance. Nguyen was enraged, his eyes suddenly glowing red. How could this be? I can't believe he predicted my prediction. His gloves instantly changed color as well. Tu Tin Vu, I'll admit you're an opponent worthy of me getting serious. Now I'm going to get serious for real. Nguyen finally got serious, pouring all his strength into the fight against Tin Vu Azure Flame. Demonic Beast, activate your second form. The azure flame demonic beast, which had been covered in wounds moments ago, now leaped back to its feet. Even more terrifyingly, 2 additional pairs of arms sprouted from its back. Even Duong Huk couldn't believe his eyes and shouted in astonishment, 3 heads and 6 arms. The azure flame demonic beast has transformed into a humanoid-type beast. The now 3-headed, 6-armed azure flame demonic beast looked incredibly bizarre. However, Tin Vu remained completely unfazed, a berserker humanoid form. So what I'm about to use my own to defeat you, because he was already in the process of resolutely summoning his own beast. Nguyen watched the scene before him, wondering in horror, a second beast. What is he planning to summon? As soon as the summoning was complete, a rabbit appeared on the spot. This sight made Duong Huk's jaw drop. He stared wide-eyed, completely speechless. The next person to show clear astonishment was Nguyen, his eyes wide with utter surprise. Duong Sok couldn't hide his shock, either, his entire body recoiling a step. Even Ham was just as stunned, her eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and alarm. Only Ta Lien wore a smug smile as if the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Quan Lan frowned, her inquisitive gaze fixed on the arena, an electric-eared rabbit. Suddenly, Wei An burst into maniacal laughter. Xiao Jingyu, I wasted my time considering you an equal opponent. I never thought you were such an idiot, using a low bloodline, attributeless beast like an electric-eared rabbit as your ultimate move. As he spoke, he sneered mockingly, what a useless mess, Xiao Jingyu, you are not worthy of being a beast tamer, heavenly demon blue flame beast, waters of the 6 harmonies. Suddenly, the hands of the heavenly demon blue flame beast ignited with brilliant blue flames. It swung its arms continuously, sending a barrage of punches straight at He Feng. Jingyu did not hesitate, shouting at the rabbit's support, He Feng. A current of electricity immediately wrapped around He Feng's aura, emitting a brilliant light. All of a sudden, from the sky, a burst of magical power erupted from the rabbit's body and shot down onto He Feng, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Wei An, perhaps out of unease, shouted, It's useless. The Phase 2 absorption ability of my heavenly demon blue flame beast is 3 times stronger than before. Your hellfire lotus can't hurt me. Jingyu sneered mockingly, 1 lotus might not solve it, but what about 2 or 3? Hearing this, Wei An smirked, 3 lotuses, what are you rambling about? The Hellfire Lotus is the Hell Nether Wolf's ultimate finishing move. It has a minimum cooldown. Before he could finish speaking, 3 Hellfire Lotuses appeared in an instant. Wei An was terrified, instinctively taking a few steps back, with his eyes wide in horror. How is this possible? Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast used Crimson Vortex now. Jingyu held the rabbit firmly in his hands, smiling triumphantly with a cold voice, too late. The giant blazing red lotuses immediately shot like fireballs toward the blue flame beast. Amidst Wei An's helpless screams, I can't lose, heavenly demon blue flame beast, you must block it. But no matter how hard it tried, it could not withstand the 3 large lotuses, no. The blue flame beast could only be seen bracing with all its might to block the attack. However, the subsequent explosion signaled a devastating defeat. When the smoke cleared, the heavenly demon blue flame beast was revealed lying motionless on the field. The result of the battle, the winner is Zhao Jingyu of the Azure Dragon Academy. Wei An collapsed to his knees in a daze as Yang Shu announced, "There it is. This is Zhao Jingyu's masterpiece that made him a legend in one battle, the Hellfire Lotus triple kill." He muttered to himself in disbelief. A triple Hellfire Lotus. How is that possible? Could this be the reason he signed a contract with the electric-eared rabbit? Jingyu sneered and explained not triple the power, but 3 resets of the ultimate move's cast count. And I can still only cast 1 Hellfire Lotus. Despite his rage, Wei An could only helplessly admit defeat. 4 Hellfire Lotuses. I never thought this was your true ace, Zhao Jingyu. Just you wait. Yang Shuo, standing on the side, cheered excitedly. That was awesome, Zhao Jingyu. Did you see that? Did everyone see that? That's my brother right there. President Lei said sternly to Zilian, "Our Vermilion Bird Academy can lose the match, but not our dignity, Zilian. It's your turn to go on stage." Hearing this, she hesitated nervously. My turn, President. My brother still isn't sending me up there, just serving me on a platter." He continued to pressure her without a shred of concern. "Zilian, your father is sitting on the judges' panel watching you know the consequences." The arena was once again prepared for a new battle. Just then, Zilian entered the arena and immediately taunted him loudly without restraint. "Zhao Jingyu, I can't believe you're actually qualified to stand before me." Jingyu responded with a smile. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here." His words genuinely surprised Zilian a little. "Waiting for me?" Because he was certain that today he would get his revenge. "I want to avenge Lu Jin, and I will crush your beast." Though slightly afraid, Zilian remained arrogant. "Zhao Jingyu, I'm warning you, my father is sitting on the judges' panel. I advise you to conveniently show an opening and lose to me. I'll guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and glory. As long as you lose to me, you can become a friend of this Zilian compared to the connections of our Z family. What the hell is the Murong family?" Not wasting any more words on her, Jingyu just frowned and cursed. "What the hell does that have to do with me?" Humiliated Zilian couldn't stand it and attacked first. "You rampaging night peacock, teach him a lesson for me." But before the night peacock could even flap its wings to fly, it was sent flying backwards, slamming hard into the wall behind it. Zilian was horrified, whipping her head around and screaming, "Rampaging night peacock." On the opposite side, Jingyu declared with an unchanged expression, "I told you I would crush your beast." The referee approached to check on Zilian's night peacock, then shook his head, signaling to Yang Shu that the beast had kicked the bucket. He immediately shouted the announcement, a one-hit knockout, just a single move, ignoring attribute counters, taking down the rampaging night peacock at its peak condition. Zilian was now trembling so much she looked like she would collapse. How is this possible? The rampaging night peacock is a water attribute facing the fire attribute Hell Netherwolf. There's no way it couldn't even last a single round. She frowned and cursed inwardly, even though I knew I couldn't win. I obviously only needed to last 3 rounds to not disgrace the Vermilion Bird Academy and the Z family. But Zhao Jingyu dared to humiliate me like this. How outrageous, how outrageous. Seeing the awkward situation, Yang Shu stepped in to resolve it. "Zilian, according to the competition rules, you can continue by summoning your second beast. But right now, Zilian just wanted the ground to swallow her whole." She said hatefully, "Shut up, you think I'm not embarrassed enough already?" The situation was bad. Wei An immediately came to Zilian's rescue. He turned his head towards him and ordered, "This match, my sister forfeits. Hurry up and arrange the next one." Yang Shu had no choice but to accept the request very well. The match is over. Zhao Jingyu of the Azure Dragon Academy successfully defends his title. The next challenger for the ring is Dongfang Jing. Looking at the opponent before him, Jingyu felt a little worried. Only the last person left, Dongfang Jing. This guy has never fought before. Don't tell me he's the real ace card. As soon as Dongfang Jing came out, he radiated a powerful aura. I didn't expect the last match to be fought by me. Looks like I'll have to give it my all. With the seal on his hand glowing, he immediately shouted, "Here I come." After that, 3 divine birds shot out their overwhelming presence, incredibly terrifying. However, less than a few seconds later, he had to raise his hand and surrender. I forfeit. At the same time, Yang Shu's voice rang out with the announcement, "The winner is Zhao Jingyu of the Azure Dragon Academy." Witnessing this whole affair, President Lei could only facepalm in disgust. What a disgrace. Only Jingyu gave an awkward smile and asked his opponent, "My friend, your strength is a bit lacking, isn't it?" Dongfang Jing shrugged and sighed. If a boss like Wei An lost, how could a minion like me possibly turn the tide? I had no choice. After the battle ended, Yang Shuo and Han Han rushed over to congratulate him. "Zhao Jingyu, you've made this young master so proud. Zhao Jingyu, we won." Suddenly, an excited Zhao Jingyu turned to look at Han Han quizzically. "Han Han, we won the championship. Why are you still so calm?" Before she could compose herself, He swept Han Han up into his arms. "Zhao Jingyu, what are you doing? Put me down." But he was already overjoyed, smiling until his eyes crinkled. "Lu Jin, this is the Azure Dragon Academy's moment of glory. Don't look so down, let's get hyped." On another side, Wei An was taking his anger out on a vending machine. He couldn't believe he had actually lost to someone like Jingyu. But the result was so clear that everyone present was congratulating Jingyu. Looking at the system window, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, unlocked the Supernova Tournament Champion achievement, and received the reward 1. Attribute Fusion Gemstone plus a Bloodline Upgrade Gemstone. The mission is finally complete. Jingyu carefully considered his choices. The Attribute Fusion Gemstone can fuse other attributes into the body of my beast. I'll find a chance to use it on Freya, the Bloodline Upgrade. Gemstone can upgrade the quality of a beast's bloodline. It's perfect for He Feng. Just then, Guan Lan slowly awarded medals to Yang Shuo and Han Han. "Very brave, you're a good child," she also replied cheerfully. "Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty the Empress." Seeing Han Han's turn was almost over. Jingyu bowed his head in anticipation, celebrating like a party in his heart. "It's my turn soon." But in response to his anticipation was a nonchalant pat on the head from her, leaving Jingyu utterly bewildered. Just then, Guan Lan placed one hand on his head while leaning in close to whisper, "We've met before, haven't we?" Jingyu found it truly difficult to hide his anxiety. Met before? What does she mean? Could it be that I've been found out? And just like that, Jingyu's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. However, in the end, she still gave the order, "Bring the Empress's trophy and medal over here." While presenting the award, Guan Lan teased, "I thought you were very bold. Why are you so tense?" Now Jingyu could only force an awkward smile and reply, "It's my first time seeing Your Majesty the Empress this close. I'm a little tense." Nevertheless, in his heart, Jingyu still couldn't stop being suspicious of the person before him. What were those words just now? Is she not planning to expose me? Or has she not discovered anything at all after presenting the award? Guan Lan even left a cryptic sentence, "The new generation surpasses the old. I have high hopes for you." Unable to control his mind, an image of her with pitch-black eyes appeared, making him frown worriedly and wonder, am I really safe now? From that day on, Xiao Jingyu became much more famous. "Master Xiao, I am a talent scout from the 2 New Guild, ranked 30th. Let's add each other on WeChat." The guilds flocked around him. "I'm from the Ice Soul Guild. I wonder if Mr. Tu is interested in our guild. Hey, handsome, 2/3 of our Sword Dance Guild's members are beauties. Even our guild master is an elegant and commanding woman." But in response, Tin Vu just waved his hand. "I'm not interested. Besides, I'm already a special hire pharmacist for another guild." Looking at the crowd blocking the door made him a bit annoyed as he sighed. Being famous brings a lot of trouble. Seeing Tin Vu's attitude, Duong Sok walking beside him couldn't help but wonder, those are all top 50 guilds in the country. Why did you refuse? He then honestly told the truth. "Tan Yen Nien and her aunt from the Azure Sky Guild treat me very well. I really don't want to betray them." At this, he also remembered Tan Yen Nien aunt, but was immediately cut off by Tin Vu. "What are you thinking to me? They are like family." Just then, Nu Yen and Kai Nian, who had been waiting for the two in the room for a long time, raised their hands and waved as soon as they saw them come on. "Kids, let's go drink to our heart's content." The old man next to them heard this and had to remind her, "Dean, you personally wrote the school rules during the competition period. Students are not allowed to drink alcohol." Forget all that. The dean put her hands on her hips and ordered, "What nonsense rules? Change them, go back to school and tell the disciplinary office to delete this regulation." Kai Nian was completely helpless. "Yes, you are the dean, whatever you say goes." Saying that, Nu Yen put an arm around Tin Vu's shoulder and excitedly suggested, "Tin Vu, you're the great hero who won the championship. Don't be reserved. I can see you have something on your mind. You're under a lot of pressure. Tell me, I'll help you relieve it." Hearing these words made him blush with embarrassment. You even noticed that. Since the dean is so kind, Tin Vu will accept. However, in front of everyone, he casually made a request. "Let me see your legs." Yet Nu Yen actually started dragging Tin Vu away, leaving him to cry for help. "You come over here with me. Teacher Tran, save me, Luke Kim." Everyone present just ignored him. "You can just wait for your doom," even Ham. Ham showed disgust and shouted, "Pervert." All that was heard next was the sound of a door slamming shut, along with Tin Vu's terrified scream, "Help." Behind the door, Nu Yen pinned Tin Vu with both hands and smirked, "You little brat, you really have some nerve." His expression now showed a hint of regret for his words. "Dean, I really am under a lot of pressure. Just consider it my last joke before I die." But it seemed Nu Yen had actually accepted this request. Without any hesitation, she lifted the hem of her dress, revealing her fair white legs. Before he could compose himself, the dean set a condition. This is your reward if you pass the 4-star Beast Tamer assessment. Before the end of this semester, you can do more than just look, and if within 10 years you become a 9-star Beast Tamer, Tin Vu, who was still flustered, now felt even more awkward. Just as the situation was getting tense, a handmaiden suddenly spoke up, startling them both. I hope you two will refrain from flirting in this room. Then she respectfully invited him, Mr. Tu. Her Majesty the Empress invites you to the palace for a talk. It's a 4-hour round trip from here to the Imperial City. I wonder if you have the time. Tin Vu felt like he had grabbed a life raft in the middle of the ocean and forced a smile. How could I possibly refuse? I'll go with you. In his mind, he was also composing himself. What's fated to come will eventually come. In a flash, he had arrived at the center of the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial City. The handmaiden, standing before the palace, bowed and invited him in. Mr. Tu, Her Majesty the Empress is waiting for you in the hall. Please come in. Looking at everything before him, Tin Vu unconsciously felt uneasy. A golden holy killing, even the gatekeepers are divine rank beasts. If a fight broke out, would I even have a chance to escape? However, in the end, he still chose to go inside. In the center of the hall, Quan Lan was waiting. You've arrived. Do you know why this Empress summoned you here alone? Tin Vu stammered in reply. This humble subject does not know. I hope Your Majesty the Empress will enlighten me. She waved her hand lightly, but her gaze remained locked on him these past few days. A major incident occurred in the Dragon Kingdom. A mysterious person broke a death row prisoner out in broad daylight, and during those days you were not in Four Spirit City. Understanding her probing intent, he could only force a laugh and ask such a major incident occurred. But what does this have to do with this humble subject? She's investigated my whereabouts. I didn't go home, didn't tell my sister. The Luke Kim Guild tried to call me but couldn't get through. My explanation is full of holes. Quan Lan narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice as cold as ice. General Ta has a theory. He says that anyone who is hiding something could be concealing their true strength and identity. Tin Vu awkwardly scratched his head and replied reluctantly, Isn't that conclusion a bit arbitrary? By that logic, any worker, teacher, or student could be the mysterious person, couldn't they? The moment he finished speaking, Quan Lan suddenly shot to her feet. The sound of her shoes echoed throughout the grand hall, each step heightening the tense atmosphere. As she swept past him, Tin Vu shivered, feeling a cold chill run down his spine. But her next words sent an even deeper chill through Tin Vu. Quan Lan's heart-piercingly cold voice rang out each word like a hammer blow. You're the person in the black cloak, aren't you? Tin Vu was stunned into silence. So I really was discovered. What do I do now? Run, but can I even escape the dragon's tear? Even the dragon's tear can't turn the world back to yesterday. The more he thought, the more tangled his mind became. Fight her to the death. But what about my sister? And what about the Luke Kim Guild that worked so hard to win the championship with me and the Azure Dragon Academy too? Suddenly, Quan Lan ruffled his hair and laughed out loud, her tone much lighter than before. I'm just teasing you, kid. Don't be scared. Then she continued, much to Tin Vu's surprise. My people made a call. Your sister said you went home for 2 days to catch a new tamed beast, that electric-eared rabbit, right? You have a good eye and your performance was quite impressive. He was so scared he was bewildered but didn't. Your Majesty the Empress suspect me of being the person in the black cloak. Hearing that, Quan Lan smiled benevolently. It's nothing. I just thought you were cute and likable, so I felt like teasing you. Ta Trung suspected you, but you've had a tamed beast for less than a year. How could your strength possibly match a 9-star beast tamer? And here, Tin Vu thought he was about to die. You really scared me. I almost thought she had really found out, but my sister really helped me out this time. I'll definitely have to treat her well when I get home. Now, the Empress got to the main point. This Empress is very fond of you. I didn't call you here just to tease you later on after you graduate from the Azure Dragon Academy. What are your plans? Tin Vu, having recovered his senses, shared honestly, I still have 3 more years of school. I haven't thought about what I'll do after graduation yet. At this, Quan Lan explained with a serious face, any student after graduating from a Beast Tamer Academy has only 3 choices. The Empress listed the choices Tin Vu could make in the future. First, join a Beast Tamer Guild. Second, join the military and become a member of the Navy, Army, or Air Force. Third, join an international mercenary organization on the border and become a bounty hunter. Then Quan Lan suddenly stared at him and posed a question. However, if this Empress were to give you a 4th choice right now, would you be willing to accept it? Tin Vu was very curious upon hearing this, a 4th choice. This time, Tin Vu was frozen stiff, not knowing what to say. Holy crap. Don't tell me she wants to use her position to get something from me. Wait, why do I feel so ashamed for thinking this? I feel like slapping myself. But in the end, he resolutely asked Your Majesty the Empress, what exactly is this 4th choice you mentioned? Quan Lan didn't hesitate and stated it directly become a member of the Imperial Soul and be of use to me. Hearing this, his entire body broke out in a cold sweat. The Imperial Soul organization that is Quan Lan's personal force, the members are akin to death warriors undertaking missions with almost no chance of survival. The basic members, the Silver Priests, are replaced every month, which shows just how dangerous this line of work is. Tin Vu carefully considered every detail. The Cardinal Priests above the Silver Priests also have a very high mortality rate. Moreover, most of them die while carrying out espionage missions, a fate even more tragic than the Silver Priests. Only the Dark Grand Priests have the highest probability of survival and also the greatest strength. But to become a Dark Grand Priest, one must meet 3 conditions: reach the rank of an 8-star beast, achieve a first-class merit for the Imperial Soul, and have the absolute trust of Her Majesty the Empress. At this moment, Quan Lan's voice cut through his thoughts. Tin Vu, are you willing to accept the 4th choice, and how long do you plan on considering it? Fearing he might displease her, he smiled and replied, Your Majesty the Empress, first of all, thank you for your trust and for thinking so highly of me. However, before he could finish, Quan Lan frowned. Hearing you say that, are you trying to refuse me to give me the nice guy rejection? Tin Vu quickly waved his hands in denial, frantically explaining, No, I am very eager to improve myself. I wish I could join the Imperial Soul organization right now. After Tin Vu finished speaking, Quan Lan suddenly clapped him hard on the shoulder, her voice filled with a hidden meaning. You are a smart person. You've made the right choice. Tin Vu sighed helplessly. A choice did I even get to choose? Although he was mostly worried, he still made his decision. Even though serving a ruler is like accompanying a tiger, it's not entirely a bad thing. The Empress doesn't seem to trust Ta Trung. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told me that he suspected me once I become a Dark Grand Priest. Perhaps I'll have the chance to replace Ta Trung. Looking at the high throne, Tin Vu became even more determined at that time. This Tiu Tin Vu will be second to only one, but above all others. Then I will coordinate with my identity as the man in the black cloak one day. By working from both the inside and the outside, I will surely be able to dethrone the Empress. Suddenly, Quan Lan gave an order. Tin Vu, I have something to show you. Bring it in. Immediately after, the hall's door slowly opened, making a solemn creaking sound. A handmaiden entered tightly holding a leash with a beast following behind. It was a small azure dragon, its scales shimmering like lapis lazuli, its large round eyes sparkling with spiritual energy. However, the moment Tin Vu saw it, he was stunned, his eyes wide and his mouth nearly agape, because the information appearing before him was unbelievable. Level complete form, stage 1. Bloodline, mythical god quality, Qilin, bloodline, talent 1. Lightning induction on stormy days with thunder and lightning. All attributes like attack, defense, and agility are tripled. Talent 2, flying thunder seal. After marking an enemy with a lightning symbol, it can instantly teleport behind them. Talent 3, not activated activation condition breakthrough to superb form, bloodlust. Divine thunder. Fresh blood transforms into dark red lightning, causing a thought confusion effect on the enemy. Talent 3, not activated activation condition breakthrough to superb form. Thunder purification uses heavenly lightning to cleanse itself and allies, purging negative effects like burns poison and slow attributes, lightning type and healing type. Loyalty 30 skill. Myriad. Thunder roar roars at the sky to summon 18 heavenly lightning bolts, dealing explosive area of effect damage to enemies with the number of bolts increasing with strength. Skill flashing lightning chains swings its tail to unleash lightning chains imprisoning enemies. Awaken skill, not activated evolution path. Thunder Jade Qilin to Thunder Fury. Qilin Beast to Thunderous Qilin King to Empyrean Violet Thunder Qilin. Emperor habits and preferences soaking in the rain and grinding its teeth. Looking at the information panel, he couldn't help but admire it, worthy of a Qilin-type beast. From one of the 3 great bloodlines, its stats were so well-rounded with almost no weaknesses. Tin Vu observed carefully as Quan Lan approached and gently stroked the Qilin's head. The Qilin is the type of beast that Thuong Quan Lan is most skilled at controlling, and it is also a beast exclusively supplied to the royal family. Although its level is very low, judging by its appearance, it must be just a cub. The Empress suddenly leaned forward, her cold eyes seeming to hold a challenge, and asked softly, "Do you like it?" Before he could recover, she repeated in a low voice, emphasizing each word, "This Empress is asking you, do you like this beast?" Tin Vu awkwardly scratched his head. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there probably wasn't a single beast tamer who could resist the temptation of a Qilin-type beast. Without any hesitation, the Empress smiled and replied, "If you like it, then this Empress will gift this beast to you." As if not believing his own ears, Tin Vu shouted in shock, "What did you just say?" Quan Lan then questioned Tin Vu loudly. "You hearing this?" He could only scratch his head and reply awkwardly, "I was too nervous, it was a slip of the tongue, Your Majesty." Deep in his eyes was Tin Vu's indescribable confusion. Qilin-type beasts are used by the royal family, but the only ones with the surname Thuong Quan are Thuong Quan Lan and her daughter Thuong Quan Thien. To give me a Thunder Jade Qilin, she must hold me in very high regard. But she wasn't that generous. Just then, Quan Lan made a proposal. "Tiu Tin Vu, this beast won't be a free gift. You need to fulfill one condition in next month's supernova trial. You must accept an S-rank mission and complete it at that moment." He realized the catch behind the incredible gift. The mission is extremely difficult. No wonder. The supernova trial is for contestants who participated in the competition held 1 month after it ends. The trial difficulty is divided into 4 levels in increasing order, C, B, A, and S. Most contestants choose B-rank difficulty, while those confident in their abilities choose A rank. Tin Vu glanced at Quan Lan as he recalled the details he had previously asked the headmaster in the last supernova trial. Only 8 contestants chose S-rank difficulty, but 6 of them failed, and only 2 barely passed. It seems the Empress wants to test my potential to see if I can meet the conditions to be a candidate for the Emperor Soul Organization. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated and placed a hand on his chest in submission. This humble servant will certainly fulfill his duty and guarantee the completion of the S-rank mission. Your Majesty, please see if I am qualified to join the Emperor Soul Organization. Seeing Tin Vu accept the offer, she gave a mysterious smile and said, "You are indeed very smart. You should know that Ta Trung wants to put Ta Ngui An into the Emperor Soul, but I have not yet agreed." After speaking, Quan Lan turned to leave. "It is late. You may go now." Tin Vu readily complied. This humble servant takes his leave. Leaning back on her throne, the Empress stared thoughtfully into space. Her heart filled with excitement. What a promising young man. Why couldn't I resist teasing him then? But in the next second, her brows suddenly furrowed as if she had seen something. Some time passed, and then the sound of a rattle drum suddenly echoed through the room. Quan Lan held a drum in her hand, shaking it vigorously to attract the attention of the baby in the cradle. Returning to the present, it was a modern scene with sunlight shining on skyscrapers. After a long day of verbal sparring with Quan Lan, an exhausted Tin Vu returned to his dear bed. But there to meet him were Medusa and Dailololo Sasa. "Why are you two so serious? You're making the atmosphere too tense. Can't you smile a little?" Not letting him say another word, Dailo stepped forward to shut him up. "You idiot, don't you know that being close to a ruler is like being close to a tiger?" Tin Vu, unrepentant, insisted on explaining, "I know, but let me ask you, my dear Lolo, in that situation, would I have survived if I hadn't agreed?" She refused to listen and irritably insisted, "I know, but..." After Dai Lo came Medusa. Though her tone was softer, she still reproached Tin Vu Master. "I can understand your circumstances at the time. Agreeing with Thuong Quan Lan was a necessary temporary measure, but I must remind you that the entry-level members of the Emperor Soul Organization are silver priests, and their mortality rate is over 90%. Seeing them both so worried, he was grateful, but needed to make them understand, Lolo Sasa, sometimes the only way out is hidden within a dead end. Do you two remember Thuong Quan Lan's final words as soon as he spoke? Dai Lo seemed to understand and asked, "You mean the Empress rejected Ta Trung's request to let Ta Nguyen join the Emperor's Soul?" Medusa didn't find this very persuasive. Thuong Quan Lan is naturally suspicious. She doesn't fully trust Ta Trung. Dai Lo strongly agreed with her. That's right, the Ta family's power is growing. It's probably getting beyond Thuong Quan Lan's control. After hearing them reason it out, Tin Vu snapped his fingers gleefully. Exactly, that's the escape from this dead end. I, Tiu Tin Vu, have no power or influence a commoner with a background cleaner than a blank slate. As a member of the Emperor's Soul, I will surely be devoted to the Empress, and I can't form factions, so the Empress needs me to counterbalance the Ta family. Thinking of the moment he would kick her off the throne, Tin Vu became even more determined. So as long as I continue this act, I can earn Thuong Quan Lan's trust until she completely lets her guard down with me. Then, when I am strong enough, I can backstab her and kick her from her throne. The mere thought was enough to make him grin from ear to ear, and he continued to fantasize. By then, it might not be impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to take the name Tu. Hearing this, Dai Lo couldn't help but worry for him. "You are playing with fire," but he firmly declared, "No, I am just playing with human hearts." This overconfident attitude from Tin Vu made Dai Lo feel uneasy. He thought she was worried about something serious, but who knew it was this? "So if you become the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, will you have many women around you?" Hearing this, he was flustered and touched his ear, stammering out a reply, "I know, I haven't thought about that." Meanwhile, Medusa was also feeling concerned, Master. Once you start down this path, there is no turning back in this affair. If we fail, we will be eternally doomed. In response to her worries, Tin Vu decisively emphasized once more, rest assured in this game of chess, just follow my lead and I will guide you both to final victory. Hearing his declaration, Medusa immediately knelt in submission. This life was given to me by you, Master. Even if an abyss lies ahead, even if I am torn to shreds, I will follow you. Dai Lo was a bit surprised to see her act this way, this snake. Since when did she learn how to suck up like that? As soon as she spoke, Tin Vu turned to her with a meaningful gaze. Sasa has made her position clear, Lolo. What about you? What could she say to that? Dai Lo just closed her eyes and agreed. All right, do what you think is best. I will always be behind you. At this point, Tin Vu finally received the support of Dai Lo and Medusa, which made him so excited he laughed until he couldn't open his eyes. Scene changed to an airplane in the sky. Tin Vu, with a backpack on his shoulders and pulling a heavy suitcase, quickly walked through the airport in high spirits. I can finally go home. Just then, Kai Nian appeared in front of them. Have you packed everything? Tin Vu asked curiously. Teacher Tran, why are we the only ones on this plane? He explained with a joyful expression. The headmaster was so happy that he chartered the entire plane this morning. His eyes widened. That's so generous. Duong Sok, standing behind him, looked at his backpack and muttered helplessly, Feng Yu beef jerky, Thun Kin malt candy. A whole pile of specialties from Four Spirits City, Tu, Tin Vu. Did you come here to stock up on inventory? I thought my sister would like to eat them, so I brought some extra back. Hearing that, he brightened up. You really spoil your sister, don't you? At the mention of his sister, Tin Vu's eyes sparkled like stars. Of course, my sister is the best woman in the world. I must be filial to her for my entire life, okay? Okay, being filial is good. Then he glanced at his sister, sitting nearby, wondering how things were progressing between this kid and his sister, and whether he needed to give them a little push. The plane took off, its giant body soaring into the deep blue sky. Everything was perfectly normal until the passenger cabin suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone panicked. Teacher Tran, what's happening? I don't know either. There was a strange faint smell in the air, but only Tin Vu, the calmest one, noticed it. Teacher Tran, why is there a faint smell of alcohol on the plane? Kai Nian panicked. A smell of alcohol. We're doomed. It turned out Nu Yen was dead drunk and had knocked the pilot unconscious. How strange. Why is there a man in the bathroom, and why are there so many buttons? The group outside desperately banged on the door, but to no avail. Headmaster, that's not the bathroom, it's the cockpit. Come out of there now. On top of that, the headmaster even started messing with the controls. What is this steering wheel? The plane tumbled through the sky, sending the passenger cabin into complete chaos. And yet they all managed to land safely while the headmaster was led away by the men in blue. I'm so dizzy, Hidden Dragon City, we finally landed. I almost died young. Other students from the academy were already waiting, and they cheered upon seeing Tin Vu Tu. Tin Vu is awesome. You are the pride of our academy, martial god. We've been waiting for you for so long. Welcome, the one-of-a-kind genius of Hidden Dragon City, Tu Tin Vu. Sin Hu and Tong Ho pushed to the front, their expressions full of admiration. Tu Tin Vu, to be roommates with a great master like you in this life is truly a blessing from my past lives in this lifetime. I only look up to Father Vu from now on. I'll charge into battle with Father Vu. Faced with their enthusiasm, he just said indifferently, who are you guys hearing this? One of them became extremely annoyed and shouted loudly, that's going too far. We haven't seen each other for a short while, and you've already forgotten all about us. Just kidding, why so serious? He smirked mockingly. Go Sin Hu Tong Ho. You two are my adopted sons. How could I forget hearing that the two of them fumed and roared? If you call us that nonsense again, I'll smash your head in, you bastard. Who's your son? But Tin Vu couldn't be bothered to care. He calmly took a notebook out of his backpack. He held the notebook out in front of them. I've prepared some training plans and arranged coaching based on your beast-taming characteristics to help you increase your strength. Sin Hu and Tong Ho changed their tune in a flash, almost kneeling down to worship him. Adoptive father, oh Father Vu, I really can't live without you. Behind them, the Duong Sok brothers were still peeking out, so Tin Vu turned back and called, you two stop hiding back there. They're looking forward to seeing you too, but he politely smiled and refused. No, you're the main star of our school. We won't steal your spotlight. So Tin Vu put his arms around their shoulders and pulled them both forward. How could I let that happen, despite Duong Sok blushing beet red and stammering to Tin Vu, wait a minute. The reporters eagerly took pictures, the continuous clicking of camera shutters filling the air. Images of the three of them appeared on large screens everywhere. In another corner, a fist slammed straight into a wall. Wang Diem happened to see this scene and became so frustrated that he took his anger out on the wall. On the screen, Tin Vu was interacting intimately with Ham Ham. That scene was a thorn in his side. He gritted his teeth and growled out each syllable Tu Tin Vu. His previous failure made him extremely bitter. If it weren't for you, my beast wouldn't have died. No, I can't accept this. If it weren't for you, why would I have been expelled? He blamed all the misfortunes of his life on him. If it weren't for you, why would my father have disappeared? Why would I have to wander the streets becoming a homeless dog that everyone spits on? Vuong Diem stood there, venting his anger, unaware that someone had appeared behind him. I was clearly the most outstanding and formidable student of Azure Dragon Academy. This championship title, this glory, it should have all been mine. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, his face showed clear panic. Who is it? Before him was a hooded figure who gave a sinister smile. Vuong Diem, son of Vuong Dongthang. He immediately became wary. Who are you? Do you know my father? Without another word, the figure threw a piece of paper at Vuong Diem. You don't need to know that much. If you want to defeat Tu Tin Vu, then come find me. With that, the hooded figure disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. Vuong Diem muttered suspiciously, "Who on earth is this guy?" But when he looked at the piece of paper, he was so shocked his jaw dropped. It was a strange symbol, and coincidentally, Vuong Diem recognized it, the Dark Abyss Beast Tamer Guild. A horrified scream echoed from the classroom. What a midterm exam. The exam details were already written on the board. Azure Dragon Academy midterm exam location. Train number 13 mission, escort the train and deliver military supplies safely to Huangyan City. Kai Nian explained the rules. That's right, for this semester we have arranged a midterm exam for you. It consists of two parts. One is a written theory test. The other is a practical test. You will have to personally enter battle and slay demonic beasts. The exam details were already written on the board. Azure Dragon Academy midterm exam location, train number 13 mission, escort the train and deliver military supplies safely to Huangyan City. He continued without a pause. For this midterm exam, our class will escort the military supply train number 13, delivering supplies safely from Hidden Dragon City to Huangyan City. The time limit is 24 hours. Hearing this, Tin Vu thought to himself, Huangyan City, it just so happens that City Lord Chu Hung promised to help me pick the demonic firefly flower that will meet the sprouting condition for the heavenly soul vine beast. On the podium, Kai Nian was still rattling on. We will pass through 5 Venom's Gorge, Dai Mountain, and the Whitebone Abyss. There's a possibility of encountering transcendent-level demonic beasts and even Demon King-level ones. Suddenly, a student interrupted. Excuse me, teacher, what places will we be passing through, and how high are the demonic beast levels? The other students also became bewildered. This isn't a midterm exam. This is a suicide mission, Teacher Tran. I still want to live for another 2 years. I'm dropping out right now. Kai Nian spoke up to reassure them. Everyone don't panic. The team in charge of escorting train number 13 is the Vast Sky Guild. If we encounter high-level demonic beasts along the way, the Vast Sky Guild will naturally take action. You guys are just going along for the experience. At this moment, Tin Vu was busy on his phone. The Vast Sky Guild for an important mission like escorting military supplies. Sister Yen Hien will probably be there too. He immediately texted her, Sister Yen Hien, our Class 3 will be escorting train number 13 with you. Yen Hien replied right away and even enthusiastically invited Tin Vu to dinner. That's great. We finally have a chance to fight side by side. Let's have dinner together tomorrow night. Suddenly, the teacher on the podium called out his full name, his face dark. Tu Tin Vu. He was startled and put his phone away. I was just replying to a message. The teacher's footsteps headed outside, his voice full of irritation. Tu Tin Vu, come outside with me. As he was dragged outside, the gossiping onlookers snickered to themselves. Tu Tin Vu is about to get an earful. Once outside, Tin Vu scratched his head. Teacher Tran, what's the matter? You're not going to punish me, are you? After he said that Kai Nian gave him a glare but helplessly told the truth, punish you. I'm afraid the headmaster would wring my neck. He took a stone out of his pocket. This is a complete demonic beast essence core from a blazing demonic lizard. It's a gift from the headmaster to help your netherworld hellwolf break through to the next level. His eyes lit up as he immediately took it. Teacher Tran, please help me thank the headmaster. As if suddenly remembering something, Kai Nian questioned him. That's right, the last time you asked for leave, I asked your sister. You didn't go home at all. Tin Vu gave a sheepish laugh. So you found out, teacher. He lectured his student seriously. No more tricks next time. Go home to your sisters after class is over. He agreed immediately, though who knows if any of it actually registered in his head. Absolutely. Suddenly, Tin Vu sensed something, a jolt running down his spine. Almost immediately, he rushed to the window. The power of a dragon. Kai Nian followed him. What's wrong? It was raining, but the color of the sky was a bit strange. This draconic power is very pure, very sacred. It doesn't belong to Thuong Quan Lan in this world. Could there still be a pure-blooded dragon in existence? High in the sky, a dark shadow shot through the layers of clouds. It was indeed a dragon. It spread its wings wide, soaring through the air. It let out a resounding roar and two figures faintly appeared on its head. Little Vu has grown to this level in less than half a year. One of them was the Supreme Commander of the Flame Alliance, Da Mi. She was leisurely sipping milk tea. Leader Little Vu is in the city below. How about we disguise ourselves and go see the kid? Next to her was Tin Vu's father, also the leader of the Flame Alliance, Lai Diem. His expression remained unchanged. Now is not the time to see him. Hearing that Da Mi stopped what she was doing, "Leader, what kind of opportunity are you waiting for to meet him?" His eyes flashed with trust and love for his son. His growth rate is very fast. I believe the day we reunite is not far off. Li Diem gave the command, and the dragon immediately blended into the sky. Let's go. On the ground, Tin Vu was still looking up at the sky as if searching for that dragon. Strange, I clearly felt the power of a dragon. Why is there not even a trace of its aura left? Whatever. As long as it's not Thuong Quan Lan, it's fine. When the school day ended, it was already dark at the apartment of Nuoc Tuye and her sisters. As soon as he entered the house, Tin Vu called out loudly, "Sisters, Man, I'm home." The man came running over, hugging his leg affectionately. "Big brother, you've been away from home for half a month. I missed you to death." Tin Vu's mood grew more and more cheerful as he patted the little girl's head. "I missed you too." The man chattered away. "You were so cool in the arena. When Man grows up, I'll definitely marry someone just like you." Tin Vu couldn't stop laughing and pinched his little sister's cheek. Man, you're still little. Besides, your big brother isn't interested in Lolis. I like mature women. What's so great about mature women anyway? Anything a mature woman has, Man has it too. Just then, Nuoc Tuye walked out of the bathroom. Man, hurry and let go of Little Vu. He's still carrying a pile of luggage, sis. As soon as he saw his sister, Tin Vu tossed the backpack to one side. He rushed forward to hug Nuoc Tuye tightly, says, "I missed you so much." Nuoc Tuye gently patted her younger brother's back. "Little Vu, I missed you too." Standing by Tuman was very curious. Why is their dynamic so different from mine and sister Deep Nguong Suong's? The sky gradually darkened while the light from Tin Vu's room still shone brightly. Leaning on the sofa, he turned around with a mischievous look and wheedled, "Sis, can I sleep with you tonight?" Standing right behind the chair, Nuoc Tuye immediately refused. "No way. Little Vu, you're a 1.8-meter tall boy now." Hearing that, he immediately grabbed her hand to plead, "But haven't we always slept together since we were little?" Nuoc Tuye just smiled in response. "Before we didn't have a spare room, so we had no choice but to do that." Then she glanced at the soundly sleeping Timon and gently reminded him, "We're in an apartment now and we have Man with us. It would be a bad influence on her." "No, absolutely not." But he stubbornly persisted, Man is fast asleep, just this once, please." Seeing Tin Vu plead relentlessly, Nuoc Tuye finally softened and nodded. "I really can't say no to you, all right? Just this once. Don't do this again." Upon receiving her consent, his face lit up with joy. Night had fallen. The moon hung high and quiet, casting its silvery light over the silent expanse. In the gentle warmth of the blankets, Tin Vu and Nuoc Tuye were settled in bed. As her hand gently brushed across his gaunt face, Nuoc Tuye's heart ached. "Little Vu, you've been away for so long, your face has gotten so thin." Taking her hand, he gently comforted her. "I'm fine, sis. Next week is the midterm exam. I have to go out on a trip." Hearing this, Nuoc Tuye was slightly taken aback. "You have to go out again." Tin Vu cheerfully revealed the information. The exam content is to escort train number 13 to Huangyan City. His words made her heart grow heavier. That's a city on the western border of the Dragon Kingdom. The environment along the way is very harsh, and there are many demonic beasts. But he just shook his head decisively. "It's okay, sis. I'm very strong now." Hearing that, Nuoc Tuye curled her lips into a smile teasingly as if to dispel her worries. "Very strong. Huh, that's true. Before I could hold you in one arm in the blink of an eye. I'm not even sure I can wrap both my arms around you now," he said gently. "It's okay. Now it's my turn to hold you." As soon as he finished speaking, Tin Vu wrapped his arms around Nuoc Tuye, pulling her into a warm embrace. This made her cheeks blush as she gave him a crescent-eyed look and chided affectionately, "You're so mischievous." And in that dreamy moment, he lowered his voice and told Nuoc Tuye with determination, "Sis, when I make a lot of money, I'll buy a villa facing the sea on your free days. You can go to the shore and collect the seashells you like." Then Tin Vu continued to paint a picture in his mind of the three of them gathered around a warm meal. "After that, I can achieve merits every day and come home to eat the food you cook. By then, my life will be complete." Hearing his silly words, Nuoc Tuye laughed. "What a vivid picture. I'm already starting to look forward to the future you've painted." But deep down, a quiet bitterness welled up. "You silly boy. I can't be with you forever." In a sudden quiet moment, she raised her ring finger, tilted her head slightly to look at Tin Vu, and proposed, "Little Vu, can you promise me one thing?" He was stunned for a moment. "What thing?" Nwok Tuyet gently hooked her pinky with Tin Vu's and slowly uttered each heavy word. No matter what happens to me in the future, you have to live well, okay? He fell silent for a moment, then firmly assured her sis, nothing will happen to you, I promise you. From that moment, memories of his childhood when Nwok Tuyet used to hold his small hand tightly came flooding back. And then time quietly shifted to the next morning as the brilliant sun cast its golden rays across the school campus. In the heavy atmosphere of the classroom, Sin Hu sat with a gloomy face. Failing the exam is a small matter, losing your life on the exam grounds is the big one. Right beside him, Tin Vu casually quipped, "So do you need to write a will hearing this?" He scowled and retorted, I don't want to raise any flags right now." Suddenly, Tong Ho jumped onto the desk waving a bill in his hand and generously invited Father Vu, "Want to go to the cafeteria, my treat today." Tin Vu laughed in response, "If my adopted son wants to treat, I'll accept the kind gesture. Let's go next time I have a date with someone today." Seeing him leave, looking different than usual, he grew curious and turned to ask Old Ngo, "Who do you think Father Vu has a date with today?" Sin Hu immediately speculated Father Vu is a big shot at Azure Dragon Academy. Now it must be a campus belle chasing him. Hearing that, Tong Ho crossed his arms and thoughtfully listed them out, the four great campus bells, Diep Swang Nguang Murong Ham Ham Tran Ka Nan, and there's also the heavy-pupiled girl, what's her name again? Sin Hu immediately mentioned the familiar name Bak Van Ka. He confirmed with a start, yes, it's Bak Van Ka. And so the two began to discuss and speculate on their friend's love life. In my opinion, it's unlikely to be Bak Van Ka. After all, we hardly ever see her. I feel the most likely candidate is Morong Ham Ham from Father Vu's team. Her chances are high. Tong Ho nodded in agreement. That's true. Meanwhile, outside, Duong Sok was walking while quietly asking, Ham Ham, little sis, I heard Dad is back. There's going to be good food at home tonight. She smiled in agreement. I miss Dad's cooking too. At that very moment, as a familiar figure slowly passed in front of them, he called out loudly, Tin Vu. Seeing the radiant expression on his face, Duong Sok teased, What are you smiling about? You look so happy. Want to come to my house for dinner tonight? Ham Ham also nodded eagerly. My dad is cooking tonight. He also said he wants to meet you, but Tin Vu quickly shook his head and refused. Sorry, I have plans with an older sister tonight. Hearing this, he looked surprised and frowned, questioning an older sister. You have another sister. And right now, Nwok Tuyet was holding a hot cup standing in front of the mirror and murmuring, Little Vu has really grown up. In Nwok Tuyet's imagination, the tiny mushroom from before had now turned into a giant purple turnip, making her face flush grown up in more ways than one. As soon as Duong Sok heard Tin Vu mention a date, he exclaimed in surprise, a sworn sister. He nodded and explained, I knew her before enrolling. She's Chin Yen Nien from the Azure Sky Guild. At that very moment, Tin Vu's phone suddenly rang loudly, shattering the thoughtful silence. He put the phone to his ear, and Yen Nien's affectionate voice came through little brother Tin Vu. I'll be waiting for you at the academy's back gate. Leaning against the car, she quietly listened to his joyful reply, Sister Yen Nien, I'm on my way. Not wanting to make her wait, Tin Vu quickly said his goodbyes after hanging up brother Duong Sok Luk Kim. Let's get together another day. It'll be my treat then. Duong Sok stood there pensively watching his retreating back, a sworn sister. That means no blood relation, so doesn't that mean before he could finish his thought, Ham Ham beside him called out softly, Brother? He didn't hesitate and urged, let's go follow them. Time passed slowly, the gentle morning light spreading over the houses on the street. The moment they saw each other, they both rushed forward, ecstatic with joy. Sister Yen Nien, she also joyfully grabbed his shoulders. Little brother Tin Vu, long time no see, I missed you to death. Hiding around a corner, Duong Sok watched them with an admiring gaze. He couldn't hide that beauty. What a hot body, little sis. You see, a guy like Tin Vu is very popular with beautiful women. You can't be careless. Then he placed a hand on Ham Ham's head with a gentle yet meaningful reminder. Little sis, if you want to make Tin Vu the son-in-law of the Morong family, you have to be a little more proactive. Hearing this, she turned and retorted, but I don't know how to be proactive. Besides, it's useless to be proactive. Seeing this, he raised a hand to his chin and pondered thoughtfully. Looks like it's time to bring out the ultimate move. A while later, Yen Nihien and Tin Vu had made their way into a shopping mall. After sitting down at a table, she beamed and presented the menu to him. Tin Vu, this is the best restaurant in the city. Feel free to order anything you want, my treat. This made him a little flustered. Sister Yen Nien, that would be a bit too expensive. However, she just shook her head and dismissed his concern. I'm not short on that little bit of money, waiter. One of everything on the menu. The person quickly took the order and replied swiftly, Yes, Miss Chin, please wait a moment. A few seconds later, steaming delicious dishes were brought out one by one, their aroma filling the air. Yen Hien and Tin Vu raised their glasses with radiant smiles, clinking them together with cheerful voices, cheers, cheers. Then she started the conversation, little brother Tin Vu, about this trip to Huangyan City, even though we'll be escorting you the whole way. You can't be too careless. You know, recently, the great demonic beast army in the outer regions has been stirring the environment at the border is much more dangerous than in the inner territories. At these words, Yen Hien's heart suddenly grew heavy once the border falls. The demonic beasts will invade the Dragon Kingdom, and when that time comes, there will be no more beautiful days of feasting and drinking like this. Tintvu quickly reassured her sister. Yen Hien, don't worry needlessly when that time comes. Won't you still have me? She nodded. When that time comes, I'll be relying entirely on you. Suddenly, the sound of laughter and conversation from the table behind them caught his attention. Brother, have another drink. I can't drink anymore. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion's auction is about to start. I want to find some materials to upgrade my beast pet hearing. The conversation, Tin Vu was slightly surprised. Heavenly Secret Pavilion, the largest auction house in Hidden Dragon City. Noticing his interest, Yen Hien smiled and probed. You little rascal, are you also interested in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's auction? Want to go? But Tin Vu refused. No thanks, just hearing the name Heavenly Secret Pavilion. I know it's not a place a poor wretch like me can go to. Yet she didn't hesitate at all, grabbing his hand and pulling him along. Come on, I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Tin Vu was momentarily confused. Sister Yen Hien, we haven't finished eating yet. She didn't care, we can just get it to go. Time drifted gently over the city, shimmering with lights, the night sky embracing a sparkling skyscraper. When Yen Hien raised the gold card in her hand, the man immediately bowed respectfully. Miss Chin, please use the VP entrance. Tin Vu, who stood beside her witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. Having a rich, big sister is truly wonderful. Then the two of them strode inside, each step opening up a new, mysterious world before their eyes. Observing the surroundings, he couldn't help but be astonished. These are the feathers of a wind-winged falcon king, the tail of an ice storm Naga queen, the skull of a black Vajra ape, but Yen Hien just calmly explained the items displayed on the first floor are the personal collection of the pavilion master Zhang Shuiru, not for auction. Hearing this name, Tin Vu repeated it questioningly. Zhang Shuiru, suddenly an extremely arrogant voice came from behind. What are you looking at? Get out of the way for this young master, or do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? Because of that insolent voice, Tin Vu immediately turned around to see who would dare to be so audacious. What met his eyes was Li Han in the lead, followed by a group of bodyguards surrounding and protecting him. The purple card peeking from his pocket immediately gave away his identity. The Hurricane Guild. It seems this is the arrogant young master Li Han of the Hurricane Guild. When Li Han approached, he smiled warmly upon seeing a familiar face. So it's Yen Hien, you're here too, what a coincidence. But her face showed no sign of welcome. Li Han, stay away from me, we're not close. He glanced at the person beside her. His expression briefly annoyed Yen Hien. Who is this effeminate brat next to you who hasn't even hit puberty yet? Hearing the derogatory words, Yen Hien suppressed her anger. Li Han, watch your mouth. My little brother Tin Vu is the champion of the supernova competition. Li Han sneered. Tin Vu. Just a 2-star beast tamer from a small city. No power, no influence. Your taste in men is really getting worse and worse. Then he turned to Tin Vu and warned him forcefully. Kid Yen Hien is the girl I've set my sights on. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion now or else. But he wasn't afraid and even provoked back? Or else what? At that very moment, a voice rang out like a clear bell in the vast space. This is the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. If you have personal grudges, please take them outside to settle. Don't damage my treasures. The surrounding crowd turned and was astonished. Look, proprietress Jiang is here. From the top of the stairs, a pair of slender fair legs slowly descended. Zheru, with her stunning beauty in a form-fitting outfit, appeared with a gentle smile. Her hand fanned herself as she asked in a soft voice, I wonder if you gentlemen could give me some face. Upon seeing her beauty, Li Han was immediately so captivated he stammered, Proprietress Jiang, I accidentally caused trouble on your territory. Please don't blame me, don't blame me. But Shuiru only smiled with a gaze that was gentle yet powerful, not bothering to say another word in reply. Her eyes were sharp, cautiously scrutinizing each person as if weighing and measuring the entire space. At this moment, Tin Vu stood stunned in one spot, his whole body as if hypnotized, just staring intently at the person before him. After a moment of silence, Zheru turned towards the stairs and reminded everyone, ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Please proceed to the exhibition hall on the top floor. Then, without waiting for a response, she walked straight up to the next floor under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Seeing Tint Vu standing there completely captivated, Yan Nian nudged his shoulder and teased, "When men see a beautiful woman, they really can't even walk straight," which startled him into a fluster. Sorry, I was a bit distracted just now." But what truly caught his attention was the creature perched on Shui Ru's neck. As she walked a snow-treading sable, a level 3 king-tier beast pet, she must be at least a 6-star beast tamer. Lost in thought, Tinch Vu suddenly heard Li Han's voice pull him back. "Kid, you just wait and see." He smirked and replied, "I'll gladly play along until the end." At that moment, Yen Nian came over and asked Tin Vu, "Do you have any idea how disgusting that Li Han guy is?" He nodded, "I know a little," and so she began to recount the story. It all started when our Firmament Guild and the Hurricane Guild were competing to be the #1 guild in this city. Yen Nian reeled off a series of facts without a moment's hesitation. The Hurricane Guild is tyrannical and arbitrary, holding the title of #1 guild year-round but harming the interests of its clients. They'd kill a demonic beast worth a few $100,000 but charge a fee of 5 million gold coins within 1 month. 2 level 5 missions were declared failures, but they still collected the full fee. So more and more clients started choosing our Firmament Guild. Replacing the Hurricane Guild to become the #1 guild is a foregone conclusion. As they walked, she emphasized the key points. However, the Hurricane Guild came up with a scheme. They had this teddy bear in heat constantly pestering me, wanting to make me his 8th wife, even repeatedly plotting to harm me, trying to tarnish my reputation. Hearing Yen Hien's words, a simmering anger flared up in Tint Vu. "I can't believe this Li Han is so despicable. If I get the chance, I will definitely teach him a lesson." As the two of them were striding down the corridor, a voice called out, "Mr. Xiao!" Upon turning around, Tinch Vu saw the Empress's handmaiden. He was startled with surprise. "It's you!" To maintain absolute secrecy, she invited him to move elsewhere. "I have something to discuss with you. Could you come over here for a moment?" This incident sparked a question in Tint Vu's mind. She's looking for me again? Could it be about the Empress? Thinking this, he turned to the person beside him and said, "Sister Yen Hien, please wait for me for a moment." With that said, Tint Vu followed the handmaiden into another room. She then handed Tint Vu a token. "You were in such a hurry back then, Her Majesty asked me to give this to you," he asked with curiosity. "This is," she said its name, "the Imperial Soul Token," and Tin Vu accepted it in astonishment, the Imperial Soul Token. Seeing Tin Vu's confusion about the item, she explained the token's true value. To see the Imperial Soul Token is to see the Empress herself. To meet a member of the Imperial Soul is to have never met them at all. Although you do not meet the standard, Her Majesty has decided to bestow upon you the Imperial Soul Token, symbolizing your status as an Imperial Soul. Hopefully, this token can clear all obstacles for you and protect you so you can live peacefully at the Academy. Hearing about its function, he felt very grateful. "Thank you, Miss Handmaiden, and thank you, Your Majesty the Empress, for taking the trouble to come all this way for me," she nodded. "It was on my way." Then she glanced towards the room that was filled with the fragrant scent of body wash. "I have to escort that great personage to the border." This made Tint Vu suddenly panic. "She's taken a bath, and you brought me in here," but the handmaiden was fearless and even emphasized, "There's a screen, it's fine, that great personage won't blame you." Since there were no more issues, he quickly moved towards the door to leave. "Then I'll be on my way." As soon as she saw Tin Vu, Yen Hien asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He shrugged and urged her towards their original destination. "What could possibly happen to me, Sister Yen Hien? Let's hurry up and join the auction." Not letting Tint Vu off the hook, she began to squint her eyes mischievously. "You were in a room with a great beauty like that, and nothing happened, really." He was speechless and replied quickly, "I was only in there for 5 minutes. What could I possibly do?" Seeing him surrounded by so many women, Yen Nian couldn't help but feel curious and probed Tint Vu. "Do you prefer someone like Zhang Shui-Ru or the person from just now, or maybe someone like me?" Yet he didn't fall for the trap and answered calmly, "Of course I like a heroic and brave woman among women like Sister Yen Nian." Receiving this answer, Yen Nian let him off. "I'll give it to you. Your EQ is high. You know how to please me," while Tint Vu could only give a forced smile to get by. At the same time, in another room, Li Han angrily slammed his fist on a chair. "Damn it, on what grounds does that kid get to stick so close to Yen Hien?" Seeing his master's rage, a subordinate leaned in and whispered a suggestion. "Young Master Lai, how about after the auction ends, I'll send some men to drag that kid into an alley and teach him a lesson." But the suggestion only made him more irritated to teach that brat a lesson. "I have to wait until after the auction. That's not my style." To soothe his temper, the man took out a piece of paper. "Young Master Lai, take a look at this." He then introduced the face of Ruo Shui printed on it with a radiant smile. This is Xiao Tinvu's older sister. Looking at that stunning beauty, Li Han let out a wicked smile and praised her profusely. Truly, a great beauty.